Lux your way with the Lux Cravings boxes from Taco Bell. There's the classic $5 box, the indulgent $7 box, and a whole new obsession in the $9 box, the flaming hot grilled cheese burrito. Try the Lux Cravings boxes at Taco Bell today.
How's your day going?
Going good. Thank you again.
Check out the all-new Blue and Orange store at the Boise State Hall of Fame. The Blue and Orange store has your best game day gear. We're talking jerseys, hats, bumper stickers, car flags, more than 4,000 hats on the hat wall. If you want the best Boise State gear, make sure you check out the Blue and Orange store online at theblueandorangestore.com or the all-new Blue and Orange store down at the Boise State Allen Noble Hall of Fame.
As sports fans, we may cheer for different teams, but there's one thing that we can all agree on. We want the game to be big. And with 3 levels, 30 cabanas, a 143-foot screen, 6 clean pools, and endless cold drinks, it doesn't get any bigger or any better than Stadium Swim in Las Vegas. All sports, all seasons. It's more than a pool deck. Stadium Swim. It's the only thing like it in the world.
Really, guys?
What? Jacksons always has those game ready.
Let's go!
Hey Bronco Nation, this is Kenzie with Boise State Soccer. When I moved to Boise, I thought I was ready for anything. Training, no problem. New teammates, bring it on. But driving on snow and ice, yeah, that was a whole new challenge. Here in Boise, winters mean real weather. That's why I'm so grateful for my Ford all-wheel drive. If you're new to Boise or just ready for a safer winter, head to Lithia Ford of Boise. Come check out the full lineup of all-wheel drive vehicles at Lithia Ford of Boise. And when you buy here, you're supporting Boise State athletics. Come see us at Lithia Ford of Boise, where Ford begins in Idaho.
Find your sun with Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea. Made with real iced tea and real vodka. Cold, refreshing, and made for moments like these all year long. Let the good times cruise with Sun Cruiser.
When I want Boise State to win, I trust Coach Rice to lead the Broncos to victory.
And when I want the best painting and garage floor coating, I trust rowpaint.com to get that job done right.
Welcome to the Lithia Ford of Boise Pregame Show from Bronco Nation News. Game time is approaching, and we're getting you ready with the latest pregame news, interviews, analysis, and more from BNN. BNN broadcasts come from the Sun Cruiser Studios. Sunny days call for Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea, made with real iced tea and real vodka. It's refreshingly smooth and easy to drink. Crack open a Sun Cruiser and let the good times cruise. Have a pregame score prediction or comment? Let us know in the ICCU YouTube chat or leave us a message on the Signature Roofing voice box at speakpipe.com/BNN. The BNN Pregame Show is presented by Lithia Ford of Boise and our major sponsors Jacksons, Taco Bell, Idaho Central Credit Union, RoadPaint.com, and the Blue and Orange Store. At Lithia Ford of Boise, we're proud to stand with Boise State athletics. Through our NIL marketing partnerships, we're investing in the future of student athletes. Lithia Ford of Boise, here to get you there, wherever that may be. Lithia Ford of Boise, where Ford begins in Idaho. Broadcasting from the Sun Cruiser Studios, here's BJ Rains with the Lithia Ford of Boise pregame show on Bronco Nation News.
Well, good evening, Bronco Nation, and welcome to Extra Mile Arena here on the campus of Boise State University as the Boise State Broncos look to hopefully get a new winning streak going here over the next couple of weeks. They won 4 in a row, tough loss down at Grand Canyon, but the Broncos are back home looking for that get-back game against the Nevada Wolfpack coming up here in about 50 minutes. It's a whiteout tonight, Abe Jackson. They've got sunglasses for all the students. They've got the white pom-poms for all the students, and you noticed fans even came rushing in the door here because the first 100 of them get a ski pass to Tamarack, so they're doing what they can to get some students in the building tonight. We'll see if it works, but obviously back home, and Broncos are hoping for some home cooking tonight against Nevada.
Yeah, it kind of seems like the story playing over again, though, for this Bronco team, doesn't it? I mean, you play well, and then you have a good streak, and then all of a sudden there's just kind of a big regression in one of the games. And so we're back to not rebuilding, of course, but we're back to having to, build ourselves up again after a tale of two halves, which was we've seen all year long, really, with this Bronco team. Played really well in the first half against Grand Canyon, and then inexplicably, to my shock, we'll just say that, the offense went back to how it was playing when we lost all those games. I mean, Andrew Meadow, 8 points in the first half. Spencer Aarons, 9 points in the first half. No shots for either one of them in the second half. So it was a strange second half, but you have a chance to bounce back at home now.
He is Abe Jackson. You'll be hearing him and Bob Beeler coming up 670 KBOI, all the affiliates of the Bronco Radio Network in Learfield at 6:30 as the Broncos, they'll have their pregame show with you and Bob, and then the game broadcast on the Mountain West Network. My name is BJ Rains. This is Lithia, Florida, Boise pregame show. Both teams on the floor warming up right now. We'll show you that look here. And Abe, you mentioned it. This team has just been so Jekyll and Hyde. You've been here obviously covering this team longer than I have, but in my 13 years here, it really is just hard to find a team like this in terms of on any given night they can beat anybody on their schedule, you feel like, or at least play right there with them. And then, as evident this season, they can lose to anybody on their schedule. And not even, game to game, it's half to half sometimes.
Yeah, half to half. And what I think is the most shocking to me about this team is that I feel like when there's a play that needs to be made, this team just can't make it. We'll go down the last shot against Hawaii Pacific. Now, there was a lot else that went wrong in that game, but it came down to a play, and the Broncos didn't get it done. And then you talk about 3 possessions against USC when it was tied and you had a chance to take the lead and you couldn't knock down a shot. The couple plays that you needed against San Diego State and ended up as a loss. The Broncos are up 3 at UNLV and are at the line shooting free throws, and they missed 2 free throws. I mean, it just kind of goes on and on about singular plays that don't get done. And against Grand Canyon, it was early in the first half, but you had a chance for some free throws to tie it. Then you had the ball in your hands, and it was a turnover, and then you gave up a 3. Then you took a bad shot, and then they got like an and one. So it just ballooned so quickly with this team that it's just surprising that when the play needs to be made, the singular play, it seems like this team just can't get it done.
You mentioned the offense and the inconsistencies and getting guys like Meadow, more shots and then no shots. Does that fall back on the guards? Is that on the coaching staff for not doing plays that get them open? Or how does an Andrew Meadow there's been so much focus. I feel like that now that should be a given. He's one of the first guys you look for offensively in a 2-point game at the half. How does Andrew Meadow not get a shot off in the second half?
Yeah, and I don't think it's something that Grand Canyon did because, I mean, if you want to focus and get the ball to somebody, you can run plays and you can have your players do things to get that guy the ball in certain parts of the floor. And so I think it's kind of on everybody. I mean, there's got to be conversations. I think there probably was conversations in the huddle about, the type of offense that we're starting to run in the second half does not look good. It was just constant pick and rolls with no movement before that. And that's kind of what we saw in the Broncos losing streak. And so to go from such a great ball movement flow first half to stagnant second half, and 2 guys who just had amazing first half, 9 for Aarons, who was shooting well, driving to the hoop, and then Andrew Meadow, who was doing 3 out of 4 and had 8 points, and then neither one of them get a shot. I don't know. It's just really odd to have that type of second half after a good first half.
But how do they had won 4 games in a row, and I know as we talked about numerous times, it was against the teams in the bottom part of the standings, but they were still doing what they needed to do against those teams and doing more. I mean, they weren't supposed to beat Wyoming according to the Vegas odds and KenPom. They were only supposed to beat some of these teams by 9-10 points, and they were blowing them out. So they had really fixed some things and were playing better basketball. obviously the first half we saw some of that, and then as you mentioned, tailed off in the second half. How do you keep the momentum and everything going from the 4-game winning streak and not let what happened in the second half kind of fall back into that, moving forward?
I mean, it's just kind of the same thing that we've talked about before. You have to get out of that offense that was run in the second half. The ball stayed in one spot, and it was on-ball screen after on-ball screen. No movement whatsoever. When the Broncos are moving, they are a good offensive team, and they're going to shoot the ball better. They only had 6 field goals in that second half because of how stagnant it was. Keep moving around. Keep flowing out there on offense. Run your guard-to-guard handoff, and then a guy cutting through the screen, and then do the on-ball screen. Make the defense work a little bit before you start getting your head down and going to the hoop. So this will be a test tonight for the offense. I mean, the Broncos had 6 field goals and a shot in the 20% in the second half against Grand Canyon. And they're coming up against a Nevada team who they gave up, I think, 54% shooting to them in the first game.
Yeah, we'll dive into Nevada here in a second. Again, he's Abe Jackson. My name is BJ Rains. This is the Lithia 4 to Boise pregame show. You'll hear Abe and Bob coming up in about 18 minutes over on the Bronco Radio Network affiliate 670 KBOI on their pregame coverage. Tip-off right around 7 because and we get a little Mountain West Network, so we should be starting on time. Smaller commercial break. Should be hopefully a quicker game than some of these games. But Abe, and again, as we show you a live look at warm-ups, both teams out there. It is a whiteout tonight in the crowd. The football team is going to be here to be honored tonight for their 3rd straight Mountain West championship. I mentioned all the goodies they're passing out to the students. This would be a game. I know we talk a lot about the students and the atmosphere and the crowd in here, but what we saw at Grand Canyon the other night was just incredible, and it was a top 3 probably for me at atmosphere in terms of my 13 years covering the team, and we're going to see some more Saturday night at the Pit, obviously at Utah State in the next road game coming up, but it looks like they're trying tonight. We'll see what the crowd ends up being, but how much of a difference as someone that played, as someone that has been to these venues, as the broadcaster, like that stuff matters. And I thought in the second half, some of the run that Grand Canyon did was aided by some turnovers and some sloppy plays and some, quick turnaround momentum-changing plays. How nice would it be for some of Boise State to get the benefit of some of that here down the stretch?
That would be good. I mean, there's a reason why they call it a home court or home field advantage. And in the numbers in Vegas, they actually put that in, that you're at home, so you get a little bit more, a little benefit of the doubt because of that. And there was no other play so apparent as at Grand Canyon. When they started to go on a run, that place got real small, real quick and loud. And it really just went from a couple missed shots by the Broncos to Grand Canyon, I feel like being up 12. I mean, it felt like that. And it just, home court's a big thing. And having a good crowd's a big thing. And playing well at home is also something that's nice.
Well, and again, like I said, tonight's one of those games where I think they could very easily win this game, or they could very easily lose this game. And hopefully the crowd, a nice crowd, would certainly help tonight. You mentioned the first game against Nevada. Obviously, right before Christmas break, a lot was going on there. What do you make of that first matchup? A ton of free throws, like 67 free throw attempts, a ton of fouls in that game. The weird pre-Christmas game where guys were maybe a little not focused maybe. And Nevada didn't even have one of their best players who had 32 points the other day against UNLV. So different team on both sides. It feels like that game was forever ago.
It does. It really does feel like forever ago. But, it was actually just a little bit of a glimpse of what some of these games are going to be in conference. I mean, they gave up 54 or 56%, something around there, to Nevada in the first matchup. And so this is a Nevada team that can score the ball. They didn't have their leading scorer in that first game when we saw them. And I think for the Broncos here tonight, what offense shows up? I mean, I think that's what it's going to be. Is it the offense of the second half of Grand Canyon, or is it going to be the offense of the first half of Grand Canyon? And I think that's going to really determine what direction this game goes. I don't think Nevada's going to shoot 56% like they did in the first game, but the Broncos have to shoot better than 25% like they did against Grand Canyon.
Yeah,
the second half.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And that start to the second half really did Boise State in. They got outscored by 8, I think, fairly early in the second half as Nevada pulled away. When you've got multiple options like they have, and also the points in the paint and the fouls we saw last time, it's probably going to be an interior kind of more physical type game with more rebounding, and is going to be a huge key. The play in the paint, the free throws. Like, how do you look at last game? And I know you mentioned their shooting, but also I know how the way it's officiated is going to have something to do with it. But Leon said yesterday, kind of but kind of not, because that's who these teams both are. We like to go inside, and you just know that's going to be part of the game. How do you look at the way the game might play out? Are we going to see another 60-plus free throw type game or what?
I hope not.
Me too.
I hope we don't see a 60-plus free throw game. But he's right. I mean, both of these teams, they might not have the size vertically like the 7-footers that we've seen so many times this year, but they have 6'8", 6'9", strong guys inside. I mean, Elijah Price is a big guy that can move around inside for Nevada. So they got big guys inside, but they also got some guards that can hit pull-up jumpers. I mean, I believe it was Comer who had 24 in the first matchup, and I swear he hit about 6 pull-up jumpers in that second half to really stretch Nevada's lead. So they're a good team. They've got some good wins under their belt this year, and one of them was the Broncos in that opening game.
I was going to say the art of the mid-range. Typically nowadays it's either drive to the hoop or shoot the three, but they've got multiple players, and they're really good at that mid-range. So defensively, is that something where typically you're probably okay with teams shooting that shot, but in the first matchup, they made them pay.
They did, and, I mean, you got to go with how the feel of the game is. If someone keeps making you pay and doing something, you have to adjust. I mean, if someone starts beating you down low, you throw a double team or you do a half front to make it harder. And if someone keeps hitting those mid-range jumpers, you got to do something off those screens to take that away. But I think that's something that Nevada's going to look for. They have inside, but then they have those mid-range jumpers that, like you said, went down in a big raid at the first matchup.
I know the number 4 seed is going to be tough to get, but the 5 seed, I think this year, we've talked about it, you basically get a scrimmage against Air Force, even though you have to play that first game. And I think with Boise State's depth this year, I don't think the 4 games in 4 days would matter quite as much as it might have some of those teams where Tyson had to play 40 minutes every game. The 5 seed, I think, is the goal, and it really is still somewhat attainable, but I think it would start with a win tonight. I mean, this is a big game for seeding.
Well, the Broncos have to start beating teams that they're close to in the rankings, right? I mean, you beat New Mexico, but then you beat Air Force, San Jose, Colorado State. I mean, all these bottom teams. You have to start getting some wins against the middle and maybe not the very top, but the middle type teams. And you're having a bunch of the middle teams coming up. I mean, you have Nevada here tonight. Then, of course, you go to New Mexico, who you already beat once. UNLV, who's a middle team. So Fresno, who's going to be coming up too. So you have chances, but you just have to beat the teams that are hanging around that middle. Grand Canyon was one of those teams that's hanging around in the middle. And so the Broncos have been able to beat the teams that are way below them, get beat by the teams that are above them. You got to start beating some of those teams that are hanging right around you.
All right, Abe Jackson, what are your keys for a Boise State win tonight?
Offensive movement. I mean, offensive movement leads to the right decision on your shot taking. And when you make the right decisions on your shot taking, then your percentage goes up because you're taking good shots. Offensive movement, get away from that. I don't mind on-ball screens. I mean, it's such a big part of college basketball. But on-ball screen after you've moved around and not just dribble up and wait for that screen, move around, and then get that on ball.
Well, hey, man, we'll be listening here 11 minutes. You and Bob over on the call, the 2025 Idaho Sportscaster of the Year. Abe Jackson and Bob Beeler coming up. Appreciate your time. We'll talk to you on the postgame show, man.
All right, thanks.
There he is, Abe Jackson. Appreciate him for joining us here on the pregame show as Boise State gets set to take on Nevada. We want your comments. We want your score predictions. We want to know where you're watching from. We'll get to all the shout-outs here on the Bronco Nation News pregame show presented by Lithia Ford of Boise. Again, our title sponsor, Lithia Ford of Boise. View their full inventory of vehicles online. Do your research ahead of time. Go on in, test drive, and be on your way at Lithia Ford of Boise. LithiaFordBoise.com, our title sponsor at Bronco Nation News. Already saw the Buchanan family had the Sun Cruisers going in the chat there. Always appreciate them. Perfect night for some Sun Cruisers. We'll be having those at the Rains house for the Super Bowl. Sun Cruiser, whether it's the vodka iced teas, the lemonade iced teas, Sun Cruiser, the studio sponsor here in our studios on the road today here at Extra Mile Arena. We also appreciate Idaho Central Credit Union, ICCU.com. The mobile e-branch online banking is so simple, so easy. You won't find a better mobile banking option out there. Idaho Central Credit Union. Visit a location to you or near you or get more information online at ICCU.com. And, of course, Jacksons, our postgame show sponsor. Join us for the Jacksons Postgame Show. The Jacksons Postgame Show starts we'll tell you more about our plans here in a second because we're going to keep this stream going. But the Jacksons Postgame Show, live interviews, analysis, and more coming up after the game. And if the Broncos can get 75 points tonight, you'll get a 75-cent fountain drink from our friends at Jacksons on Thursday. 2 days after every game, when the Broncos get 75, you get 75 from our friends at Jacksons. All right, we are back live here at Extra Mile Arena. You see the Broncos getting some shots up, getting ready to go back into the locker room here. Crowd filing in. It's a whiteout tonight. The football team's going to be here. And we got some cool news as well. I announced this earlier on the show as Johnny Ballgame takes his seat here. But, Johnny, this is another one of those games where Bronco Nation News is going to be able to stream this game live. So you can keep it right here on BNN and watch tonight's game. So hopefully you're on your YouTube app, on your smart TV. If not, switch over to your smart TV, your iPad, whatever you typically watch a Boise State game on. And you can Abe Jackson left his phone over here. I'm not sure which phone this is. But you can watch tonight's game right here on Bronco Nation News. You do not need to switch over to the Mountain West Network. We will have the Mountain West Network feed. Jay Tust, I believe Brian King on the call tonight, but you can watch that right here on Bronco Nation News. We're going to have myself, we're going to have Johnny, we're going to have Nathan kind of rotating during some timeouts, giving some analysis of this game, but you'll get the full Mountain West Network production. You can chat with each other in the chat here, keep that going, and then during halftime in the timeouts, we're going to jump on with some analysis. And, Johnny, halftime, right in this chair, you're going to have to get up and move. Spencer Danielson going to join us at halftime right here in this seat for a live halftime interview on BNN. So Spencer Danielson at halftime right here on BNN. But John Mallory joining us, host Prater in the ball game. I know you're counting down the days to the Super Bowl. Got to be excited for you, man. But big one tonight for Boise State.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I mean, how big is it? Like, I mean, are they still trying to do some damage in the regular season? Sure. But, I mean, if they lose this game, I don't think at that point you're like, well, there goes the year. I think most people are already there. Find a way to be at your best in, 3 weeks when the conference tournament starts? And this is a way to find that. This is a good team. And, I mean, the fans need this. It's the last time you're going to have Nevada here. I don't know if ever. If they can get a home and home in the non-con or something, which would be cool. They should. But, I mean, I think the fans want this one tonight. One more chance to boo Nevada when they run in here, BJ. And
Noodles, Neal.
Shockingly, Boise State, for me, shockingly, 6.5 point favorite.
Yeah, that seems way too high for me.
Because Nevada, I think, is playing better basketball right now than Boise State. Nevada beat this team back in December.
Yeah.
I know it was different circumstances, but
by like 16 points.
Yeah. So I think this is going to be all the Broncos can handle and more. You're going to need the analysis during timeouts on BNN.
Yes.
I mean, you're going to need BJ
no doubt.
and Nathan to break this down and let you know how we're doing on this thing.
Looks like our man John Anderson is trying to track down Spencer Danielson over there.
Where?
Over there in the corner, Spencer Danielson is talking to Kaylin Downs, the women's golf coach, and there is John kind of stalking him, waiting his chance to talk to Spencer there. So we'll see if John can be successful in that.
Spencer will give John a few minutes, 100%.
No doubt about it. The under 4 timeout, Johnny, the under 4 timeout of the first half is when they are going to honor the 3-time Mountain West Conference champion football team. They have blocked off this entire section of seats right here. The football team will be here, but I would assume at halftime a good chunk of them probably head out. They're honoring them at the under 4 timeout of the first half. But at least for the first half, you'll have the football team seated in these seats right here. You have the sunglasses, the pom-poms. The first 100 people got free passes for 100 students, free passes to Tamarack.
Those beanies. They got those white Boise
those are the
State
Tamarack.
beanies.
Those are the Tamarack Boise State beanies right there.
Those things are legit, man.
All right, those are pretty nice.
Yeah, I don't wear Boise State gear, but I would wear that beanie if I was a Boise State fan, 100%. Tamarack on the back. I mean, they're trying everything, and good for them to try to somehow do what's never been done. Have a consistent student section. I want BJ, and I was thinking about this today driving in, watching whatever the hell that was of a show this morning you guys were doing.
At 9:20 when it started?
Stinking knuckleheads.
You ever done that in your broadcast career?
Yes.
You ever done, I don't know, on the radio?
Yes, I've done it. I've started radio shows, and I haven't went the live button before.
You were on you were still on the syndication or something?
LeGrand, Oregon. It was dead air.
All right. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I just forgot to turn it on.
We've
done it, but anyway,
yeah, I was pretty embarrassed.
I was watching that coming in, and I was thinking you should get TB on BNN live in the morning, because the only time I remember the student section being worth anything, you had the dedication of the man in the straw hat.
His straw hat needs to be in the rafters somewhere.
And he would pump them up, and they don't have leadership. Student sections need leaders. They need social groups. They need Facebook pages, Instagram pages, I should say.
Do you know who I believe used to be a president of the Corral at some point?
Nathan Carroll?
I believe so.
Good for him. He tried.
I believe
I give him respect there. But they've never been able to build a consistent student section. Tonight might be cool because you get some of the football guys there, but football guys don't cheer. They just sit there and cool out.
Yep.
They don't get up there and cheer. And, I mean, I get it. I probably wouldn't either. But
Colin Belknap likes Nevada by 10 tonight. So Nevada +6 would be his play. Need to see BSU beat a good team. I'm not a believer they can do it. Johnny, I don't know if I should whisper this louder. I'm not sure Nevada's that good of a team.
You're not all in on Nevada, huh?
I'm not. I think.
What don't you love about Nevada? Where do you think they're weak?
They haven't beaten a lot of good teams. Let's just say that.
Like they haven't.
The best 5 teams they've played, they've lost to.
So they haven't went through near.
No, their Mountain West wins are Colorado State, Boise State, Fresno, Wyoming, Air Force, San Jose, UNLV, and Grand Canyon, which they should have lost. They've lost to San Diego State, Utah State, New Mexico, and then they also lost in the non-conference to the 2 best teams they played, Santa Clara and Washington. So they might be good. I'm just saying, people are saying they want to see Boise State beat some good teams. I'd like to see Nevada beat some good teams as well. Yeah. But this is certainly a game Boise State could and theoretically, frankly, should win tonight, in my opinion.
You think they could and should?
Well, as a 6-point spread, I mean, which is odd to me because Ken Palm's only 3. Very rarely. Very rare do you see a 3-point discrepancy from the Ken Palm number to the point spread.
And
hey, this guy's in his element tonight with a white suit
guy.
It's a
white out. Can you get him on? Everybody.
I don't want to get him on. I can put him on here though. I'll put him on
not on the show. Yeah, guys, watch white suit guy. This guy is slick. Rick,
he's got the white suit. He's ready to go.
Every single game, he wears that white suit. He walks in like he owns the place. He's got ladies, and I don't even know where he's headed. But that dude's a badass, man. I got a lot of respect.
Well, this is like the perfect game for him with the white out here.
It is. He fits right in.
But Nevada, I want to see him beat some good teams.
Yeah, I do too. Does this count? Is this a good team if Nevada wins this game?
I mean, Ken Palm-wise, yes, it'd be their best win of the season.
It would?
I believe
so. If Nevada wins this game, it's their best win of the year?
Ken Palm is, let's see, their best win is Grand Canyon. Yep, yeah. The highest Ken Palm team they've beaten right now is 59.
Wow.
Boise State the first time.
You're on to something on this then. You're on to something on this, and obviously Las Vegas knows this too. I mean, Nevada is the New England Patriots of the Mountain West basketball standings, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
They're beating on the lower-level teams. I'm kind of kidding on that, but I think Nevada – I've been pretty spot on with this team this year. I think Nevada wins this game too.
Dub track. Boise gets destroyed tonight.
I wouldn't say that, but I think Nevada comes in here and wins. I think Alford what is it? I don't even know what Noodle's real first name is.
Craig Neal. Craig Neal. Okay. Who do you think's more of a Mountain West hated? I mean, Craig Neal has been the longtime assistant, but he's actually been in the league longer because he took over as the head coach at New Mexico when Steve Alford went to UCLA.
He was like one of the. I don't want to say he was like how Utah State fan looks at Tim Duryea, but Noodles Neal was the one guy I'm thinking in Albuquerque that didn't win to the point where he had another gig, right? He was the one guy that didn't dominate there, which is kind of odd. He had some good teams, though. Don't get me wrong. That was a good era. Alford took his kid to UCLA, Bryce, who was a good player as well.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
No doubt about it. Nevada coming back onto the court here for their warm-ups.
Last time to boo them.
Not a huge crowd at this point, Johnny. 7:00 game. Folks are getting off work, making their way down. John Anderson's here, and he's got his white shirt on for the whiteout. But we're going to see tonight, Johnny. This is a big game for Boise State because they had the 4-game winning streak. obviously an opportunity here for Boise State to try to get back on track because, Johnny, this schedule is not easy coming up, man. At New Mexico on Saturday.
Okay.
UNLV at home next Friday.
Has to be a win.
At Utah State.
That's a loss.
I mean, there's a tough stretch coming up here.
San Jose State has to be a win. Wyoming has to be a win. Fresno has to be a win. Colorado State has to be a win. And you know what? San Diego State at home on senior night has to be a win.
That's a winnable game.
They win those games.
According to Ken Palm, they're going 6-3 in the final 9. Would you take that right now? Is that too optimistic?
6-3 in the final 9. That would mean they're 11-9 in league.
They'd get to 19 wins.
They'd be 11-9. Okay. Yeah, I'd take 11-9 in the league if I was a Boise State fan.
No, they'd be 11 and
you play 20 league games.
Yeah, 11-9. Yep.
Yeah, they'd be 11-9.
Overall, they'd be
and that's
19 and 12.
The 5th or 6th place team if you're 11-9.
I keep saying you got to get to the 5 seed, man. If you can get to the 5 seed, which a win tonight.
Does that mean you get Air Force?
Yes.
Oh,
you have to play. But you have to play 4 games in 4 days.
That's
which right now looks like you have to.
That's okay.
But yes,
a team that has psychological issues
and Boise State
needs Air Force
needs
to
a win
to get the cobwebs
and they've got
out.
plenty of depth this year. You don't have guys playing 40 minutes.
100%.
Like 4 games in 4 days might not matter for them. And how many times have we seen Boise State play on that first day or not play the first day and then come in jittery and lose to the team that just played the first day?
New Mexico.
They're
Max Rice.
Utah State, it happened one year with Tim Duryea as coach for Utah State.
You're right.
Sam Merrill went for 30 points because they were all feeling good. They had won. They had played in the gym. You sit around all day if you're the 4 seed, 3 seed, 2 seed till the next night to play. Like, I think if you can get to the 5 seed and get Air Force in your first game, then you get the worst of the teams that got the buys, the 4 seed in the quarterfinals. I think that opens up for you there a little bit. So, if you win tonight, you have a chance at the 5 seed.
And then you'd find yourself in the semis, right?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you're a Final Four team in this league.
And who knows?
You know what
You're playing with house money. The 1 seed's all nervous or whatever. You come in with enough.
Especially if you're hot, you're playing well. And this team needs to find a way to play its best then. And, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a good team. It's not a great Leon team. Did you hear Abu Kijab was in the house tonight?
I did not know that. I did not.
Abu Kijab.
All right.
Somehow, some way.
We got to get him on the show then.
Is
I wish I
in
knew that.
the house.
You should have told me that a little earlier. Great job.
No, I don't need to report to you. But Bob Beeler told me earlier.
Okay.
When he was setting up, he saw Kijab. Maybe he's in the hospitality room.
Okay.
Do they have that for Tuesdays, though?
They do. They're back there right now. Oh, yeah. I would say, what would you say, 80% of people are obliging by the whiteout? There's a good amount of white in here.
Yeah, there is.
Someone was asking where our white was. I forgot about the whiteout, but you have the.
I don't have any white on it. I wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't either. Kijab was legit. Let's see who's the leader of this team, Johnny. Preston would like to know who the leader is of this team.
R.J. Keene.
R.J. Keene, I think, could have a big game tonight.
Okay.
What kind of odds? What kind of odds would you give me on R.J. Keene getting 10 rebounds tonight?
Ooh, that would be
10 rebounds
plus 850.
R.J. Keene getting 10 rebounds tonight.
That would be a
how many
career high,
times has he done that this season? 2 times, maybe once.
I don't know what R.J. Keene's career high in rebounds is.
I can't tell the story until it hopefully happens. But there's a reason that I'm bringing up R.J. Keene, hopefully having a big game tonight.
I think he provides veteran leadership on this team. I mean, he's a 5th year.
Our statistician tells us 1 game with 10 rebounds this season for R.J. Keene.
BJ thinks he's getting at this. Nate Carroll is the statistician, by the way.
You guys all started laughing at me when I said I don't know if I officially predicted it or said I'd like to see it, but R.J. Keene, 10 rebounds.
Jeff Baker.
One of the most talented musicians in Boise.
What if Spencer Aarons leads the team in scoring? What would that odd be?
That's a good one.
That'd be
Plus
heavy.
300. There's your boy Noodles Neal. Look at that hair, man.
Yep, there he is.
Noodles Neal. He's been a guest on Another Night in the Mountain West.
He's walking to the Nevada bench right now. How's Another Night going?
Really good. Really good.
People are liking that
show? He'll be on tonight. We're actually trying to get him down to Vegas for the conference tournament. I think he deserves to be there. We're going to see if we can pull that off.
Definitely.
Crowd is filing in. Johnny, any final thoughts? We're going to get Nathan in here. Obviously, this team hasn't had the season that a lot of people thought that they would, but 9 games left. chance to try to get some momentum for that conference tournament, and who knows what can happen here.
They went on the 4-game win streak. That was really nice to see. And then you said, okay, well, was it the competition or was it the growth? You watched the Grand Canyon game, tough to gauge. Say, oh, they didn't grow at all. They couldn't win at GCU. Look at their winning percentage. It's like in the 90s in that building. So I'll bring it again tonight. Was that 4-game winning streak this team, doing what it needed to do to put itself in a position to maybe win the league tournament? Or was it just they beat up on lollygag Tech? This game will tell, I think, because Nevada is a good team, but as you're saying, not a great team. And I think we'll learn more tonight. Sorry, guys, though. I have Nevada winning this game.
Mike Reed is the lead official tonight, Johnny. He's number 38 ranked ref at KenPom. He did Boise State's home win over New Mexico earlier this season. Sunday night, how about this for a weekend for him? Sunday, he was in Lincoln, Nebraska for Illinois, Nebraska. Friday night, he had the Michigan State game in East Lansing. How about that for a back-to-back nights? On a Thursday night, he was doing Sacramento State, Montana State. And the next night, he's doing Michigan State, and East Lansing.
The stories those guys probably have of the difference in venues. You're right. You're right.
Yeah, I can't imagine even as a ref that you get as pumped up walking into Sacramento State, Montana State,
no, seriously,
as you do walking into the Breslin Center for Michigan State.
I mean, hey, there's Mike Bibby who coaches Sac State. Okay.
Right,
no, I'm kidding though. But yeah, that must be weird that when they go to the Breslin Center.
He had another one where on a Friday night he did Akron against Ohio. And the next day, he did Illinois at Purdue.
Yeah.
I mean, you talk about a swing like that.
The difference in talent, too, for those guys.
BYU, Arizona State one night, Cal State, Fullerton, UC San Diego the next.
Oh, he was in the Big West. Those are that's an arena to a gymnasium. Like, that's a gymnasium at UCSD.
Yeah. Well, he's the lead official tonight, 38th ranked ref at KenPom.
All right.
He's a solid ref, but he doesn't take your BS. He doesn't take your BS. He's not a big guy. He'll give you the hand.
What are the odds Leon gets teed up?
If it's
been a while, hasn't it? When's the last time Leon was teed up?
Oh, he's had one pretty recently, hasn't he? I think he's had a couple
in the win streak. I don't know if he did.
No, not during the win streak. He had one on the road somewhere. I'm trying to think when the last one was, but
maybe you think is there a shot there tonight? If things don't go well, is Leon going to be a little hot?
I could see that.
He needs this win, man.
What's your guy's name here? Is this John who's wearing the glasses?
Yeah. He's coming in right now. He's the usher. Watch, he'll wave to us.
There you go. He's got the sunglasses on. He's wow.
That's my guy.
Right. Hey, Johnny, appreciate you. What your finals prediction is? Nevada winning this game.
Yeah.
That's why we love you, man. You're
love
honest.
you guys. Love you.
Nevada +6 the play according to Johnny Ballgame here tonight. Get those score predictions in. Your comments, your thoughts. Again, we're going to be streaming this game live. You can stay here and watch the game right here on Bronco Nation News. This is going to be a 3-4 hour feed going straight through tonight's game. I just Johnny just waving to somebody in the crowd. I'll just leave it at that. But tonight's broadcast, the Mountain West Network, Jay Tust on the call. We're going to be able to stream the game right here on BNN. So get us on your YouTube app right now on your smart TV, or however you do it with the chat. If you do it on your phone, whatever. But you can keep this chat going, the ICCU YouTube chat during the game, and you can chat during the game, and you can chat with other Boise State fans. We'll be in the chat. And then Nathan, Johnny, and myself, we're going to take turns on timeouts, jumping in with like 2-minute analysis. And then when the broadcast resumes with Jay Tust and Brian King, we will throw it back to the broadcast. So you'll get the full Mountain West Network experience. You'll get their replays. You'll hear Jay Tust. You'll get the full call. We can pick up their stream right here on BNN. And then once they go to commercial break, we'll be able to jump in with our thoughts. And then how about this? At halftime, Spencer Danielson is going to join us live. So we will have Spencer Danielson live at halftime. Make sure you're watching here on BNN at halftime. Spencer Danielson going to join us. You can get your questions, thoughts in for the football coach in the chat here at halftime on Bronco Nation News. Want to thank a couple sponsors, and we're going to get Nathan Carroll in here. TacoBellWorks.com is the website for Taco Bell. You can check out the SON Management Group, the Nicolason family. We appreciate Taco Bell for their support of Bronco Nation News, the Treasure Valley Taco Bell locations, whether it's their breakfast quesadillas, whether it's the crispy chicken strips, so many great options. Visit a Treasure Valley at Taco Bell location today. And if you're at the game, perfect place to stop on the way home. Taco Bell, TacoBellWorks.com. If you're in the arena or coming down for the game, make sure you check out one of the kiosks for the Blue and Orange Store. The official in-venue provider of Boise State merchandise is the Blue and Orange Store, online at theblueandorangestore.com. You can also visit their Allen Noble Hall of Fame location where they can get customized jerseys, football, basketball in minutes. They can also do the Allen Noble Hall of Fame has all that jerseys, customized stuff. They can do jerseys, caps, bumper stickers, car flags, and, of course, the location there at the Boise Town Square Mall has 14,000-plus hats on their hat wall. Check them out at the Blue and Orange Store and theblueandorangestore.com. Hey, Signature Roofing, online at mysignatureroofing.com. Whether it's a re-roof, a repair, an estimate, or an inspection, all your roofing needs. The official roofer of Bronco Nation News is Signature Roofing. Check them out online at mysignatureroofing.com. mysignatureroofing.com. And we checked the Signature Roofing scoreboard update. There are a couple games tonight in the Mountain West outside of this one. You've got New Mexico. No, that's tomorrow night. You've got Wyoming and San Diego State. That is at San Diego State. You've got Air Force and Grand Canyon tonight. And then Fresno, UNLV. I believe that's at Fresno. That should be a pretty interesting game there. So 4 games tonight in the Mountain West. Tom Moser will have a full show for you coming up afterwards. And one more sponsor I want to thank right now before we get to Nathan Carroll is Matt Bauscher and Bauscher Real Estate. Number 1 ranked realtor in the Treasure Valley is Matt Bauscher and Bauscher Real Estate. Check him out. Looking to buy or sell a home, he can help you out. Matt Bauscher and Bauscher Real Estate. Again, online at BauscherRealEstate.com. We bought and sold our home with Matt and his team. Tremendous customer service every step of the way. And we encourage you to take advantage of Matt Bauscher and his great options to sell and buy a home. We bring in our man Nathan Carroll. The football team starting to arrive here. Folks in white for the whiteout. Cameron Bates walking up the steps here. So football team in the house, at least for the first half, Nathan. They're being honored at the under 4 timeout of the first half. We'll see how many stick around for the second half. But crowd filing in. They're giving away some free stuff to the students, and obviously a big one tonight for Boise State.
Yeah, I joked about it on Twitter. I would have loved to have been a student for this game. A free pass to Tamarack if you're one of the first 100 students to come.
And there were some folks that went running in. They got here, I could tell, right at 6 o'clock, so they could be one of those first 100.
That's a heck of a deal. I'd be jumping all over that one. But, yeah, absolutely. I mean, a big one tonight as much as you can when you're 5-6 in Mountain West play, right? I think it's a big one in terms of the trajectory of this team. You get the 4-game winning streak against some lower-level competition going and look really good in those 4 games. But then all of that momentum sapped away with that loss to Grand Canyon. I think tonight we'll answer a lot of questions. Was that Grand Canyon game a blip in the road against a team who maybe is a bad matchup for you in one of the toughest road environments, not only in the Mountain West, really in the country? And do you get back to form against a good Nevada team, or is this just a team who's really capable of beating up on the bad teams in the Mountain West but can't beat the top of the league? Evan Maya has an opponent adjustment metric. I call it the covariance matrix because it's essentially how well do you play against the better teams versus how well do you play against bad ones. Boise State 354th currently in that metric, meaning they're really good at blowing out the bad teams, not so good when they're playing the top of the league. And so far just 1-6 against teams in the Mountain West with a 500 record or better in conference play. I think tonight's going to answer a lot of questions about, okay, how good is this team really?
Well, I would say it answers some questions for Nevada, too, because they haven't beaten a lot of good teams either. So we were talking about that earlier. They've lost to the 5 best teams they've played in the numbers, and the first win against Boise State is their best win. So I think the verdict's out for me a little bit on Nevada as well. They've beat up on a lot of the bottom teams in the conference. I know they're sitting at 8-3, but I'm not totally sold yet on Nevada. Somebody is asking about the game broadcast. Yes, I've said it a couple of times. I'll say it again if you just joined us. We will have the broadcast right here on this stream. You do not need to leave this stream to watch the game tonight. We're going to pull the Mountain West Network feed in, the Creator Sports Network, our agreement with them, and Cody Gogler and Chris Kutz and everybody at Boise State. They're allowing us to pull the game in and stream it. We appreciate it. There's Dylan Riley walking up towards his seat with the football team as they continue to make their way in. There's Matt Wagner, the tight end, Michael Madre, a lot of the players coming in here. They've got reserve seats here for the football team. So going to be fun having them in here. But, yes, what I was saying, the live stream, yes, right here in this. Well, you'll be able to watch the game right here. Nathan and me and Johnny are going to kind of rotate the timeouts and give our thoughts during some of the commercial breaks. And then at halftime, we're going to have Spencer Danielson on live. But, yes, you don't need to go watch the Mountain West Network feed. You can watch the same broadcast. Yeah, it's not going to be me with a webcam. It's going to be the actual Mountain West Network feed. We're going to pull it in here right here on this stream. So watch the stream. You don't need to go anywhere else. We have the national anthem coming up in a minute or so. I want to talk about the defense, but let's pivot for 1 minute. We have about a minute or 90 seconds. What do you make of the Mountain West TV deal today that came out, and you wrote a story about it, how it compares to the TV deal with the Pac-12?
Yeah, I think it's a decisive win for the Pac-12, right? You're getting quite a bit more exposure. On the football side of things, all of your games are going to be on linear TV. We knew that. Not going to be the case for the Mountain West. Seems like about 75-80% of their games will be on TV, but really on the basketball side is where the Pac-12 deal separates itself. I mean, pretty much you're getting almost double the TV exposure. You're getting guaranteed national games. So comparatively, I think it shows that you're definitely getting a better deal. We don't know the numbers, and that's ultimately what matters to some extent. But, yeah, I think Pac-12 fans should feel pretty good about things compared to what we see that the Mountain West is getting.
Yeah, and it's funny because to me it looks fairly similar. Like I think the USA Network for basketball is the big difference. But a lot of people are saying like this is dumb. They should have just merged. They're fairly similar. The big thing we don't know is the money. We just don't know the packages themselves are pretty similar. But if they were willing to pay an extra $1 million a team or something to the Pac teams, then obviously that will show that they made the right decision.
Yeah, and the fact that the Pac-12 is getting more games put on air despite having one less team in football and basketball, I think is probably an indication that the money's likely going to be better. They just have more games. They have more the product to be able to put out there. So there were reports the Mountain West, they are not going to drop legacy members from the 3.5 that they were already getting. John Canzano reported last week that Pac-12 deal is expected to be somewhere into the 6 to 10 ballpark. So, look, you can debate whether it's worth it or not, but it seems as if the Pac-12 is going to get more money and get more exposure.
Hey, we're getting ready for the national anthem here. Boise State, Nevada coming up. Here's your national anthem. All right. Hope you had the over on the national anthem time. Great anthem, but that was great.
I hope you had the over.
That was from one of the choirs, I believe, here at Boise State. Nice anthem there for Boise State as fans start to pile in. Some fans noticing on the chat, maybe not the largest crowd to this point, but 7:00 game. Hopefully, they're all still in the beer line here, Nathan.
Yeah, it's I don't know, and it's not a great crowd yet. We've seen smaller crowds here in this arena still be pretty active, pretty engaged, but yeah, certainly not a great crowd.
At this point, if you want to be here, you're probably here. If you're here, you're going to probably make some noise because you want to be here. But I would say decent number with the whiteout as well. Not a perfect whiteout, but given some previous whiteouts I've seen, this is actually one of the better ones in terms of the word getting out about the whiteout and things like that. So.
Yeah. 70-80% white, I'd say, somewhere in that ballpark maybe.
Football team didn't get the memo on the whiteout, though.
Football team did not get the memo. No. No, actually, pretty impressive. Not a single one of them in white. We've got light gray, but that's it. So
I did see they were wheeling in the Mountain West Championship trophy, and they have all three from the three-peat.
Love it.
So I don't know if they're going to put them out there at midcourt or what the plan is. Maybe they're around here for photos somewhere if you're in the arena. But somebody on the show this morning said, why are they honoring? I must have been a fan of another team. Why? They're honoring a 9-5 football team? I said, well, they're 3-time defending Mountain West champions. Guess they're not defending anymore. They're leaving the conference. But 3 times reigning Mountain West Conference football champions. And so they're here tonight to be honored. And again, Spencer Danielson will join us at halftime. If you hopefully you're going to watch the game right here on this feed with us. Hopefully the viewership gets as good as it did for the Hawaii Pacific game, but for different reasons. The last couple of minutes of the Hawaii Pacific game was one of the most viewed broadcasts we've ever had. Johnny, Kevin McDonald, the former Potato Bowl director, is here. Kevin McDonald, the former Potato Bowl director, is here. See some other folks coming in that we recognize and know. And see Craig Shoemaker down there. Do they have no longer have the teams present for the national anthem? No, they haven't had that in a while.
Not in years.
It depends on the venue, but most places. Grand Canyon did. The teams were on the floor for the anthem at Grand Canyon, but a lot of teams that kind of I'm not trying to be disrespectful to the anthem here. Obviously, play the anthem whenever you want, but I think the reason they don't do it right before tip-off is everyone's fired up, ready for the game, and welcome to the arena, and that's okay. Now quiet down for the anthem, and so I think they try to do that a little earlier. And then when the clock hits 0, you can just go and play the game. But before I forget, shout out Thad Oldridge, Benny Oldridge, the boys on my son's 11U baseball team. We got to sell the rest of these Super Bowl squares here. I don't know, Nathan, if you want to buy one or not, but we're selling Super Bowl squares. My son's baseball team trying to go to the Little League World Series this year. They're working hard with their winter workouts, getting ready for the season. And If you're got that gambling itch and you want to buy a Super Bowl square, reach out, email me. We'll hook you up. You can help out one of the top 11U baseball teams in the Valley here, the Meridian Select 11U team. Thad Oldridge, just a great BSU fan, great dude. Appreciate you for watching, Thad. And 5 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Now, you wrote a story today. Folks can still go check it out. About everyone's talking about the offense this season. But you looked at some of the numbers, and the bigger problem for Boise State's start this year has actually been, or not start, but where they are at right now, 5-6 in conference play. Yes, the offense hasn't been great for a majority of the season, but you actually say the numbers say the defense has been even worse.
Yeah, particularly once this team's gotten into Mountain West play. I think the offense has drawn some ire because at times it's looked really ugly. There's been moments where you get 4 or 5 minute scoring droughts, but the defense has not been good in Mountain West play. 9th in effective field goal percentage allowed. It's essentially like a weighted field goal percentage to add extra weight to threes, so it's more on track. 9th in three-point percentage allowed. 10th in turnover rate and steal rate. 11th in block rate. To summarize all those numbers, they don't really defend shooters well. They don't defend the three-point line. They don't force turnovers. They don't block shots. The hallmark of this sort of post-COVID run for Leon Rice and Boise State has been the defense. Mike Burns has done an excellent job on that end of the floor. But this team just really, other than rebounding defensively, there's nothing that they've done well on that end of the floor in Mountain West play. And you go back to that Grand Canyon game, the offense, only makes 6 field goals in the second half. But ultimately, Grand Canyon shot 59% in that game. And it was kind of a microcosm of the season, right, where the offense has these ugly stretches and draws the ire of the fan base. The point guard play isn't very good, all of those things. But the underlying issue really continues to be the defense. That's the thing that if this team wants to start to turn it around and find their ceiling, they need to find a way to get things going on the defensive side of the floor. And my thing is just do one thing well, right? Like, it's pretty rare for a team to be that bad in defending shooters, not forcing turnovers, and not blocking shots. Typically, even bad defenses will be good at one of those things. Hasn't been the case for this team. I think they have to figure out a way to get better on the defensive end of the floor.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, both sides certainly, but yeah, you said some of the numbers not good on the defensive side at all. What's the one? Is there one number? And maybe it's just the field goal percentage, effective field goal percentage, whatever. That's the obvious one if they don't make enough shots. But is there another one that really stands out that, like, if that's one they could just shore up a little bit, it could result to some wins?
Yeah, for me, it's the turnover rate. 3-point percentage allowed, for example. There's some luck built into that. Teams might get hot against you, but the fact that this team really isn't applying any ball pressure, they're not jumping into passing lanes, to me, that's something that's a mentality shift, right? I believe at current rate, this is going to be the lowest turnover rate of Leon Rice's tenure at Boise State. So this team is forcing less turnovers per possession than any Leon Rice team. That's the one to me that stands out, especially when the offense hasn't been totally clicking. Force some turnovers, get out in transition, get easy buckets. That's the one I think is most easily fixable. You're not going to fix blocks rate. You're not going to add a set. Well, I guess in modern college basketball, maybe you can add a 7'2" Serbian to start blocking shots, but it seems unlikely that they do that. You might get a little bit lucky on some of the 3-point stuff, but to me, they need to apply more ball pressure, force more turnovers, and try to get easy buckets out of that.
What do you make of this matchup tonight? Some keys here. We got about 2 minutes on the clock. We'll show you the player introductions and all that stuff. We'll throw it to the Mountain West Network, but you can stay right with us and watch this game here. You do not need to switch over to the Mountain West Network. We are going to stream this game live here on BNN, and so you can watch the game here. Continue chatting with folks in the chat. Don't have to go anywhere. Watch the game right here on this feed, and then stay for the postgame show right here on this feed as well. But as we finish up the Lithia Ford of Boise pregame show and transition into the game broadcast, got about a minute here. What do you make of this game tonight?
I was shocked to see that the spread on this is up to 6.5 in Boise State's favor. We've not seen Boise State particularly good against the top half of the Mountain West. I'm in prove-it mode with this team. Prove to me you can beat one of these better teams in Mountain West play. I would actually lean Nevada in this spot, just given what we've seen from this team. But I think it'll come down to what it usually comes down to for Boise State teams. Find a way to rebound, find a way to hit threes. It was an ugly game in the first one. Try to find a way to do those things and get back to Boise State basketball.
And it's funny because typically in years past, whatever, it's like, okay, got to win by at least 6, whatever. Now it's like, I think if they won by 1 tonight, everybody'd be happy.
Oh,
who cares about the numbers and everything else? Just find a way to win the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Find a way to win. This team is, like we said, they have not had a good win this season in Mountain West play. I guess the New Mexico win at home was a good one, but definitely one that would lift the spirits of the fan base if you can find a way to win. Plus, it's Nevada. Boise State fans hate Nevada. It's the closest rivalry that they've got right now in conference play. Find a way to win. I think Bronco Nation will feel great.
All right, we're going to send it to the Mountain West Network feed again on timeouts, on commercials. We're going to come back in. We're going to let you watch the broadcast on the Mountain West Network feed here. We're going to pull into it as soon as it starts here momentarily. But again, we are going to they're going to have a moment of silence here first for former Boise State coach Bus Connor.
But also as a coach for tennis, football, and a freshman basketball program, leaving lasting impact on Bronco athletics. And being a man Holden and a true Bronco, Coach Connor's legacy lives on through his family, including his son Brett, our men's basketball, the rest of here at National Arena. At this time, we ask you to join us in one of the slides to honor life, legacy, and contributions of Coach Buzz Carter. Thank you.
We're back here. I guess folks were saying there was no sound on the broadcast, so we're going to have to figure that out. We may be broadcasting this game after all, I guess. Nathan, that wasn't the plan here. They are doing the starting lineups. I have no clue why you can't hear the audio here. I'm going to go out of this and try to come back into it. The sound is okay. Reset the permissions. All right, talk for a second, Nathan, while I try to figure this out.
Yeah, I mean, you can talk a little bit about I put out on Twitter and part of that article a little bit about AG NATO. According to Evan Maya's BPR data, which is essentially trying to boil down a basketball player into one metric, he's been Boise State's best defensive player this year. I think eye test-wise checks out a little bit, right? Like in terms of point of attack, really strong, especially for a freshman, and really good lateral quickness to stay in front of players. But the issue with a lot of the lineups with AG NATO, and there's just been offensively not quite there yet. Finishing around the rim hasn't been there. The shot hasn't been totally consistent. But one of the lineups in particular that's worked really well is NATO at the point, Peanut Carmichael at the 2, Meadow at the 3, Javen Buchanan at the 4 with Drew Fielder at the 5. That lineup has worked because you get the point of attack defense with NATO, Andrew Meadow, Javen Buchanan, good enough wing defenders, and then you've got Drew Fielder protecting the rim. But on the offensive end, you get enough shooting and enough guys who can create their own shots, right? When they've played that lineup, Javen is the initiator a lot of time, letting Fielder work off of him. At times, Ice Wing creating his own shots from the top of the key on pick and pops. But then you've got Meadow and Peanut Carmichael who can knock down open shots, right? Obviously, one of the issues for this team all year has just been consistency with the three-point shooting. When guys get open looks, can they knock it down? So that's one lineup I'd like to see get a little bit more run against Nevada. And we'll see how it goes. Obviously, it's not the starting lineup. They've got R.J. Keene out there. They've got Dylan Andrews out there. But that's one lineup when they get out there. I'm keen to see how they perform.
Can you hear the audio right now? Let us know if you're hearing any audio from the Mountain West Network here.
And for him, it's his same starting five. Corey Camper Jr., averaging almost 17 points per game, is their go-to guy. Von Weems is also in the backcourt. All
right, we figured it out. Here, we'll be back on the timeout.
The transfer out of Fresno State will be in the front court alongside Caleb Lowry. This is a Nevada squad that is 16-6 on the season. They are in position right now to earn a bye at the Mountain West Conference Tournament at 8-3 in league play. And we are set for tip-off. For the final time in the Mountain West, it's Boise State and Nevada. The Broncos come away with the opening possession. Slow starts have been a bit of an issue for Boise State, especially during their 4-game losing streak. They've won 4 out of their last 5, though, and their starts have been a big reason why they've been more successful. 9 on the shot clock, out to Dylan Andrews, over to Andrew Meadow. Misses just off the back end of the iron. It's Jaden Buchanan with an offensive rebound, though, and the Broncos reset the shot clock.
But you got to like seeing Meadow take that early shot, and Fielder just a little miss there, unfortunately, continuing from some of his GCU woes. Again, we talked about in the pregame about how we have to get Meadow going early, and I like the fact that he's pulling the trigger for the Broncos.
They said that was a big emphasis leading up to this game over these last couple of practices, was finding a way to not only get Meadow going, but then sustain that, right? Made a couple of shots early against GCU and then went silent. Man, something about the Lopes being able to contain him. In 62 minutes played against Grand Canyon this year, Meadow only shot 6 times. The crazy thing, his field goal percentage was 83.3%. Dylan Andrews right down to the lane, finishes with the left off the window.
Savvy finish by Andrews. He really had to cut through a few defenders in that situation, but nice job really focusing on his finish and making it count, getting the Broncos on the board.
Weems tries the 3, long. Keene catches the air ball.
There's something about the outside shooting right now. Hopefully that changes for all the fans that are here tonight.
Fielder pump fakes, then goes into the lane. Spins a couple times, tries to go up over Price and gets the teardrop floater to fall.
That took some strength for Fielder there. I don't know how he kept that left foot on the ground as he finished that shot, but nice job by him to get the finish.
Trying to go into the body of one of the best defenders in the Mountain West Conference, too. Fielder on the board. Now it's Price going the other way. Fielder goes up to contest. It looks like he got the piece of Price's arm. Price still able to finish, and he's going to go to the free throw line where he has made a living this season.
Price, boy, going up strong is key. I mean, Fielder is a tough defender. And of course, he was chasing that play, but great job by Price to make it count, and a costly foul against Fielder.
Price completes the 3-point play.
Little 1-2-2 pressure here out of Nevada. Again, they have that length with Lowry up in the top.
Broncos into the front court, 20 on the shot clock. Dylan Andrews dribbles baseline, back out to Fielder. Hands it off to Andrews. He thought about a 3, 7 on the shot clock. The Broncos got to go on offense. The behind the back pass from Buchanan up top. Drew Fielder with the one-handed finish.
Pretty basketball. Everybody in the arena erupted with cheers on that one. Nice behind the back pass and good vision by Javon.
Good patient possession there by Boise State. It's Buchanan with a beautiful behind the back pass. Broncos lead 6-3 in the early going. A little over 17 minutes to go here in the first half. 4 on the shot clock. Comer for 3 from deep. He misses, and it's Andrews with the rebound. The Broncos are going to push in transition. Comer gets under Fielder on the outlet pass and gets whistled for the foul.
And Comer definitely got whistled for the foul, but had he not, I think that was going to be another slam jam.
Yeah, probably a wise foul, I would say, by Comer. And now Boise State's going to inbound it from the baseline. Boise State a perfect 3 for 3 over their last few possessions. They've gotten hot after missing their first 2 shots of the game. Andrews is going to try the 3. A little long. Keene pokes it out to Buchanan. Another offensive rebound by Boise State, and it's Buchanan that's going to attack and get to the free throw line. That's just kind of what Keene does, Kim, what he's known for. He is so good at going up and creating those deflections and second chance opportunities for Boise State.
I know he gets a reputation of being the glue guy, and that's one of those exact reasons why poking the ball out, giving that extra possession for the Broncos, and Buchanan making good on it, attacking the rim tough, and hopefully he can get 2 at the line.
First free throw is up and good for Buchanan. He has seen his game just steadily improve over the course of the season. He's kind of battled some health issues at times. In November, he only shot 35.4% from the field. He saw that number go up to almost 42% in December. In the month of January, that climbed to almost 45%. So his season trending in a good direction as he converts on both free throw attempts. Again, these two teams met right before Christmas to open league play on December 20th, and it was Nevada coming away with a convincing victory down in Reno. Here goes Price at Parolin. He finishes again. Price with all 5 for Nevada so far.
Tough finish by Price, who was a Mountain West Player of the Week back in January. So, again, they got a couple tough players on this squad. Price probably best known for his rebounding prowess, but that was a wonderful take to the hoop.
Averaging 12.5 points, almost 9 rebounds per game. Buchanan a little strong on the 3. Another offensive rebound for Boise State. Buchanan was looking down low for Parolin. Instead, goes to Andrews. 8 on the shot clock. Andrews trying to create for himself. Spins back into the lane. Hits the fadeaway. With the shot clock winding down, Andrews extends Boise State's lead back out to 5.
It was like one of those playground shots you practice all day. You can almost hear the countdown in his head as he lifted at the right time.
Price, a deep jumper, misses a little short. Buchanan and Keene battling for the rebound. Keene hits the floor. Buchanan gets the board. Buchanan trying to go one-on-one. Goes baseline. Creates a little bit of space and hits the reverse layup.
Nice job by Buchanan just staying with it. I mean, on the first bounce, he had contact, and then he just sort of popped back and created a little bit of space, like you say. Similar right there on the other end by the Wolfpack. Price just couldn't get to finish the fall.
Price puts a shoulder into Parolin, tries to create some space, can't finish. Andrews dribbling through traffic. Tosses it down to Parolin, sets him up beautifully.
All right, Dom, Parolin with the bucket. And Nevada needs a timeout, 14-5. What a start for Boise State. I think you can hear the broadcast okay with Jay Tust. Now I think you can hear us okay. Let us know if we figured this out here. But 14-5, Nathan Carroll, one of the better home starts here in a while.
Yeah, we were just saying, haven't been a lot of fast starts in this building, and they've come out and started exceptionally fast. After going 0 for 2 to start the game, 6 of their last 8 buckets have fallen. They've been extremely intentional about getting the ball inside, getting to the rack, trying to take advantage. Offensively, they're one of the better two-point shooting teams in the conference, and they've really sought to make that a strength today. Really good start so far.
By the way, Spencer Danielson looks like a proud papa here. He's got his whole team here. Halftime. Yes. No, you're our halftime guest, I think. Yeah. All right, Spencer's ready to go at halftime.
He says it's why he came.
Yes.
He came solely to do halftime.
All right, they said that our mic is twice as loud as the stream, so we're going to turn our mics down a little bit. Turn your feet up. I was as loud as I can on the Mountain West Network feed, so I'll do our best here to turn us down a little bit. Turn your volume all the way up. We should be down a little bit. Let me know if that's better. Doing the best we can. Sorry about the volume issues there. Let us know if that's better. Also, sorry, I don't know if you said this because I was talking to Spencer, but 12 of the 14 points already in the paint, too.
Yes, yep. They made a point to get inside. It's something that I felt like a broken record because I felt every other article I was writing about how, hey, when this team takes a bunch of threes, they've lost games. When they pound the ball inside, they've won games. So far, they're pounding the ball inside, and it's yielding dividends. I mean, 14-5 start. Defense has looked pretty solid as well. I mean, you get a little lucky when they miss a couple of shots, but not much to say. Great start for the Broncos.
Yeah, no doubt about it. 14-5, and as we said, 12 points in the paint. They're 6 of 10 from the field. 0 for 4 from 3, though. Got to hit a 3 here.
How about this? Spencer Arians, one of the first guys off the bench.
No doubt. All right, we're going to send it back to the Mountain West Network feed. We'll be back on the next time out here.
Nevada has 1 rebound in the game. Boise State creating and cashing in on second chance opportunities.
That's exactly right. And, I mean, here's the thing. Nevada, statistically, they do so many things so well. We were talking before the game, how does Boise State stop a team that's this good from behind the 3 line and also this good in the mid-range? And we just talked about efficiency and then getting more possessions. You have to value your possessions when you are on the offensive end. So the Broncos really have been doing that. Getting those second chance opportunities are huge.
Boise State also getting into the paint, 12 points in the paint. 4 for 4 on layups, and they also converted on their only dunk attempt. That was the highlight of the game so far. Behind the back pass from Buchanan to Fielder. That is Elijah Price cutting to the hole. He gets fouled again.
And that's another one of those little take fouls. I think the Broncos realized that was going to be a little bit of fireworks there for the Wolfpack. Tough cut there by Price. Yeah, easy call for the official.
Elijah Price has all 5 points for Nevada so far. Misses that free throw attempt. He's converted almost 76% of his free throw attempts this season. No stranger to individual success. His career got off to a tough start at Fresno State because the Bulldogs weren't very good. But, man, Alford grabbed up one of the best Mountain West transfers out of the portal, and now Elijah Price is thriving in Reno. Makes the second free throw attempt.
Yeah, he actually started his career at Drake, just redshirted there, not for an injury or anything. And then he got that opportunity to move to Fresno. He's been there the last 2 years. So I know Alford was very excited to get him out of the portal.
13 minutes, 47 seconds to go here in the first half. Boise State leads 14-5. Pearson Carmichael off the bench into the lane, misses, and it's Spencer Arians cleaning it up.
Gotta love the Canadian grabbing the ball off the glass there and finishing. I thought that was a nice drive by Carmichael. But again, second chance opportunities. You can't say enough about that.
A strong showing here from Boise State so far. Again, Nevada 16-6 coming into this one. Right now it's Boise State that leads the game 16-6. Good defensive possession. Keene rips it away. Hands it off to Arians. Arians looking for Parolin down low, but it's Camper that intercepts the pass. They move quickly the other way, but can't finish in transition. Nevada finally gets an offensive rebound. They swing it around. Bailey for 3, no good. Price somehow winds up with it, goes right at Pearson Carmichael. He can't finish. It's Parolin that grabs a rebound, but poked away. Nevada still with possession and a fresh 30 on the shot clock.
I think that's what the official is trying to confirm. I don't think we should have had a fresh 30. Yeah, the shot clock's now being reset to 17.
It looked like Parolin grabbed it, didn't necessarily regain possession or gain possession, I should say, before the ball was poked away. So they will put 17 on the shot clock, a little over 12 and a half minutes left on the game clock here in the opening half. Over to Camper, yet to score so far. Heck, yet to even attempt a shot. We'll see if he wants to create here with 6 on the shot clock. Goes right past Parolin, hits the floater.
Smooth. I've been really enjoying just watching Camper. I don't know how much you're seeing of this. Him just running off these screens. I mean, the coaches were telling us this in the production call, how well they use those low block screens. And Camper has just been getting sideline to sideline sprints. Just hasn't had that opening yet.
Nato over to Arians. He hits from the corner. The true freshman setting up a true freshman.
Arians has a beautiful stroke, and that corner shot looks to be a favorite of his. Nice job by Nato finding him and making that possession count.
Boise State has made 5 of their last 6 shots. They have an 11-point lead as we tick down under 12 minutes to go in the first.
All right, we're back here at the media timeout, 11:42 to go. Boise State gets the three-pointer from Spencer Aarons. The Broncos leading 19-8. This is Bronco Nation News simulcast coverage here courtside at Extra Mile Arena. We appreciate you guys with us, and we know it's not the most technically perfect broadcast here, but going back and forth, but doing the best we can. I think the audio is okay, not great. Somebody was asking if the crowd is filed in. Maybe I can get this second camera going here while we're talking to kind of show the crowd here. There's a look at the crowd.
Yeah,
I'd say the lower 2 levels filled in.
Lower bowl probably 70% full, and then that middle rung maybe about half full. I don't know. This place seats, what is it, 12,000? Somewhere around there, maybe 6,000 in here tonight.
Should I give a little look at the football team here? We do have the football team is sitting right here. Those are all the guys on the football team right there. The security guy there, but the entire football team is here for the first half, and they've been making some noise and getting into it.
Yeah, someone said over 100 for the corral. There's like 85 football players here, so I think the corral as a whole probably over 100. They actually, and you talked about it on Twitter, the split with the band really hurts the student section, but you've got a pretty decent, healthy showing here in the corral, at least in this bottom section, and then it's so hard to tell with that middle strip how many are students and how many are just people filing in, but yeah, all things considered, crowd's done a decent job.
All right, quick thought here. 19-8, the Broncos shooting 62%, 8 of 13 from the field.
Yeah, bench unit came in and hasn't given up a big run. Interesting that Leon Rice pulled Dylan Andrews early, and then it looked like coming back in. Dylan Andrews back in now. I thought he had a good start. So, looking to see what else the Broncos can do and if they can keep this momentum going.
All right, this is the simulcast Bronco Nation News and the Mountain West Network feed. We'll get you back to Jay Tust here. We'll be back on the next time out.
Boise, the Broncos have won 3 out of the last 5 in this series. However, Nevada won earlier this year. The Wolfpack trying to sweep the season series against Boise State for the first time since 2018.
And Jay, you talked about the Broncos needing a fast start. They're off to a great one. I mean, they're shooting 61.5% from the field right now. The only low spot right now would be the 20% from the three-point line, shooting 1 of 5 from that area. So if they can get that clicking, watch out.
Boise State with it on offense. Both A.G. Nato and Dylan Andrews into the game. Paired with Pearson Carmichael, Drew Fielder, and Spencer Aarons. 5 on the shot clock. Drew picks up his dribble over to Nato. He just has to hoist up a 3 as the shot clock expires. Not the best offensive possession coming out of a stoppage for the Broncos.
Yeah, coming out of a stoppage or a timeout situation, you really want to value that possession, especially when the Broncos have been on such a roll. They were 5 of 6 from the last possessions, and now they're 5 of 7. Missed opportunity for the Broncos.
3rd turnover of the game for Boise State. Nevada now with an opportunity to try to climb back into this one. They have 7 on the shot clock. They try to go to work, but a loose ball on the floor. Nato picks it up. Ball was poked out of bounds. It's going to stay with Boise State.
And I think that might have been a situation we call a foul or we give the ball to the Broncos. I think the official made the right decision right there and just go ahead and give it back to Andrews. That's fine.
So here come the Broncos after an empty possession last time down the floor. It's Carmichael down to Fielder. Number of pump fakes. Misses out of bounds off of Boise State.
You can sure see that Coach Alford had mentioned a little point of emphasis on the boxing out. That last possession when Fielder goes up, you see 4 Wolfpack players all surrounding him, making sure that there's no second chance opportunity.
So it'll be Rollison into the front court here. Over to Bailey. Bailey dribbling at the top of the key, going to hand it back off to Rollison. He hits a floater. This is where this team can be dangerous, that little mid-range.
Absolutely. A nice floater. You got to practice those so many times to get proficient at the floater, but any sort of little bump. Speaking of little bumps, we got a little conversation down here. The official's trying to cool everybody down.
It really is what makes this Nevada team so hard to guard at times. In today's game, Kim, it's all about shooting threes and making layups, right? And Nevada's got this old school approach where they can be really good and deadly in the mid-range game. They're also one of the best shooting three-point teams in the country. So it's hard to make them uncomfortable on offense. That's why Boise State start so far has been pretty impressive. Drew Fielder from the top of the key.
Nice finish by Fielder. Again, right now the Wolfpack are 9th in the nation in three-point percentage, but they're 0 for 3. So if the Broncos can continue on the offensive end, and then hopefully the shooting woes continue for the Wolfpack, that could make the difference. Oh, nutmeg there. Nutmeg. little soccer terminology. We're going to toss that in as well.
That was Price trying to kick it back out to Bailey, a little too hot to handle.
Don't see that very often in Division I college basketball.
That's the 4th turnover, by the way, for Nevada. The 3rd turnover for Price. So here come the Broncos, their largest lead of the game. Currently on a 6-0 run. Peanut Carmichael on the weak side, cleans up the glass. Now it's Fielder trying to attack. Double teamed from Andrews over to Buchanan. He pump fakes, gets an open look, and one.
Nice job by Buchanan. Even better job by Andrews, really. He had to catch that in air, find his teammate, and Buchanan with the patience to let the defenders go by before he gets the finish himself.
What a job by Javen Buchanan. Fielder leads the way with 7 points for Boise State. Buchanan with a chance to tie that game high. He has 6, 2 for 4 from the floor, 2 of 2 at the free throw line. Also has a pair of rebounds and 2 assists in 7 minutes of action tonight. Hits the free throw. Boise State's lead has now ballooned to 15.
Leads don't mean very much in the first quarter, but we'll take it. First quarter, second quarter, all that, it can go away pretty fast.
Whistle away from the ball. That's going to go against A.G. Nato. I believe that's Nato's 2nd foul, so he's going to have to go to the bench. Means Dylan Andrews likely goes back to the point, with Andrew Meadow now checking in for the Broncos. Comer takes it into the backcourt, dribbles into the front court. Bounce pass over to Price. Under 9 minutes to go in the first half. Another late shot clock possession for Nevada. That's Bailey spinning, missing. Carmichael with the rebound.
Credit Fielder on that tough box out, and then the rim run. I love that in transition.
Boise State is absolutely hammering the glass right now. Dylan Andrews for a deep 2. Thought it might be a 3. It's a deep 2. Boise State now leads 27-10.
I think the official signaled to the scorers table. They'll review that one to confirm, but I did see a deep 2 on that one as well.
Boise State shooting a blistering 58% as a team. Comer tries a 3. It's off the mark. Ball poked away, grabbed by Meadow. Here.
Oh, yeah. Pearson Carmichael drains the 3. Boise State, 20-point lead, and Steve Alford needs a timeout. Extra Mile Arena on its feet and rocking as Boise State, maybe its best 12-minute stretch of the season, 30 points. 30 points with 7:51 still to go until halftime. We bring you back here on our simulcast, Bronco Nation News. He's Nathan Carroll. My name is BJ Rains. We'd love to have you subscribe at BroncoNationNews.com. Recruiting coverage, Chris is killing it. Nathan, Prater, myself, $6 a month at Bronco Nation News. You can subscribe, but 30-10. No one, hey, sometimes Vegas knows maybe.
Sometimes Vegas
we all
knows.
said that spread just didn't seem right, and 30-10. The Broncos on a roll.
11-0 run over the last 2 minutes, 14-2 run over the last 4 minutes. The defense is forcing Nevada to take tough shots, and Boise State, getting good looks on offense. The ball movement has been so crisp. So many times this year we've talked about how selfish the offense has been, and we've said that in the media, but the players, the coaches, they've said it's selfish, unselfish offensive basketball. Guys making the extra pass, getting wide open looks, and then the defense forcing turnovers, forcing tough shots, and they're running out in transition. Andrew Meadow gets into open space, finds Pearson Carmichael. This is the Boise State team we've wanted to see all year, right? This is the Boise State team, and we said this could be a team that wins a NCAA tournament game. This is the team we are envisioning. They look exceptional. If Boise State plays like this, they'll win out the rest of the season. It's been very impressive.
Let's slow down a little bit here on that. You guys are already talking about. You guys are talking about winning the tournament and all this kind of stuff. Let's slow down a little bit here. But
30-10 in the first 12 minutes. It's a best 12-minute start of the season.
They're on pace for almost 100 points.
Yeah,
90-something points.
On pace to win by 70, somewhere in that ballpark.
Yeah.
Really impressive start to this game. We'll see if they can close out the half.
Yeah, they're hitting shots, as you said, 11-0 run, 14-2, and they've given up 10 points in the first 12 minutes and 9 seconds. Just incredible start to the half. We'll see if they can keep it going. Let's go back to Jay Tust in the Mountain West Network feed. We'll be back on the next time out.
Over 37 points per game. That trio right now has combined for 2 points over 12 minutes in to this contest.
Yeah, Nevada's sitting on a 2-minute scoring drought. Price is leading with 6, but they're usually expecting a lot more out of Camper. He's got the ball right now. Let's see if he's going to create some action for them.
Comes Comer, a guy averaging over 4 assists per game, kicks it to the corner, and that is how you might just ignite Camper's night. Hits the 3 and the foul.
Didn't want to be a prophecy there, but you don't want to leave him open. Again, we talked about that in the pregame. Any sort of comfort for him on the shot, he'll take it. And Carmichael did a decent closeout, but when you let him be comfortable, then that's when things are going to start happening for the Wolfpack.
They initially called that a 2. Alford confirming with the refs. They stick up their hands. It is a 3, and now he hits the free throw. So it is a 4 actually on the scoreboard. Biggest play of the night so far for the Wolfpack. We'll see if they can gain momentum off of it. Here comes Andrews, a bounce pass over to Buchanan. He goes baseline. A strong take, and Buchanan lays it up and in. He's got 9 points to lead Boise State.
Again, just another strong move by Javen. Love seeing him go hard to the hoop like that.
Comer takes advantage of a mismatch there. Goes right past Fielder with his quickness for the layup. Might be the first time tonight that the Wolfpack have scored on back-to-back possessions. They've trimmed their deficit down to 16. Here comes Andrews, hangs off of one leg, a little too strong. Comer pulls it back out, now goes.
All right, not as good of a stretch here. Nevada scores. Leon Rice needs a 30-second timeout, Nathan Carroll. This is a
8-2 run.
Yeah, 8-2 run here pretty quickly.
Yeah, I said that if they play like this, they're going to win out, and then they gave up an 8-2 run. So, pump the brakes. But smart timeout by Leon, right? Like, don't let this capitulate and get back to single digits. Reset, readjust. And look, Nevada, they get an and one. They get a blow-by. They hit a tough shot. I mean, their offense is going to start clicking at some point. If you're Boise State, just keep doing what you've been doing. It's been working, and settle back in.
Yeah, 8-3 run. Nice timeout for Leon, like you said, and we'll see what happens here if Boise State can 20-point lead down to 14. Back to the Mountain West Network feed.
Basketball in the first half. Shot 52% from the floor. Javen Buchanan hit a 3 at the buzzer. They went into the locker room only down 2. But coming out in the second half, they just could not sustain any type of momentum. They shot only 25% from the floor in the second half. Grand Canyon as a team shot nearly 60% as a team, and it was the Lopes that came out with a decisive double-digit victory over the Broncos to sweep the season series. Ball poked away by Price. Here comes Comer. Thinks about a three, tries a three, misses. Weems going for the offensive rebound. The officials gather out of bounds off of Weems over to the Broncos. Weems trying to argue that maybe Meadow poked it away. So we get another look here, a turnover. Comer tries the transition three. Maybe a decent argument by Weems, but it is one he will lose. Boise State will take over.
Well, those timeouts for the challenges are just so risky, especially in the first half. You know, you might want to keep a couple of those in your back pocket. And Coach Alford's already had to use a timeout to try to break momentum for the Broncos. So, again, you can't really begrudge him for not using one there.
Boise State with another offensive rebound. They have more offensive rebounds in this game than Nevada does defensive rebound. Keen again from the corner, proving he's a shooter. And I think Keen just got teed up.
Frustrating.
Keen is a fiery player. The Flames burning a little too hot there after he hits the corner three. Turns around, says something to the bench. Don't know what he said. It seemed like it should just be fun and games at this point, but either way, he gets teed up. Camper's going to go to the other end of the court and shoot free throws. Keen proved that he can shoot it, though. Kim, you look at his last 8 games. Heck, we'll rope in the night 2 over his last 9 games. He's 1 of 2 for tonight. But over the last 9 games, he is shooting 50% from 3. Not a huge volume, but he's proven that he can make shots when he's left open.
And, you know, regardless of what he said, you can't do that to the bench. And the official was standing right there in front of Coach Alford. So, again, you don't want to take away the momentum. Broncos just had this great possession, exciting moment. Enjoy that excitement, but just maybe channel the excitement as you're sprinting back on defense.
Spoken like a true coach there, Kim. So Camper makes 1 of 2 free throws. Boise State still leads by 16. Ball poked away. It's Keen immediately impacting the play on the defensive end.
Again, you love the hustle play. Keen knows that was not something he was supposed to be doing on that last one. Went and got the ball back for his team.
Andrews a little lucky there. Gets it over to Meadow. They swing it around. Andrews with it now. He thinks about it. Dumps it down to Pearland. 8 on the clock. An extra pass down low. Probably maybe one pass too many.
And in close proximity. That's a tough pass to get through. I think the Nevada bench was hoping for a 3 in the key. It seemed like quite a bit of time down there, both with Aaron's and our post inside.
I guess the result the same either way. A Boise State turnover.
Either way, yes. Again, Keen is just working hard. I don't know if you can see how hard he's chasing Camper, trying to push him off of those screens, realizing how important it is not to give him those open looks.
We talk about that mid-range game. Elijah Price showing off a deep 2. Nevada now back to within 14. They once trailed by 20.
You know, watching any of these games in the Mountain West, I mean, I feel like you can turn it on the last couple of minutes and be expecting a good finish. It's been a lot of fun. There's a lot of parity. There's a lot of upsets. The Mountain West has just been such a quality conference for so long.
Dylan Andrews was looking for a foul after that missed 3. Not going to get it. Another opportunity now for Nevada to get back into this thing. Camper with a nice move into the lane. Nevada back within 12.
Again, smooth. He just elevates, holds. He's just a dynamic scorer, Camper is.
I felt like he's had a quiet half, and he's already got 9.
All right, we're back here, and they're getting ready to honor the football team at halftime. Maddox, Madsen, and the football players are making their way onto the field. They're holding the 3 championship trophies. Standing O here at Extra Mile Arena for the football team, Nathan.
Maddox, Madsen, Jane Virgin Morgan, Roger Carey on the 3 guys carrying out the trophies. Team being recognized. it's a good reminder for Bronco Nation that, at times, even as an alum, we're a little bit of a spoiled fan base, right? Team goes 9-5, fan base talking about how it's a down year. Some fans want Spencer fired, and you're still finishing it with a Mountain West championship, right? The third in a row. Like, there were stretches under Harsin and then obviously under Avalos where this team didn't win a single title in 3 years, let alone 3 in a row. Really, really impressive what Spencer Danielson has done in this, not even 3-year stretch for him, right? 2 years and 4-game stretch, 3 Mountain West championships, a CFP appearance. And as always, in this modern era, expectations for this football team heading into next year are going to be another CFP appearance, another conference championship. That's just where Boise State is. They're one of the few G5 programs who operate at a level that they can retain their top talent. But I think it's good to celebrate them, good to acknowledge that, despite the ups and downs, the Mountain West Championship still a successful season. On the basketball side of things, been a couple minutes since the Broncos scored. RJ Keene hits a 3, turns and says something to the UNR bench and gets immediately hit with a tech. Going to be interested to see. If Boise State wins, might have to request RJ Keene in post-game interviews to see, hey, what'd you say there? What got the tech there? But this lead has gone from 20 down to 12 now. I think if you're Boise State, close out this half, try to win these last 3.5 minutes. If you can go into halftime with a 12-point lead, I think all things considered, you're feeling pretty good about it.
The question is, how many of these football players are heading back up to the seats? And how many are heading out of here? What do you? They're at least going to stay for the first half, probably.
Spencer Danielson's sticking around. I'm sure part of it is like, hey guys, stay through the whole game if you can. I'll go over 50%. I might be wrong. I might look like an idiot here in about 35 minutes or 25 minutes coming out of halftime, but I'll say over half.
They're waiting to start this game here while the team gets off the court. They're trying to get them off as quick as they can.
Further proof that
Austin Parr, Channel 7, the one holding up the line here, but they're getting ready to start the game here, and
further proof Boise State is a football school, holding off the basketball game to let the football team off the court.
All right, back to the action here with 3:30 to go until the half.
56% as a team, but Nevada has caught fire on offense. A slow start has turned into a run where they've made 5 of their last 6 as they've cut their one-time 20-point deficit down to 12. Spencer Aarons looking for help. It arrives in the form of Andrew Meadow. Can't finish through contact. Meadow tries to keep it alive. Boise State is able to. A fresh 20 on the shot clock. Aarons gets called for the walk.
That was good hustle by Parolin to keep that ball alive for the Broncos. I think he just had to toss it. Unfortunately, Aarons gets caught for the travel. But again, Broncos really wanted to really execute on that possession. They have a scoring drought of over 2 minutes right now, especially when Nevada's starting to get their engines warm. So it's really important they get a stop here.
Boise State defending this thing inside of 10 now on the shot clock. Under 3 to go in the first half. Camper, a free throw jumper, too easy. Camper getting some comfortable looks here late in the first half.
I mean, you talked about not getting him hot, and he has 11 right now, and it does feel like a quiet 11, to be totally honest.
Meadow goes up with it, and he is fouled. He will go to the free throw line. A few minutes ago, Boise State was leading this game 30-10.
And you ride those highs. You love them. But basketball is a game of momentum, and momentum can change so fast. So it's important that the Broncos stay going with that same momentum. And when they have these scoring droughts, especially after a dead ball situation, a timeout situation, and we had the whole football team on the court, which is why we were slow to get going again, they have to execute. So the Broncos, they have to keep their foot on the gas, even though they've got great fans here tonight, and we've got a lot of fans rooting them on for a win tonight against the Wolfpack. It's important that their foot stays on the gas. You do not want to let the door open for the Wolfpack.
That was a late arriving crowd, 7 o'clock tip-off on a Tuesday night, but the lower bowl filling in nicely for Boise State. one of the better home court advantages in the Mountain West in the Leon Rice era. The Broncos have won 82% of their games inside this venue under the guidance of Coach Rice. They create another turnover. Peanut Carmichael dribbles into the lane, tries to finish. A tough left off the window and good.
That was a beautiful hook shot.
My goodness.
I mean, you see floaters. You don't see a lot of hook shots from the guards in the boys in the men's game.
I think that, lately Peanut trying to show off the versatility of this game as a scorer a little bit. He can be a lethal three-point shooter, but the ball not going in at the clip he's accustomed to from behind the arc. Well, right there you see that he can drive. Another nice defensive play by the Broncos. And here comes A.G. Nato over to Carmichael. Hesitates for a second. A little strong off the back end of the iron. It looked like Nato was about to corral another offensive rebound, but it rolls out of bounds off of Boise State.
Love the energy surge, though. I mean, that ball came off of Carmichael's hand, and I thought that was pure the whole time. But Nato, got to credit his effort there. He nearly came up with yet another offensive board, as you said.
One of the coolest coaching matchups in the Mountain West. Leon Rice searching for his 330th career victory as a head coach. Boise State has won at least 20 games in 12 of his previous 15 seasons as a leader. They need to get hot in order to get to 20 this season. They're sitting at 13-9 this year so far. Meanwhile, Steve Alford, it seems like all he does is win 20-plus games. He's done it 20 times in his career. The three from the corner, it's Buchanan over to reject it.
It almost looked like the ball, after Buchanan got the check, it almost looked like it hit the Wolfpack player in the head. Oh, maybe not.
It's going to stay with Nevada. 2 on the shot clock. 1 minute exactly on the game clock. Looking for Camper. The off-balance three gets it to go. Camper has been perfect tonight, folks. 5 of 5 from the floor now.
And that last shot, I mean, that was a thing of beauty. That was over 6'11" Drew Fielder. So Camper, we talked about him early. He's cooking now. Watch out, Broncos.
Boise State with an opportunity to go 2 for 1. It looks like they'll pass on that opportunity. 35 on the game clock, 9 on the shot clock. Over to Keene. He tries to work baseline and is fouled by Comer. That is the 7th team foul against Nevada. So it'll be a 1-and-1 for R.J. Keene, who has only attempted 3 free throws on this season. He's made 2 of them. Keene is such an important piece to this team.
The 3 free throws, though, I mean, we're in February, and this man plays a lot of minutes. This is kind of
He started
unusual.
22 games, 23 including tonight. Misses the front end of the 1-and-1, so it will be Nevada basketball with a chance to make this
just barely a second, under a second for differential between shot clock, game clock.
All right, we've got about 12 seconds on the clock. I'm sorry the clock's not working here. Nevada trying to cut it to single digits before the half. The three-pointer from Camper, he's been hot, no good. Carmichael, 3 seconds from midcourt. Oh, just rims off. Looks pretty good there, Nathan Carroll. And Boise State at the half leads 39-28. Yeah, yep. We're going to have Spencer Danielson join us here in a couple of minutes. He's going on with Jay Tust, I believe, but stay with us. Spencer Danielson is going to come on live here in a couple of minutes. Boise State leads by 11 at the half, 39-28. Nathan Carroll, again, don't go anywhere. Spencer Danielson, football coach, going to join us live here coming up in a couple of minutes. But still a double. I know you were talking about them winning by 50. I tried to tell you to calm down a little bit, but you'll take a double-digit lead at the half.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one of the better halves this team has played. I mean, offensively, you shoot 52% in that first half. You take that every day, all day. And the fact you put up 39 in the first half and you're 4 of 14 from 3, this team's done an excellent job generating good looks. I thought Javen Buchanan was excellent on that first half on both ends of the floor. 3 of 3 from inside the arc. He's aggressive attacking the basket, gets to the free throw line 3 times. The defense has been excellent as well by him. And really, the defense for a team has been great for most of the half. And then really in the last 10 minutes there, it's Camper and Price taking over for Nevada. Those two guards have 24 of Nevada's 28 points right now. It looks like offensively Nevada's pretty much just gone to, we're going to try to beat them one-on-one and hope that Price and Camper can sort of out-ISO, out-hoop Boise State. And to their credit, it started to work down the stretch there, but it feels like Nevada, if they're going to make a comeback, they're going to need a little bit more from the tertiary players. Again, just 4 points from the other guys on the team not named Price and Camper in that first half.
Boise State only 9 points in like the final 6-7 minutes there too.
Yeah, offense started to stagnate a little bit. Had a couple of weird lineups there. At one point, it was like Keene, Parolin, Meadow, Peanut, and Nato, where you don't really have a ton of offensive initiators there. But I think for the most part, the offense was still getting good looks, right? Like Andrew Meadow has a good take to the basket where it just rims out. Like Pearson Carmichael, I think it was, had a nice floater attempt that, like, that's a look that you want to be taking. But some of the buckets just not falling. I think offensively it's been a good half, slowed down a little late, but I mean, again, 39 points and a half in a game that, you know, these two teams generally play pretty slow. I don't have the possession numbers right in front of me, but I think you generally feel pretty good about the offense so far, especially if you start hitting some threes, right? To put up 39 and go 4-14, 28% from three, that's definitely a win.
Yeah, Paulie Pepperoni, what a half. Definitely was. Paulie up double digits at the half. You'll take that 39-28. And yeah, I think you weren't expecting to win by 30. You knew they'd probably hit some shots and get in the game a little bit. But the rebounds, and somebody, I love you, Bob Schuler, he said, got to get the rebounds. 19-9. They did a pretty good job in the first half on the rebounds. 19-9 on the glass. They're going to need to keep that up. Only gave up 3 offensive rebounds to Nevada. They got 7 offensive rebounds themselves. Again, 12-3 in second chance points there in the first half.
Yeah, and how about this? 7 offensive rebounds for Boise State, only 6 defensive rebounds for Nevada, which means if Boise State misses a shot, it's a better chance they're grabbing the offensive board than Nevada is. Dominated.
Not the way it's supposed to be.
Not the way it's supposed to be. I think average on that's typically around like 30%, if I have my math right.
Yeah.
And Boise State hasn't been a great offensive rebounding team this season. It's not been one of the strengths that they hang their hat on. And conversely, Nevada's been a really good defensive rebounding team. So to dominate the boards like that, really part of why it was such an emphatic Boise State-led first half, dominating the boards like that.
Yeah, no doubt. And again, Spencer Danielson going to join us here. He's going on the halftime show, I believe. I'm not sure where he is, what he's doing, actually. He's got some sort of interview somewhere, and then we're going to get Spencer Danielson live. And that may bleed into the second half. We'll see. So stay with us. Spencer's going to come on and chat for a few minutes. And if you have a question or a comment for Spencer, feel free to get that in. But looking at some of the individual numbers here, Drew Fielder was 7, 6 for Andrews, but 9 for Javen Buchanan. He got to the free throw line. He was 3 for 3. That first game, Nathan, it was 67 free throws, I think. Boise State and Nevada only have 12 combined free throws in the first half.
Yeah, the officials have done a much better job of just letting the teams play. It's been a fun game on the eyes, right? Obviously, if you're a Boise State supporter, you love that first half. But I think even as a neutral, there's been a really good flow to the game. That's one thing I pointed out, that Boise State seems like done a much better job trying to get out and transition off of misses, off of turnovers. But yeah, I think this is when you have a low free throw game, a game where there aren't a lot of stoppages, I think that benefits Boise State in the way that they generally want to play. So yeah, a welcome change from that first game, because especially in the second half, I know you and I had quite a few tweets about it. The second half of that first Nevada game was a brutal watch. It was just a free throw contest, and you said it. I think 67 free throws, which in a college game is insane. But yeah, I think in the second half, continue to generate good looks on offense, continue to keep the ball movement going, and attack inside, and then defensively, if Nevada's content playing just Camper Price, let those two guys beat you. I think if you're Boise State, keep doing what you're doing. Like, continue to stick on shooters and force those two guys to carry the burden. I think just 4 bench points for Nevada in that first half. So I think defensively you like what you see. And again, when you're up 11 at halftime, the message is generally just going to be keep doing what you're doing, because clearly it's working.
Yeah, again, don't go anywhere. Spencer Danielson going to join us live here in a little bit. Let's get some of Johnny Ballgame's first half thoughts. Johnny, Nathan, we'll give Johnny his thoughts here on the first half. What do you make of the first half, Johnny Ballgame?
I think I echo probably what you guys are saying. That was the best 10 minutes I think I've seen this team play this season. Certainly in conference play, right? I know Nevada clawed their way back in. You got to give them a lot of credit for that. This game is not over. I'll change my stance, BJ. I think Boise State's going to win this game. I predicted Nevada. Now I'll switch that, but maybe not, man. I don't know. This team is so weird.
It's 20. If you're Nevada, you were down 20.
Yeah,
30
I know.
To 10. You got to feel a little better about the end of the half.
This is what's going to be the tone of the post-game show if they lose, BJ. Is that going to be a tough night for you? Are you going to fight back with people? Are you going to be a little testy?
We'll get some clicks. I'll tell you that. We'll get some viewers. So I wouldn't necessarily.
Man, but an amazing first half. I don't know. I shouldn't say amazing because Nevada did come back. You're right. But it should be a good second half, guys. Nate?
Yeah, absolutely. And I said a lot of just keep doing what you're doing. Is there anything you saw in that first half, particularly in the backstretch of that first half, that you think you'd like to see Boise State change up a little bit?
I don't know. I really like the point guard play. I thought Dylan Andrews got off to a terrific start. Attacking, assists, points, shot making. Defensively, I mean, you got to get more from a couple of players. Parolin and Fielder, I thought, gave up a little too much there, so maybe that's an emphasis in the second half. Defensively, I would say with the bigs, this Nevada team looks better on television. I've seen Nevada play a few times this year, and I've been impressed. I've won money on Nevada. I'll be honest, I like these guys, but I've seen this team in person. They don't look as good. Do they have a player out or something? Is there something I don't know here?
No. Well, do they have Armo Trading? No Armo Trading still, who he hasn't played almost all season, so you haven't won money on him. But, yeah, I mean, they got a guy back a couple of weeks ago who had missed a few games, and they're still waiting on Joel Armo Trading, I guess. But he wasn't there in the first win that they had against Boise State. So, Boise State's playing really well. I think this game has been more about Boise State playing well than Nevada playing poorly.
Okay, we were talking about this too. This team just doesn't ever jump out of the gate.
No.
They did tonight, and you kind of saw what they were able to do with that. Couple of defensive breakdowns, but dude, you're going to take an 11-point halftime lead here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Against a team that beat you at their place, you got to even this up. Hey, how about this real quick, though?
Love it.
How about this, BJ? How about this?
You let the Seahawks fans have the mic.
Beautiful.
All
right. This is when BJ's going to go to a break.
No, we don't need a break, I guess. We'll just get Spencer on.
He's going to tell you to check somebody out.
Our sponsors, of course. We'll take the mic back, Johnny. Go Seahawks. We appreciate folks are loving that in the chat there. But, we're going to get it turns out Spencer Danielson is going to come on actually throughout up until the first media of the second half.
All right.
So he's going to we can get him to do a little commentary
there you go.
Of the game. So he is on right now and another interview. He is going to join us, and we'll probably have the first 4 minutes of the second half where you'll be able to see the game, but probably not hear much of the broadcast. You're going to hear Spencer on with us. Give me what do you got for Spencer? Well, I'll be asking Spencer some questions here. Mostly kind of easy stuff, but anything you would want to know?
I mean, there's so many things that I want to know.
You can't get too nuts involved in a football
that's what I was
a basketball game.
Well, and things that he would actually answer. I don't know how eager he'd be to, answer how many designated student athletes that they have or questions about total roster spots. I don't know. Maybe he does. Really curious to who he says or who he thinks will be breakout candidates for this year. That's one of the things that we don't see off-season workouts at all. We pretty much go into spring and then fall camp with a fresh slate. And these coaches typically have a pretty good tune of, hey, this guy, he's put on 10 pounds since the season ended. He looks faster since the season ended. He looks like a guy who can ball out this year. I think that's a big thing that I'd want to hear from him. Who could be the guy Bronco Nation doesn't really know now, but we'll definitely know next year.
All right, if you don't mind, I'm going to kick you out of your seats. We can get ready to have Spencer on, and we'll be talking to you again early in the second half. Nathan Carroll. I want to tell you about a couple of great sponsors while Spencer Danielson gets set to come on here. Signature Roofing, again, Spencer Danielson, head coach of the Boise State football team, coming on momentarily here on Bronco Nation News. We're going to hopefully be able to show you the game while you're seeing Spencer on his on the interview. We'll see if we can pull that off here momentarily. But Signature Roofing, online at mysignatureroofing.com. Check it out. Leave us a voicemail at speakpipe.com/BNN. Signature Roofing, whether it's a re-roof, or repair, an estimate, or an inspection, check them out at mysignatureroofing.com. Matt Bauscher Real Estate, #1 ranked realtor in the Northwest. Look at Matt Bauscher and his crew there. Bauscher Real Estate, 252-9877. Online at bauscherrealestate.com. Whether you're buying or selling a home, Matt Bauscher and his team are ready to help you. And again, Spencer Danielson coming up shortly here on Bronco Nation News. Element Fencing, elementfencing.com. Decks, pergolas, fences, cedar, wrought iron, vinyl. They can do it all. Element Fencing, all your fencing needs. Check them out. elementfencing.com. Ridley's Family Markets, shopridleys.com. 13 locations in the state of Idaho, surrounding states. Check out Ridley's Family Markets online at shopridleys.com. Download that Skip app. Get savings up to 40% off from the checkout line. shopridleys.com. Hey, rowpaint.com, roepaint.com. All your painting needs. Rowpaint.com, 20% off those winter painting projects at rowpaint.com. Interior, exterior painting, those concrete coatings, check them out at rowpaint.com. And Transportation Compliance Service, again, transcomservice.com. Transportation Compliance Service, transcomservice.com. You want to get into the trucking industry, they can help you every step of the way at Transportation Compliance Service. Again, Spencer Danielson coming up momentarily. He's going to be our guest commentator for the first few minutes of the second half. So the first couple minutes of the second half, you may be hearing my interview with Spencer, but we'll show you the video of the game. Hopefully that's okay. We'll be muting Jay Tuss for a couple minutes while we have Spencer Danielson with us. But again, minute 45 on the clock, getting set for the second half. Not sure why the clock is not working, by the way, on the Mountain West Network feed. That's not our issue. I apologize for that. But that's not our issue. There's no clock on the Mountain West Network feed, so that's not our issue. But 90 seconds to go till halftime's over. 39-28. 39-28. Boise State with an 11-point lead in a big second half here coming up. The Broncos can't let Nevada get going. They can shoot. They got some guys that can play. We got a minute to go in the halftime. Sorry, Johnny Ballgame was trying to tell me something here, but we'll get Greg Frank's thoughts here at some point. Spencer Danielson getting ready to come up and make his way up here. We'll talk to Spencer Danielson. If you got a comment or a question for Spencer Danielson, let us know. We're going to get him situated in the chat, in the seat here. We're going to take a quick timeout. We're back in 30 seconds with Spencer Danielson here on Bronco Nation News.
As sports fans, we may cheer for different teams, but there's one thing that we can all agree on. We want the game to be big. And with 3 levels, 30 cabanas, a 143-foot screen, 6 clean pools, and endless cold drinks, it doesn't get any bigger or any better than Stadium Swim in Las Vegas. All sports, all seasons. It's more than a pool deck. Stadium Swim. It's the only thing like it in the world.
Find your sun with Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea. Made with real iced tea and real vodka. Cold, refreshing, and made for moments like these all year long. Let the good times cruise with Sun Cruiser.
All right, we're back with Spencer Danielson. We're gonna let Coach Danielson do a little guest commentary here for part of the second half.
Nice.
Appreciate you for joining us, man.
Thanks, BJ. Bronco Nation, love you guys. How we doing?
Got 1,147 people tuned in right now. We're going to try to show them the game while we're talking. I was going to let you and Johnny just talk dating life the whole time. But
yeah, I'm integral in Johnny's life. Whenever they get married, Johnny, I am a man of the cloth. So just let me know whenever you want to make it official. We're all in here. You can have it all at Boise State. You know what I mean? Yeah.
All right, we'll get you to the feed here momentarily. They're on a commercial break right now. Nevada trails by 9. They just hit a bucket to start the second half here. But Spencer, the team was honored here at halftime, and appreciate you for coming on here and doing this. But tell us just kind of what's going on with the team right now. We saw the on the hunt phrase going. You guys are obviously back in the winter workouts and things, but what's just kind of the synopsis? I know you have the second signing day. Had another good day today. I know you can't get too specific, but what's just kind of the update here on February 3rd?
Yeah, BJ. Well, first off, good to see you. I know you've been hustling, running around the country with our basketball team and Bronco Nation. Let's never take BJ for granted. He's out here running around with everybody that loves Boise State athletics. So, BJ, good to see you, Bronco Nation. Hope all is well. Hope everyone's had a good holiday, and we're rocking and running into February. And blessed to be here. January is really busy. Big time 3 right there, BJ. Here we go.
See, here's the deal. They're 20 seconds behind. So
okay, sorry.
They're about to see the other team score here.
Okay.
Now you just,
not that one.
You just let them know that David
Yeah.
Buchanan is going to hit a 3 here. So, there is some good news coming, but that's the only problem with the delay.
Yeah, well, Bronco Nation. And so when we started in January, really just thinking about this team, and that's where the on the hunt comes from, where I want everything we do. I don't want a group of players that just want to be fed, right? There's 2 types of people in this life. Those that want to be fed, they want the easy, they want things given to them. And then there's another very small group that want to be on the hunt, where it's the air they breathe is chasing excellence, chasing growth. And that's what I want our players to be. So I'm proud of them. I really like the first 3 weeks of workouts we've had. We signed 29 freshmen in December, which I think has got to be, if not one of the top groups in the country. We're able to sign that many freshmen. That's what we do, and just really cool to see them continue to grow and develop with our program. So the future's bright. We're relentless to make sure that we earn everything we get. And game 1 against Oregon is going to be here in, I think, 212 days. So we'll be ready to roll.
Now, I know you can't get specific. I think I can mention it, though. You had a good day out there, I guess, as folks saw. I got you at 17. I think you guys have announced 15 that I know you can talk about. But where do you keep finding all these spots for guys? And in terms of your needs in the transfer portal, what you went in hoping to get and what you've got overall, how do you feel about the haul of players you guys added?
Yeah, Jay, BJ, we've been able to go through it. Like,
at least you didn't compare me to Johnny. If
correct,
you want to compare me to Jay, that's
I just
okay.
left Jay. You guys
That's
are both elite. You know what I mean? No, we went in knowing we had some needs. We knew first and foremost that it's always going to start with our current roster and then the high school kids. And then so we had the portal we went through. Lost a couple kids in the transfer portal. That always hurts, but proud of we were able to keep the majority of our team. We kept, our best players stayed here, which I'm really proud of them. And so we went to the transfer portal, junior college, and for us, we had to make sure we find the right fit for our place, for Boise State, not just who's the most talented out there. And I really do believe we found guys that love football, want to outwork people, and want to be a part of a team. So really proud of what our staff was able to put together, and we were able to sign some guys that had a bunch of opportunities other places, but wanted to be here. And that's what's a big deal to me. They got to want to be here at Boise State. And I'm really excited about the group we brought in.
So I got you. You guys announced 15. There's been a couple others. Is that about it? Or are you guys still looking? Or
yeah, we got. I think when I look at it, we got maybe one spot left. BJ, still looking to see what that might be. We're pretty much right there. I mean, we were able to bring in a lot of them at the semester, so we got a lot of those players here currently, and so we got probably about maybe one spot left off the top of my head. But yeah, we're really where we want to be.
And some new coaches. Some new support staff. I mean, there's some fresh faces in the building. How's that going?
It's been really good. I mean, especially, you're hiring a coach and then he's on the road recruiting 24 hours later for Boise State. So actually tonight before the basketball game was able to take our staff out to bowling and get all our kids and everybody around each other. Just 'cause we haven't had a lot of time just to be around each other. And so, Coach Witt, Alvis Wood is our receiver coach. An elite receiver developer, played in the league for 9 years. It's been awesome to see him, even with our players for this first month. Terrence Brown's going to coach our secondary and be our co-defensive coordinator. I've known him for a long time. An elite football mind, has developed defensive backs, a multitude of them to play in the NFL. A great person, first and foremost, to develops players, but also develops them off the field, which matters to me. We've been able to bring in Landon, who's our director of player personnel. We brought in Josh Price, who's going to help in our strength and conditioning department. shoot, I'm going to keep
You
wrapping.
elevated some others. Yeah, you're not going to be able to name them all. But.
Elevate a bunch of our coaches. I mean, there's been a lot of movement going on. We had some of our young coaches that have moved on to full-time roles in Division II, which is awesome. I want to continue to develop people. So really proud of the staff we have and our players, and we got a lot of work to do, man.
Give us a thought on the Pac-12. I saw a couple of the recruits on their visits had the Pac-12 logo either photoshopped in or on their jersey, and that was the first time it kind of hit me like, wow, this is happening. I know they just had some meetings and stuff. Are you eager to get a schedule? Maybe you know more than other people know, but in terms of the schedule and how that last game's going to work out, just some stuff to iron out here in the near future.
Yeah, really, honestly, so excited for the Pac-12. I mean, the Mountain West was an amazing run for us. I mean, 3 straight conference championships, but that's old news. We're moving into the Pac-12. The future's bright. Everybody's got an opportunity to win it. You're going to be around great teams, great fan bases, week in and week out. I'm not sure exactly how the schedule is going to work. I have an idea with Jeremiah about kind of how they're going to slate to get to 12 games and all that kind of stuff. But I know that right now is still kind of hush-hush. But really excited.
Let us know right here if you want.
Hey, trust me, I let it rip. I get pulled back more than you guys know. But excited to play Oregon game 1. I mean, that's a big time opponent. They'll be, if not number 1, number 2 in the country when we roll into Eugene. So it's going to be a great schedule. The Pac-12 is going to be loaded with talent. Great coaches across the board, and it's going to be a big-time season.
I didn't want to get too nuts and bolts on football, but there's a lot of questions in the chat. One I'll get to. You elevated Zach Hill, the co-OC.
Yep.
Is Nate Potter still the play caller? Is Zach Hill? How does he fit into that?
Yeah, good question. Nate Potter is still the play caller, so he's the offensive coordinator, and Zach Hill is going to be the co-offensive coordinator and really run the entire pass game. And that's really what I'm excited for Zach Hill to step into is his hand's going to be on the entire pass game. And obviously be really the number 2 to Coach Potter. And I'm really excited to see Zach Hill step into that role.
All right, so in the final month or so, do you have a date for spring ball yet?
We do. Yeah, I think we start – our first day is I think it's March 26th, BJ.
We're going way later this year.
Yep. So we're going after spring break instead of starting before.
Okay.
I just want to use every bit to make sure that our players are using this time the right way. We are developing them from our strength and conditioning department. And then when we start spring ball, it's given our coaches time to do a lot of professional development to make sure when we have practice 1, there are no wasted reps, that we're doing everything we need to.
All right, so final thing then for you, and we really appreciate your time. What is on the to-do list for those next 8-9 weeks, whenever that is, till March 26th or whatever? And what's just kind of, is it just strength training at this point? What's on the agenda, and what do you hope to accomplish before you guys hit that field for practice 1?
Yeah, first off, I mean, our guys are absolutely on the grind in the weight room and on the field. So it's a mix, just so our fans understand. It's about 2 hours mixed from on the field to in the weight room, and then they'll do football meetings on top of that, depending how it works. A lot of it is optional this time of year in regards to football meetings, but our guys are in there watching film, doing everything they need because you have to. If you want to be great, it's not optional. It's not optional to be in there and get the extra work in. So a lot of work is going on with our players. We'll do that for about another month, and then we call our Built Different program, which is 2 days a week, 6 a.m. on Tuesday, Thursday, and it's an absolute competition. I mean, we want to find ways to push our players to the deep end to see who truly wants to be elite. And that's what we're going to start here at the end of February, starting into March. Every Friday prior to that, we're on the blue in the cold. Hopefully it gets colder. I've been praying for snow on Friday morning. It's been a little bit too relaxed for me around here.
Now, I got to say real quick, I don't know if you saw this or not, but you guys did the Media Pro Day, which you basically did to make fun of the media.
That's not true.
I didn't exactly have the greatest broad jump, and I know that kind of went viral, but there was a post-game show where I got challenged to a free throw contest a couple games ago, and I went 9 for 10.
Come on.
So I don't know if you saw that or if I redeemed myself, but 9 for 10.
Really?
Yes. I heard you were quite the basketball player as well back in the day. But
hey, first off, congrats on that. I'm automatically jump up another level in my mind, BJ. But I love hoops. So growing up in San Diego, I absolutely thought I was going to play in the NBA. Like it was like I had it written on my wall. I was praying every night to be 6'5". I'd hang from a bar. I'd drink milk, and I'm 5'11", and here we are. You know what I mean?
Well, we appreciate your time. I'm getting the hook from your handler here, but no, we appreciate you, man. Thanks for coming on. Enjoy the second half here, and shout out Sire Gaines, a couple of the players that stayed here for the second half.
Right.
But
let's go.
We'll talk to you again soon. Appreciate it. Congrats on a pretty strong offseason, and can't wait till that Oregon game, man.
No, appreciate it, BJ. And hey, Bronco Nation, appreciate you guys. God bless as always. Thanks, BJ.
There he is, Spencer Danielson. Appreciate him for jumping on and joining us here. Thanks to Chris Coots as well at Boise State. And I think he wants to just stay and watch the second half. I mean, you're more than welcome to, Coach. But always appreciate Spencer coming on. Let's send it back to the Mountain West Network feed. Boise State up 12, 15-20 to go.
Season misses that free throw attempt, but he is averaging over 7 free throw attempts per game this year. He's also coming off an effort where he had 22 points against rival UNLV in a win back on Friday. He went 14 of 15 at the free throw line, also grabbed 11 rebounds. Misses both. Ball poked away. It's Camper. It looked like he was going to corral that, but it bounces out of bounds. Let's see. Javen Buchanan's over there as well, and actually they're going to call Buchanan with the foul.
That's just unfortunate. Buchanan really sold out for that, and I think he landed. I think his head actually landed on Camper's leg. A little bit of a dangerous play. Again, not malicious or intentional. Yeah. I mean, both guys are grimacing a little bit after that, I think.
The fans do not like that call. It is what it is, though. The corner three, no good. Carmichael with a rebound. Nevada now just 2 of 12 from 3. Meadow taking it strong, gets to the free throw line.
You like that. Meadow realized we had an open side here. Everybody else was flooding onto the left side of the floor, so realized he had a one-on-one take. Good opportunity by him. Got down to that, we call that the special spot, collected himself and got Price to foul him. So that helps the Broncos in 2 ways. Number 1, gets Meadow to the free throw line. Number 2, gives one of the better Nevada players another foul.
It's been cool to see Andrew Meadow grow and mature. 2 off seasons ago, Kim, he had a goal of getting up 50,000 shots. Now, he checked the box and did that. This last offseason, he worked with assistant coach Lexus Williams. They wanted to have focused and more intentional game-like reps. So you know what they did? They cut that number in half, and man, has it paid off with Andrew shooting 56% overall, including almost 43% from 3.
I love that. You know, the work you put in the unseen hours is what we call that. The work you put in the unseen hours. That one was seen.
Elijah Price forcing us to see that one on the highlight reel.
Yes, but those unseen hours are so important. But, you know, it's not how many minutes you're spending in the gym. It's not even how many shots you're taking. It's, okay, how high intensity are we taking these shots? And are they game-like shots? Are they game speed? And that was a game speed shot right there by Dylan Andrews. Nice 3 by him. His second of the night.
Dylan Andrews, nothing but the bottom. He's got 11 points. The second Bronco into double figures, joining Javen Buchanan, who has a game high or a team high 12. Every time Nevada just kind of chips away, Boise State has an answer, but back comes Camper bombing away from 3. He's got 21 points.
And the crowd got a little quiet there after that last one as well.
Camper and Price have combined for 33 of Nevada's 39 points. I mean, those two have carried this team all season long, but they're usually a little more balanced. An off-balance 3, in and out. Spencer Ahrens begging for the 4-point play and said he's going to get 3 free throws out of it. He's got such a high release. In order to go up and contest that thing, it is so difficult.
I mean, Spencer Ahrens stands at 6'10", and with that high release, there's not a lot of people that are going to get a piece of that shot. So compliments to him to catch ready, shoot in rhythm, and boy, that was halfway down and then out.
He is such a talented player. They view him as, when he's on the floor, he can be really a hub for this offense. Get this, Kim. During film earlier this week, he was actually watching it with the point guards. They were going back in the archive, observing guys like John Stockton, and you're like, man, this guy's 6'9". What's he doing in that meeting, right? Well, they really believe he's that type of passer. The coaches actually called him a unicorn. He really sees the game in an awesome way. He can score, but he can also really facilitate.
And to have that ability as a freshman, I mean, huge upside for the future for the Broncos.
Averaging almost 6 points per game, shooting at just under 70% from the free throw line. He makes 2 of 3. As Boise State's lead back out to 13 with a little over 13 minutes to go in the game.
Coach Rice is not going to like that call. I think Coach Rice wanted to see a moving screen, and instead the Broncos are going to get nabbed for this call here. Yeah, that's not enough. That's not enough for a whistle, in my opinion.
I would love to know how much Corey Camper runs in a game. My goodness, this guy, he seriously cannot miss. He is now 9 of 10, 24 points.
So he missed once, Jay.
I guess he missed once. I'm sorry. Good point.
Yeah, but the running, I mean, for real, when you watch him, if you catch him the next couple of possessions, the man's just moving sideline to sideline. That's a nice finish by Parolin there. A little bully basketball for the Broncos.
Parolin's pretty good at that.
Again, watch Camper. He starts in that right corner. He's
here
running
he goes.
off this post. Huge screen. Yep. And Carmichael's going to get called for that. He ran right through. When that post player is set, you can't chest him and run right through him. You got to evade them. And so that's an easy call for the official. It's right in front of him.
I'm going to try to redeem myself here, Kim. Camper is 4 of 4 this half.
Okay, well, okay, fair. I'll give you that.
I mean, without him, I don't even know where Nevada would be right now. I mean, you could say this game, but probably this season, 24 points. He is absolutely cooking.
Well, remember, 32 was a career high against UNLV, so he's not there yet, but boy, is he on the way.
12 and a half minutes ago, he is closing in. Spencer Aarons comes over and rejects the shot attempt quickly the other way. Meadow goes up, but it's Weems that gets back. Maybe a little contact, they play on. Weems credited with the block. Here comes Camper, guarded by Aarons. Back out top to Price. Over to Rollison. And another whistle away from the ball as Camper continues
The crowd's really letting him have it
to rack
now.
up the miles. And yeah, you can see it. The crowd does not like this, Kim. What do you see here as Spencer Aarons comes over for a little bit of help?
I see a lot of contact here. Yeah, I see a run through. I see Andrew Meadows' right hand go slamming forward. And then, the Broncos are doing whatever they can to try to make things tougher on Camper. And so they're trying to come off really tight on those screens and try to create a little bit of space. But
Well, no foul called there. Camper misses a shot. Now they finally do call a foul on Nevada, but we're here on a break as Boise State leads 54-42. There's 12 minutes to go, Nathan. Kind of turning into a weird back-and-forth game. The crowd's certainly not happy with some of these calls. That one looked like it might have been a block. But either way, a couple of kind of calls at this end on some holds that have been questionable.
Starting to get touchy. We praised the refs in the first half for letting them play, and we've had 3 or 4 possessions now where just kind of ticky-tack stuff getting called. I do think the block on Meadow was clean. We got a good angle of it. They showed the replay. It looked like all ball, but then they called a foul on Pearson Carmichael for getting screened that I thought was pretty ticky-tack. It's the flow of the game is starting to go away a little bit, which if you're Boise State, you're hitting your free throws. Nevada hasn't been, and you've got a 12-point lead. I mean, this is almost the formula of the first game where UNR gets up big in the first half, turns into kind of a free throw contest. I mean, if this does become a touchy game with a lot of fouls, I think that does benefit Boise State in this set of circumstances.
I almost said Cam Camper. Yeah. Corey Camper, 24 points of their 42. He's got over half their points right now. The lights are off here. They're trying to fire up the crowd for the final 12 minutes, but he's 4 of 6 from three-point range. Nobody else on Nevada has made a three-pointer. He's got 4. He's got over half their points. And now, as we noted R.J. Keene right before that break, they switched on to him defensively. Tadej Cheese says, can anyone on our team take it personally and shut him down? Certainly a big factor if Boise State can hang on to this 12-point lead. 12-point lead, like normally you'd feel pretty good about it, but it's something weird. It just doesn't seem like because you're up 20 that it feels all that great right now, but they got to slow down Camper here.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, when a guy's this hot, it's the toughest thing to do is to find a way to slow him down. But I like what Leon's doing. Just start throwing bodies at him. All right, Dylan Andrews, we'll give you a couple possessions. Up, Camper hits another step back three. Let's give R.J. Keene a chance. Like, take chances, try guys out, and soon enough you might find somebody who can slow him down. But 24 points, everything he's putting up seems to go in. I mean, incredible performance by him. Broncos still lead by 12, though. Nice, efficient scoring across the board, which is has been the better of the two offenses so far.
All right, back to Jay Tuss on the Mountain West Network. Good news. Keep watching, Boise State fans. A bucket's coming. We're back on the next timeout.
He's got 24 points. The rest of his teammates tonight have 18 points. He's 9 of 11 from the field. His teammates are 8 of 28 from the field. That's a 28.6 shooting percentage. Man, Corey Camper has kept his team in the game tonight. Dominic Parolin set up beautifully by Dylan Andrews. The hoop and the harm for the big fella.
Nice little finish. Had the double pump in the air, evade and come across the other side of the rim. Nice finish by Parolin.
Ooh, a little flex by Parolin, too.
You like that?
He's a pretty quiet kid, doesn't say a lot, but showing off the muscles right there, deservedly so, as he hits the three-point play. He's got 7 points. Boise State and their lead is back out to 15. They've really had an answer every time that Nevada kind of tries to make a little run, Kim.
Again, you see the Broncos communicating. You hear Keene yelling at Meadow. Cutter's coming through. They want to make sure they know where Camper is every single moment.
Another block by Aarons. You can see Bailey trying to work the fadeaway against the 6'9" Canadian, but he turns him away. It will be Nevada basketball with 2 on the shot clock.
And take that first part of the shot clock as a victory for the Broncos. You know, somebody other than Camper's taking shots. That was a good look that the Broncos were able to block. 2 shots up on the shot clock, and Camper has it.
Boise State did everything to prevent Camper from getting the ball right there. He still somehow ducks his way under Spencer Aarons, and the coaching staff for Boise State is just flabbergasted as Camper makes another 3. Just kind of hands in the air.
When Camper hit that last one, I don't know how many people in the arena. I just saw head and hands, just dumbfounded gazes all across the board. Oh, that's unfortunate. They're calling Meadow for that one there, I think, on the moving.
Okay, so Nevada trying again. Comer foul, makes it the layup, and he's going to go to the free throw line. And now here comes Nevada again. They just keep swinging, Kim.
You know, I really looking forward to seeing that replay. It looked like a touch foul from here, especially compared to how physical it's been. I don't see that as, needing to have a 3-point play. Maybe a little bit of early contact as he was starting to enter the lane, but I don't know if the officials are bothered by the raucous crowd. It doesn't seem that Nevada is.
Comer true at the free throw line. Okay, a 9-point game as a quick 6-0 run by Nevada in just 22 seconds has cut their deficit down under double digits.
Broncos really need to execute on this possession. That will get momentum going back in their favor.
Meadow just kind of forces one up, the 2 bodies on him.
And we're shooting here. I think if they're going to nab Fielder for this, trying to slap at the ball. And with the fouls, we're in a bonus.
That is a tough one. Like I said, that's the 18th foul. So, Boise State just fighting for a loose ball, picks up a foul 90 feet from the hoop. So we're going to trot the other way, and it's going to be free throws for Nevada.
And Nevada, up until this point, they've been 5 of 9 from the free throw line. Which you think, okay, bonus, maybe that's not so bad. But if they're going to be shooting for the rest of this half, that makes a big difference.
Wow.
Is there a violation on that?
We do. So now they reset for a 1-and-1. Bailey doesn't miss a lot at the free throw line. He's a great free throw shooter. He's going to get a chance to tack on 2 more. Makes that one. A violation one against Drew Fielder, I believe.
Again, just giving another opportunity to a team that's starting to get warm, starting to get hot. I know the Broncos still hold the lead, but nothing secure until the final buzzer of Mountain West basketball.
In and out by Bailey. Still Nevada within 8, which is as close as this game has been since probably at the middle, if not earlier, of the first half. Buchanan, it rolls off the front end. Now Nevada with it. Comer up over half court. Camper to Comer, back to Comer. A step back 3, and he hits. And Leon Rice wants to talk it over with his team as Nevada once down 20.
Here we go. The Boise State lead is down to 5, 57-52. Boise State having trouble defending Nevada here. Nevada on a huge run. They're only down by 5. Some questionable calls. Leon Rice not happy. The lane violation gives him an extra point. Calling a lot of ticky-tack stuff, it feels like at this point. But that's Mike Reed for you.
Yeah.
Mike Reed doesn't care about the crowd. He doesn't care about anything. I've always heard Mike Reed's the kind of ref you want to have on the road. He's not a guy that takes any BS, doesn't play into the crowd or anything. 2 other guys who are not very highly ranked. And this has been an interesting stretch here. The lead down to 5, 57-52.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, some comments are saying it, but kind of turned into a ticky-tack ref show here in the second half. I mean, both teams in the bonus with well over 10 minutes left in the second half. And it hasn't been on obvious, overly physical plays where it's like, well, you have to call that. It's both sides even. It's ticky-tack, guys on screens, little touch fouls here and there. In the first half, they just weren't calling. Both these teams had 6 free throws attempts in the first half, and then in the second half, it's been completely blown open. So far in the second half, already 5 free throw attempts for Nevada. Boise State has 8 in their own right in the second half. Nevada on a 10-0 run over the last minute and 11 seconds. It's come quickly that this thing has gotten back within single digits. And if you're the Broncos, have to respond. You got the ball coming out of the timeout here. Go get a bucket, get a stop, get another bucket, and get this thing back to double digits.
Yeah, no, this is a big stretch coming up here. Again, as you said, a 10-0 scoring run. Camper's got 27, and not good to see Comer getting going either now with 10.
Yeah, he's got 10 points. I believe he had 2 at halftime, so he's really starting to come on here in the second half. Much needed for UNR. Camper wasn't going to be able to do it himself, and Boise State continue to clamp down defensively and try to hold on to this win.
All right, we'll send it back to Jay Tuss and the Mountain West Network crew. We're back here on the next timeout.
Get the ball to fall for them. So, again, this is another one of those situations. Broncos are on their heels. This possession is very crucial to them to, gain their momentum, their confidence back.
So how do the Broncos answer? It's been a season where their resiliency has been tested. Can they respond here? They're going to try to do so with Fielder. Back out top to Andrews. 14 on the shot clock. Plenty of time. Over to Fielder. Goes to work. Kicks it to the corner. Andrew Meadow. In and out from 3.
I thought that was good. Nice look, though. I like the in and out. I like the distribution from Fielder. And, again, Meadow catches that shot in rhythm. He's a great shooter. It's a good opportunity. I think we're going to get goaltending on that one.
Comer taking it strong. He was guarded by Nato, but coming over, it is Fielder that commits the goaltending. A good call. And now it is a 3-point game.
Almost feels like the air's gotten sucked out of the arena a little bit, and you can see the tightness in some of the faces of the Broncos. Again, a lot of game left to play.
See if the Broncos can get the ball to Buchanan at some point in time here. I know they like to do that when things are a little scrambled. Another solid defensive possession, and it's Dylan Andrews who's going to take it. He finishes with the left as the shot clock winds down.
That was a nice finish by Andrews. I mean, again, he nearly lost it near the 3-point line. But good job by him. His team really needed that bucket.
That quiets a 12-0 run for Nevada. Here comes Tampa, guarded by Meadow. Winds it in off the front of the rim. Somehow the Wolfpack still come away with it. It's going to be an open look for Weems, and he connects.
Weems has been pretty quiet tonight. Those are actually his first points of the game. Now we're seeing some spreading around of the scoring for the Wolfpack. So again, the Broncos, very important. They are executing and doing their better job on defense.
Weems, a junior out of Federal Way High School, transferred from North Idaho College. It's actually the same place that James Webb III, a standout from Boise State, once played.
Beautiful campus at North Idaho College.
It's awesome up there.
There aren't a lot of campuses where they have a dock actually right there on the campus. It's a pretty nice feature, I would think.
Meadow misses the first free throw. He gets another here. 18 fouls for Nevada. Boise State's going to be shooting free throws the rest of the way, too. Second free throw attempt is up and good. Boise State's lead back out to 3 as we got a good one here at the X. The Broncos 7-3 at home this season. Nevada 4-3 out on the road. Another step back 3 by Comer, and we got a tie game with under 8 minutes to go.
And that's the second time that Comer has done a really good job stepping off his player, creating space, and giving himself plenty of time to collect and shoot. 2 beautiful looks by him in this half.
All right, Drew Fielder fouled and is going to head to the line, but we've got a tie ball game, 60-60. Boise State and Nevada. Boise State led by as many as 20 points in the first half, 30-10. So this is a 50-30 run, I guess, here from Nevada to pull this game even. My name's BJ Rains, Nathan Carroll. We're simulcasting this game on Bronco Nation News from the Mountain West Network, the Creator Sports Network. And we appreciate Boise State, Cody Gogler, Chris Goods for their support and allowing us to do this. Go subscribe, BroncoNationNews.com. We'd love to have you. About $6 a month. We got a 50% off annual rate right now. But folks are unhappy in the chat. Folks are unhappy here in the arena. And it just seems like every shot Nevada takes now you feel is going in. They've got all the momentum. Mr. Mo on their side, 60-60, 7:42 to go.
Yeah, 18-3 run over the last 3.5 minutes for Nevada. Really come on the back of Tayshawn Comer, who's got 13 points in the second half, 5 of 6 from the field in the second half. As a team in the second half, Nevada, 60% from 3, 57% from the floor. They've been doing it. Boise State's offense has played pretty well. They're shooting 50% in their own right, but they just cannot get a stop right now. And look, I wrote the article about it. The issue for this team has been the defense for Mountain West play. And in this second half, it's rearing its ugly head in the worst possible way. Nevada just playing iso ball and dicing up Boise State's defenders. Have to figure out how to get stops in this one.
No doubt. And all the momentum. Every time Nevada takes a shot, man, they're playing with a ton of confidence right now. Andrew Meadow had that 3 from the corner, couldn't get it to go, was in and out. And then obviously, was able to get 1 for 2 from the free throw line. But Fielder going to the line here, a chance to obviously take the lead here. But this Colorado State game, when they had a home game against them, remember they had a big lead. Colorado State came back, took the lead. About this point in the game, Boise State was able to have that final surge. You'd like to see that here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think get a final surge here, close this game out. And look, Boise State's been in these games. They've been in these moments. And mixed results so far this year, but they've been able to get wins, like you said, against Colorado State, against Butler in these spots. So Boise State try to find a way to close this out here in the last 7:42.
All right, we'll send it back to the Mountain West Network. 7:42 to go. We're back on the next break.
Just have to settle a little bit. Again, there's 7.5 minutes plus left on the game clock. This is no time to panic. There's no time to get tight. Just concentrate on scoring and stopping. Simple as that.
I will say Nevada's done a really good job on the defensive glass this half. In the first half, Boise State had 7 offensive rebounds. This half, they have 0 offensive rebounds. Tim, right before halftime, you said, yeah, Coach Alford's going to make that a talking point.
Oh, yes.
I'm guessing he addressed that.
I like how you said addressed. I think he may have vehemently addressed that.
Comer, a heat check is good. Nevada from down 20, now leads by 1.
3 of his 3-pointers, 3 of 6, all in this half, and he's got confidence right now. So Broncos have got to do something. Camper, we don't want to say he's gone away. He's still very much around, but Comer is definitely helping him out in the scoring column.
Fielder takes it top of the key over to Meadow. 6 on the shot clock. The Broncos got to go to work. A deep 3 by Meadow. He misses, and here comes Comer. A bounce pass down low. Price has been quiet this half. Air balls the layup attempt. Boise State with the rebound.
Dylan Andrews trying to do it all himself here for Boise State. Takes it left-handed layup. Boise State takes a 64-63 lead. Timeout, Leon Rice. He wants a quick 31 to sub R.J. Keene back into the game. Defense a little bit here, but Boise State up by 1, 6:26 to go. Dylan Andrews continues to look pretty good.
Yeah, you come out of the break, hit the 2 free throws. Tayshawn Comer knocks down another 3, right? It felt like Corey Camper couldn't miss, Elijah Price couldn't miss, and now Tayshawn Comer hitting absolutely everything. And then Dylan Andrews, who's quietly been exceptional for Boise State today, 15 points, 6 assists already. I think you've got to put the ball in Dylan Andrews' hands right now. He's playing confident. The offense is flowing well through him. And coming out of the break here, they get R.J. Keene in the game and Dominic Parolin into the game for Drew Fielder. An interesting substitution for Leon Rice there.
All right, back to the Mountain West Network.
Broncos to 5 NCAA tournaments. And he's closing in on the title of Mr. Mountain West, in my opinion. He has 163 career wins in this conference. That is the second most all-time. He is only 5 behind San Diego State legendary head coach Steve Fisher. I'll say this too, somewhere on that list, Steve Alford is also lurking. Not too far behind Coach Rice. Comer spins into the lane, a rare mistake for Nevada this half as they turn it over. Just their second turnover of this half.
And then the Broncos nearly turned that back over as well. Collective sigh of relief for everyone in the arena.
Buchanan for 3. Parolin with the rebound. Perfect positioning by the 5th-year senior. He gathers it, puts it back up and in.
Perfect positioning, but also balance. I mean, he caught that, had to hold it with one hand until he could bring his shooting hand back on the ball. Well done by Parolin.
And now Bronco Nation leaning into this one. Many of the fans here rising up off their seats, encouraging the Broncos to get a stop. Camper's going to take a tough step back 3. An air ball out of bounds. And you can hear Bronco Nation letting Nevada star player know about it.
One of the few errant misses that we're going to see out of Camper. And, I mean, credit to R.J. Keene. He ran out there and got a hand up at the very end, making that a little bit more difficult, trying to contest a little bit more. But the Broncos need more of that in order to continue to have success against the Wolfpack.
Back-to-back buckets, back-to-back stops. Can the Broncos continue to add to their lead? Some contact down low. No call. It's going to be Nevada pushing with numbers. Weems takes it baseline. And Jaden Buchanan is going to get called for the foul.
That's a tough foul. That's going to be Buchanan's 3rd, I believe. Again, this is such a physical game. It's just hard to see where the line is drawn on what we're going to call. It looked to me that Buchanan cut him off decently. I mean, a little bit of body in the lower body, but nothing more than we've seen both sides of the ball all game long.
So Weems goes to the free throw line. He's got 3 points and a rebound tonight. The lefty off the front end, off the backboard, and down. Dribble and hoist up another attempt. And it's good. Back to a 1-point ball game with just under 5 minutes to go. Andrews was looking for Buchanan down low. Good job by Camper to deny that pass, though. Now it's Andrews that hands it off to Buchanan. He's got 7 on the shot clock. He takes it to his left, loses control. Camper gathers. He's into the open court, and it'll be 2 easy bucket points the other way for the Wolfpack.
That clock was burning down. Buchanan was trying to make something happen. You know, ideally, you want to see some attack to the rim previous to the final 5 seconds of the shot clock.
Boise State's done a good job of limiting those fast break points today. Just the 3rd and the 4th fast break point for the Wolfpack. They go back in front by 1.
I really like watching Andrews with the ball. He's so savvy in how he moves his shoulders. He's able to get a step on his defender there, and he did a nice job of getting Rollison into a foul situation.
Hits the first free throw attempt. Best free throw shooter on the Broncos this season. 87.5% and going up. Averaging almost 12 points per game, over 3 rebounds per game. And you can see tonight, 16 points, make it 17 points. One of his finest performances in Mountain West Conference play, donning the blue and orange. He'll check out for now as we approach a media timeout. Just over 4 minutes to go in the game. Boise State, once up by 20, now leads by 1. Camper guarded by Keene, gets 2 defenders off their feet and misses, and it's Carolyn with a tough rebound, but Camper steals it back and lays it up and in. Camper just ripped it out of Carolyn's hands.
Carolyn took some contact on the way down, and I think he was sort of losing his footing. That's a nice recovery by Carolyn down on the other end. But back to that other play, I mean, he had 4 Wolfpack players around him, and Camper just grabbed it right out of his hands, as you said.
Back and forth we go. Carolyn answers back with a bucket for the Broncos. 71-69. Camper loses it. Regains possession. Bailey, 7 on the shot clock. Fade away over Keene. It is long, and it is once again Carolyn just battling on the boards.
Carolyn is working down there. I mean,
Oh, man, we're going to have Javen Buchanan going to the foul line here. What a game, 70-69. Boise State with the lead, 2:45 to go. Back and forth action. The crowd just absolutely irate on that ball that was stolen from Dom Parolin. The layup goes in for Camper, who now has how many? Is he over 30? 31, I believe.
31, yeah.
For Camper, Boise State clinging to a 1-point lead, 2:45 to go. What a game, worth the price of admission here at the X.
Oh, no kidding. When this game was 30-10, some people were talking about this team winning out and this being a 70-point game. Oh, it's going to be a fun final 2.5 minutes here. These teams just trading blows right now. Offensively, got a little bit stagnant there for a couple of possessions, and then finally, R.J. Keene, of all people, gets a ball in a corner, makes a beautiful entry pass to Dominic Parolin for an easy bucket. Boise State gets a stop. R.J. Keene on the defensive end of the floor, forcing a contested shot. Dominic Parolin gets the rebound. Javen Buchanan at the free throw line. It's been, just like I said, just a back-and-forth game. Really was not expecting this, with 10 minutes to go in the first half. But we got a fun finish on our hands, BJ.
Somebody's asking about the student section. Now, in fairness, this is where the football team was sitting.
Correct.
They all got up and left. Some people filled in.
50% did not stay.
No, the other side's got more, though. You can't really see them down there, but the other side has some more on the other side of the band over there. But student section is not full. But got to make both these free throws here.
Yep.
The officiating has changed a little bit in terms of calling some at times ticky-tack stuff here all of a sudden. And, man, this is 1-point game, man. This is pretty good stuff here at the X, man. And got to make these free throws. And then defensively, man, just can't,
find a way to get stops.
And you got to get rebounds.
Got to get rebounds.
You got to get defensive rebounds here.
They're Boise State now +1 in the second half. When Nevada was on that run, it was as low as, I believe, Nevada +3. So done a better job securing rebounds. But turnovers, too. They have 5 turnovers in the second half. Seen a couple of them kind of spiral here at the end. Need to continue to take care of the ball and get stops.
All right, Javen Buchanan headed to the line. First one's good. 71-69, Boise State, 2:45 to go. Back to Jay Tuss in the Mountain West Network.
To go along with 9 rebounds. I mean, this is one of his best games as a Bronco. The 11 points, 2 shy of a season high. The 9 rebounds, 1 shy of a season high. Had his lone double-double of the year against Nevada down in Reno.
I don't know if you can see on his jersey. He's got some blood on his jersey. I mean, the man's out there working perfect 5 for 5 from the field. You love that out of your senior 6-year player.
He's 5 for 5 from the field. Javen Buchanan is 5 for 5 at the free throw line. He's up to 14 points. Boise State leads by 3. Has had the hot hand for Nevada in the second half. 18 points on the day, 16 here in the second half. Carolyn out on the perimeter guarding Price. And with Comer taking off towards the baseline, Carolyn slips and fouls him.
Brilliance is awesome defense for 21 seconds of that possession. Just doing a great job with those ball screens and those handoffs. You hate to see the bailout foul in that situation again. Carolyn slipped. I think that's why the foul occurred. It wasn't him reaching for the ball. But good effort by them for the first 21 seconds of that shot.
Tayshawn Comer hits the free throw attempt. He has just been simply outstanding tonight. His season high is 24 points. He had 24 at Washington State and 24 against the Broncos in Reno earlier this year.
And he's made his last 5 shots. So, again, you talked about the hot hand. I mean, we've been talking about Camper a whole lot, but Comer, he's right there as well.
Comer with 20. 3 of 3 at the free throw line. He's got 3 threes.
This half.
All this half, you're right. Can the Broncos get this one across the finish line? 2 minutes to go. They lead by 1 with the ball. 6 on the shot clock. Fielder sets the screen for Buchanan. He's going to put up the 3 and hit. Big shot by Buchanan. Boise State goes back up by 4.
And this is how you get a crowd back into it. People are on their feet right now. This is what they need to get a big defensive stop. This is an important possession for the Broncos.
One of the biggest shots of the season for Boise State. The game was in balance and Buchanan hits a 3. How does Nevada respond? Weeks that somehow is able to save that one from going out of bounds. A lot of contact down low. Price is going to go to the free throw line.
Fielder came over to double in that situation, and we didn't have the helper drop, which is too bad. He was able to get the pass out to his teammate down there, and Price makes good on that opportunity.
Price has been somewhat quiet this half, 0 for 2 at the free throw line, only 2 points since coming out of the locker room. He had 10 points in the first half. Makes that free throw. Which makes it a 1-possession game. Misses the second. It'll remain a 3-point advantage for Boise State. Both teams in the double bonus.
Again, crucial possession for the Broncos. Both coaches have plenty of timeouts in their back pocket. There's a lot of basketball left in this game, and there was just a minute left. but you want to make sure this is a good shot.
Buchanan was begging for the ball on the block. Instead, Boise State goes the other way with it. Andrews back over to Keene. A tough three. Probably not the shot Boise State was looking for. They do.
All right. Offense kind of got bailed out on the Javen Buchanan three. Didn't have much going on that possession either. 44.1 seconds to go. I guess the only saving grace is you're up three.
Yes.
So if they hit a three, you have a chance maybe for the last shot here. But certainly not ideal given where this game was.
Yeah, those last two offensive possessions were just ugly. Just no intention. It looked like they were more concerned with running clock than getting a bucket. And
which does matter at some point, but, you do want to didn't have much of a flow there.
Certainly.
RJ Keene shooting I love RJ, but that probably wasn't the best shot of the possession there.
No, and that's not on RJ. He got a grenade. There's 2 seconds on the shot clock, and he's fading in the corner. But Javen Buchanan bails him out with a fantastic bucket. I mean, looked like your guy, Darren Peterson, wearing 22 and everything. But then that second possession, Javen Buchanan has post position with like 12 on the shot clock, and Dylan Andrews turns him down to try to run more clock. If you're Nevada.
Yeah, quickly. Are you going three here? I mean, they've been pretty hot from three this half.
With the way Tayshawn Comer and Corey Camper have been shooting.
7 of 12 from three this half,
yeah,
Nevada.
With the way those two have been shooting, I give them the ball and just say, do whatever you want to do because they've been on fire. Let them take control of this game.
All right, 44.1 to go. Boise State by 3. Back to the Mountain West Network we go.
Buchanan, Nato, Carmichael, and Fielder all have been tagged with 3 fouls. Coleman and Comer have 3 fouls for the Wolfpack.
And timeouts, we're looking at 1 left for the Broncos, 1 left for Nevada. Again, that can come into play as well. In the women's game, the timeout's so important at the end of the game to call a timeout and advance the ball. Men's game do not have that advantage, but still really important possession here for Nevada.
Price and Camper have barely left the floor. Each have played almost 37 minutes tonight. A big possession for Nevada, down 3. They find an open look for Camper, and he misses. Buchanan with the rebound, and Nevada will foul. There was about a 4-second differential between the shot clock and the game clock, but off the miss, Buchanan is able to corral the rebound, and Nevada immediately fouls him.
That was a nicely designed play by Coach Alford. A little bit of an elevator screen. Keene almost got burned on that. He tried to go and cut through the gap, and Camper flared. So that was a good opportunity for Nevada.
A big free throw as Buchanan pushes it out to a 2-possession game.
Really important the Broncos don't have a foolish foul here on the foul line. I'd be talking with those players who are on the foul line, making sure that they're aware of that. Now it's time to play some solid D. Let's see what the Broncos have.
Bronco Nation charging up Extra Mile Arena. A bucket quickly back the other way by Price, and it's all.
All right, back to a 3-point game, 27.1 to go. Nathan, Boise State, Buchanan hits both the free throws. They come down and get a bucket underneath. Obviously in the double bonus, they're going to try to get the steal and then get if they can't get the steal, they're going to have to foul. So you want your good free throw shooters in the game right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to hit your free throws, and that's what this is going to come down to ultimately. Nevada, brilliant draw, brilliant play call there from Alford to get a wide open look for Corey Camper Jr. And it's seemingly for the first time all night he misses on a wide open look. That really nice play design. Looked like they set up an elevator screen on RJ Keene and but missed it. And Boise State, fortunate, gets the rebounds, hit the free throws, and now hit some free throws down the stretch, and you got yourself a win.
All right, here we go. Boise State sets inbound at 27.1 to go.
As he's only attempted 4 free throws this season.
Coach Burns there getting some final words of wisdom into his guys. I love it.
I say that, by the way. Boise State is +9 when Keene is on the court tonight. That's a Keene best when it comes to plus-minus. It's going to be Keene to inbound it, as he does so often in these situations. He runs the baseline, goes back to Fielder, tosses it over to Buchanan. The Broncos got to get this ball into the front court. They toss it up, ball poked away. Somehow it's Buchanan that comes away with a dangerous pass. Comer was so close to gathering that. Nevada did everything they wanted to right there. They just couldn't quite finish the play. I mean, Andrews had to throw that pass probably, or Boise State was going to get called for a 10-second.
They were. I think Buchanan was so expecting the foul to come that he sort of just he caught it and was expecting to get hit.
As you said, though, there's enough time that they could do that.
There's a lot of time. Even with these made free throws, again, Buchanan sank the first one there. Looks like Coach Rice is trying to bring in a sub, get his defensive set, bringing back Parolin, who's been so good on the boards. So right now it's time to go for Nevada. 16 seconds. They got to score quick, and then they're looking for a quick foul.
Javen Buchanan, 9-9 at the free throw line. Those 9 makes a career high. He's got 21 points. Comer trying to go quickly over to Weems. The shot contested by Buchanan, but it's Weems that hits.
And Coach
no
Alford
timeouts
is
for
out of
Nevada.
timeouts. Exactly. Buchanan can run the baseline here on a made basket. So getting the ball in, and then they need a foul immediately.
Nevada probably took a little too much time right there.
That's at least, I think, 2 seconds off the clock more than you wanted to see expire. I don't know if they were hoping they were going to get a trap there, but that's a dangerous risk for Nevada.
All I'll say is that, you know, if anything, if you foul Dylan Andrews, he's an 88% free throw shooter. Meadow has been outstanding his whole career, but he is under 70% this season. And the first free throw attempt in a 2-point game barely grazes the front end.
Okay, this is the big one, though, right? This makes it a 3-point game.
He misses. Elijah Price with the rebound. Nevada's going to have a shot here. Comer gets off the floater. It goes, and we head to overtime. Andrew Meadow goes 0 for 2.
Oh, my. Oh, my. We are headed to overtime. Oh, my goodness. Andrew Meadow misses both free throws, and we are headed to overtime here at Extra Mile Arena. Stunned silence. Are they saying there's time still on the clock? Oh, no, I guess they're saying now it's going to overtime. Let's see here. No, no time on the clock. Unbelievable. We are going to overtime.
How different does this season look for Boise State if they just go the other way on some of these buzzer beaters? You get the Dylan Andrews shot that he misses at the end against Hawaii Pacific. You get the runner against San Diego State that would have beaten them in overtime. And now this shot here. If this ball rims out, Boise State walks out of here with a win. Instead, we're going to overtime. You said it. Andrew Meadow, 0 for 2 from the free throw line. And I pointed out right when he went to the line, he's shooting 64% from the free throw line this year. He is, for being as good of a shooter as he is, 43% from 3 this season. He has not been good from the charity stripe. Goes 0 for 2. Nevada does an excellent job securing the rebound, getting the ball to Tayshawn Comer. He's able to get down the court and get a bucket. What a game. Free basketball at Extra Mile Arena.
Unbelievable.
Would not have expected this when Boise was up 20, but
unbelievable. And now the crowd is in stunned silence. You got to try to get some energy back in the building. All the momentum is with Nevada right now. I think the first bucket or two is huge here in overtime.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to find a way to steal momentum back right away. Whatever your best offensive sets are, draw them up right now, because if you let Nevada hit a 3 to open this and then get a stop, I think you could lose the crowd pretty quickly. But stunned. It's stunned right now.
Yeah. I would say right now, I mean, whatever the live odds are, all the live odds momentum is with Nevada here.
Yeah.
We'll send you back to the Mountain West Network for, unfortunately, the start of overtime, as Boise State is now tied 79-79.
Overtime against UNLV, a game they ultimately lost 89-85. So the Broncos 0 for 2 in OT this year. Both of those games out on the road.
And then looking at fouls, I mean, Nevada has Price with 4. Nobody else with more than 3. we'll see if that becomes a factor for this overtime.
The Wolfpack, on the other hand, have been perfect in OT games this year. They beat Southern Illinois 86-81 all the way back in November in OT. And then that thriller last week against Grand Canyon, where the Wolfpack somehow pulled out a 66-60 victory. Andrew Meadow looking for redemption and one.
Nice job by Meadow, taking the contact here, chesting, and then still getting his body turned around to frame that shot and get the finish.
Meadow with his third straight miss at the free throw line, just 4 of 9 at the free throw line tonight. Again, a kid that all of his career has been really deadly at the free throw line. And wow, the easiest bucket of the night for Camper.
That's a design set. That's a nice one. A lot of schools are running that. Camper's such a good shooter that you can't go under anything. And so when he turns that corner off of the high post and ducks down, I mean, unless the help, with that 1-4 set, you don't have help in the middle. So unless somebody sees the read, that's an easy look.
Camper with a career high 33 points on 13 of 20 shooting. Javen Buchanan.
I think Buchanan might have gotten away with an extra step there.
He banks home the bucket. He's got 23 points to lead Boise State. Here comes Weems dribbling to his left. Guarded by Buchanan and Fielder. Fielder, I think, came away with the block.
Fielder's shoulder, he's kind of working out his shoulder on that one. I think that block may have cost him a little bit physically.
Tries to set a screen for Andrews. He's kind of working that right shoulder as he hands it off to Andrew Meadow. Meadow back to Fielder, over to Andrews. Under 10 on the shot clock now. Over, a wide open look for Buchanan. No good. Price with the rebound. Price 2 boards shy of a double-double. He's going to attack. The ball off of Buchanan's knee as Price was looking for Weems cutting to the hole. Under 3 to go in the first, and I'll say hopefully last overtime.
Sometimes you say things like this, Jay. Don't make me say it again. Bonus basketball. I mean, it's a school night. It's a school night.
Free basketball. I'll take it.
Free basketball. That's exactly right. I think some folks were actually grabbing their jackets, and when Meadow had the 2 shots at the free throw line. The parking lot is just such a draw to get people out there. I'm glad that they decided to put that jacket back down and stay for this good finish.
Dylan Andrews with 17 points. He's going to go to the line for 2 free throw attempts. His 17 points, the 4th most he's had as a Bronco. He's eclipsed 23 times in his career. In this season. His season high is 26 against NC State. His most in a Mountain West Conference game is 21. That was just a couple of weeks ago in a victory here over Colorado State. A.G. Nato trying to check into the game. I think he will do so after the free throw.
For Andrews.
Andrews, money. And he will take a quick breather with Nato coming in. So 19 points for Dylan Andrews, 23 for Javen Buchanan. Boise State up 4 with just under 3 minutes to go. Here comes Camper.
All right, timeout Nevada. They got the timeout call there, but Dylan Andrews hits both free throws. Boise State up 4, 85-81. 2:34 to go. Big possession here for Boise State on defense.
Yeah, defense has definitely ramped up the intensity here in overtime, doing a great job of contesting. A nice block from Drew Fielder. I like that the officials have kind of put the whistles away, right? This is feeling and moving a little bit more like we saw in the first half, but get a stop here. And then, I mean, look, we said it when there was less than a minute left, but you have to hit free throws. If you get a stop here, you start to approach the free throw game maybe a little early. There's 2:30 left. Nevada will probably play defense for a possession or two, but get a stop here, run a good set on offense, and try to close this out.
All right, Nevada inbounding the ball. Back to the Mountain West Network we go.
Price has 15. Camper has 33. As I mentioned, those 33 are a career high. The Broncos have done a good job on the glass all night. They're plus 10. But ever since these two teams came out of the locker room, Nevada's done a much better job on the defensive glass, limiting those second opportunities for the Broncos. Here it'll be Nevada. Out of the timeout. Ball poked away. It was deflected by Nato. Comer keeps possession. 5 on the shot clock. He goes into the lane, running downhill. Over Parolin, he misses. A loose ball, and it is actually going to stay with Nevada. The Broncos got to stop. They just couldn't quite corral that rebound. We tick down to the 2-minute mark in overtime. 8 on the shot clock. Homer picks up his dribble, finds Camper cutting an easy floater. He's got 35.
I don't think that floater was easy, Jay.
35 points for Corey Camper. 14 of 21 from the field. Boise State's going to take a timeout here to talk about this. 1:46 to go. We bring you courtside here at Extra Mile Arena. He's Nathan Carroll. My name's BJ Rains. We got a crazy viewership, over 500 of you watching on YouTube right now, 530. Give us a like, give us a subscription here on YouTube. We'd appreciate it. Bronco Nation News. Check out our website, bronconationnews.com. Boise State coverage, Mountain West coverage. We're part of the 24/7 Sports Network. Again, give us a like and a subscribe here on YouTube. And we appreciate the record 500 plus of you watching. Boise State ball here, 1:46 to go. Obviously need some points.
Yeah, got to get a bucket. Let Dylan Andrews, who's had a phenomenal game, get him the ball, and then hopefully run a set that gets the ball. Either Andrews getting a good look or Jim Buchanan, who kind of quietly has 23 points this game. Find a way to get one of those two guys the ball and hopefully get a bucket, make it a 2-score game.
All right, back to the action we go. The Mountain West Network's Jay Tust.
Now, Nevada is fourth at 8-3 in conference play. Boise State 5-6. They sit at 7th place in the Mountain West Conference standings. But I feel like we're seeing those top 4 team versions tonight, if you will. Both teams playing really good basketball.
I think they know how important this game is. It's February, and you know what February means. That means March is right around the corner. So playing your best ball towards the end of the season is what you want to do. Nobody cares about the wins that you had in the early parts of the season. They care about what you're doing lately.
Buchanan with the step through at the free throw line. Hands it off to Keene. He goes over to Andrews. He's going to hoist up a 3. Price with the rebound. Here comes Comer down to Price. Contested by Parolin, but he's going to get called for the foul.
Nice pass, nice dish by Comer. And Price, I mean, that was a situation, foul or give up an easy 2 right there. So you understand why Parolin tried to contest that shot.
The most points ever scored against a Leon Rice team by an individual, 37. Comer's got 35. It's Price at the free throw line. He rattles that one home.
Again, with a minute left in the game, Boise State has 1 timeout. Nevada burned theirs with that loose ball situation. Be real curious to see how the next couple possessions go. Broncos would take a lot of pressure off to get a bucket right here.
Price in his 41st minute of the night hits both free throws. 17 points for him to go along with 9 rebounds. He does have 4 personal fouls, something to monitor. Tied at 85, 1 minute to go in overtime. Andrews running the show over to Buchanan. Under 10 to go on the shot clock. 50 seconds left on the game clock. Another late possession shot. A step back three by Andrews. He hits. A double fist pump from Leon Rice as Dylan Andrews hits his biggest shot as a Bronco. Comer right back the other way. A layup over Parolin. About a 5-second differential between the game clock and the shot clock. And Comer tries to reach in, instead commits the foul.
And he nearly had that ball. Andrews was lucky to collect it. And boy, Comer, watch here. He does a good poke right there. And yeah, obviously contact as he's reaching back around. He knows how close that was. That could have been a real significant sway.
I know Dylan Andrews scored a season-high 26 against NC State, but that was on a neutral court. This is his biggest performance biggest performance in front of Bronco Nation. His first free throw miss of the night, he was 6 of 6 prior to that. 22 points, 6 assists. He pushes the lead back out to 2. 28 seconds to go. Here comes Bronco Nation. Weems catches it. Thought about a three. Pulls it back out. Tosses it over to Comer. Under 20 seconds to go. Nevada down 2. Comer guarded by Parolin. Another deep setback 2. Off the front end of the rim. Keene saves it, and it looks like he called timeout, and they will give it to him. Keene running that one down, saving it from going out of bounds, goes into the front row and fires up Bronco Nation.
You talked about Keene.
Oh my, they gave him the timeout. Nevada's coaches can't believe it. Now the rule is you cannot be out of bounds. He still had a foot on the ground, I think, when he was calling the timeout there, Nathan. Unbelievable play, maybe the play of the game by R.J. Keene. The rule is you cannot be falling out of bounds, but I think his foot was still on the ground when he was calling that.
It's so close. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. Regardless, the most R.J. Keene play possible. Makes the 110% effort play to even get to that ball, and I'm waiting for him to try to throw it back or throw it down court to run clock. And then the high IQ to call timeout in that moment. There's not many players in the country who have the hustle and the IQ to pull off that play. R.J. Keene doing R.J. Keene things in the biggest moment of the game, buys Boise State a possession, and now we're exactly where we were with 5 seconds left in the second half at the regulation portion of this game. Boise State 2-point lead. Going to go to the free throw line. I just, get the ball in, go to the free throw line.
Now, it looks like Andrew Meadow is not out there.
Meadow not out there.
They do not have Andrew Meadow out there for the free throws. Nato is out there. You got 5 guys that can shoot free throws out there. Let's send it back to the Mountain West. Well, let's see here. We'll just keep it here. We can keep it here for a minute.
I think you have to try to get the ball to Javen Buchanan or Dylan Andrews. Those guys have been on fire from the free throw line today.
All right, so they're getting ready to inbound the ball here. We'll throw it back to the Mountain West Network in just a second, but R.J. Keene has to be stationary here. You want to get the ball in bounds, and folks saying that shouldn't have been a timeout there on the chat there, but we got the replay. We'll show it on the postgame show. If your foot is still on the ground when you're calling timeout, I think you're still technically in bounds.
To me, he's calling timeout, it looks like, before he even grabs possession of the ball. So was his foot down before he got possession? I don't know. That's a close one at the very least.
All right, we'll send it back to the Mountain West Network. Dylan Andrews going to the line.
David Buchanan. Both of those guys have done some serious work at the free throw line. Buchanan's 9 of 9. DA is 7 of 8. Big free throw from Andrews. That makes it a 3-point game. He can make it a 2-possession game with under 7 seconds to go. It's true. 25 points for Dylan Andrews. That is the third most he has ever scored in a college basketball game and his second most as a Bronco. A 4-point contest. Comer going quickly. Camper a deep three. He misses. Andrews fittingly secures the rebound and the win. Boise State leads a thriller against Nevada. 91-87 in overtime.
All right, Boise State hangs on. The Broncos 91-87 in overtime, taking down the Nevada Wolfpack. What a game. An all-timer here at Extra Mile Arena. The Broncos blow a 20-point lead and hang on to win the game. 91-87. Kent Riddle's fired up. 91-87, the final. Boise State hangs on, and we talked about it before the game, Nathan. It really didn't matter how you won, what the score was.
Yep.
You just had to find a way to win. So at this point, I don't think Leon Rice cares one bit, but look at the players here going in with the students to thank them for coming.
Big time win. Boise State probably made it as complicated as possible to win this one. You get out to the 20-point lead, give up a big run, which pulls UNR back in the game. They take their first lead with like 5 minutes in the second half, just for it to be a battle back and forth down the stretch. Boise State finally seems to take advantage, has a 2-point lead with 5 seconds left, 0 for 2 from the free throw line. Nevada hits the buzzer beater to go to overtime. And then you get to overtime, and you got all sorts of chicanery. You get Dylan Andrews with the shot of the season with an incredible step-back three that you don't see a lot of college kids hitting. I immediately turned over to Johnny Ballgame and said, that's why they said he was an NBA guy coming out of high school, is his ability to hit shots like that. And then Boise State gets the stop. R.J. Keene with the high hustle, high IQ play. They hit the free throws. Dylan Andrews, and it had to be Dylan Andrews to close this one out. He finishes the game with 25 points, 6 assists. It was complicated. There were ups, there was downs. It was Jekyll, it was Hyde, it was a roller coaster. But Boise State pulls off one of their biggest wins of the season, their second win against one of the top half teams in the Mountain West. And the timing of this one just feels so important for this team.
Yeah.
What a game. I mean, that's an all-timer. I have not been to many games at Extra Mile Arena as good as that game that we just watched. I'm sure if you're a Boise State fan, you're having a heart attack right now. You're gonna have to go in and go see your cardiologist after that one. But what a game.
You blew a 20-point lead. Certainly, as we do transition into the Jacksons Postgame Show here on Bronco Nation News. 2,000 of you watching right now. We appreciate you. Stick with us. This is the Postgame Show. We're going to be right here on this feed talking about Boise State and Nevada. We'll hear from Coach Rice. We'll hear from some players. Nathan's going to take over here in a little bit while I go back and do some interviews. But unbelievable game. And like I said, who cares? Yeah, Nevada covered, whatever. Like, it ended up being right what Vegas thought it was going to be, a close competitive game. You're up 20. We didn't see this coming maybe. And some of the naysayers, whatever, the negative folks will say, oh, they, whatever, almost blew the lead, whatever. Well, they didn't. They won the game. And as we said, you don't need style points. You don't need Ken Palm numbers. You need to move your way up the standings in the conference. And you now have a split with Nevada. You get your get-back game with them. And just a lot of things to take from this. Where do we want to go first? Do you want to go to the buzzer beater for Nevada first and talk about that one? I mean, Boise State was up 2. Final seconds, Andrew Meadows both free throws, and Comer hits the buzzer beater.
Yeah, and it had to be Tayshawn Comer. I mean, he was absolutely lights out for Nevada. And for Boise State, again, you finally have the momentum. You finally feel like you've put the game away, and then to go 0 for 2 from the free throw line. from Andrew Meadow, no less, who he struggled from the free throw line this year, no doubt, but he is, in theory, one of your better free throw shooters. And Tayshawn Comer, those ended up being his 20th points of the second half, those two that he got on that buzzer beater. And
let's hear from Dylan Andrews real quick. He's talking on the post game.
The happiest guys on the roster. Javen Buchanan, 23 points for him. Man, we have seen him battle to stay on the court at times this season. How much did he deserve a performance like tonight?
He deserved it, man. JB's a hard worker, and he's one of our leaders. He's one of our guys, and when we really appreciate JB. When he comes out like this, JB's a dog. Like, I really don't think nobody in the Mountain West could guard JB, and he showed that tonight.
I agree.
And Dylan, just one more question. Moving into the next game, I know you want to enjoy this one tonight, but you got New Mexico down in the pit. How are you feeling about that matchup?
I'm excited about that game because I hear so much about the pit, and I know I see videos all the time where you roll the ball up, you try to get it up to the top of the.
Yep.
You know what I'm talking about?
I do know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but I'm excited to play them at their crowd. I know they're going to be ready for us, so we got to be ready for them.
Dylan Andrews, everybody, 25 points tonight. Your coaches call you one of the best teammates out there. You've battled for it. You've earned this moment. Congrats, my friend.
Appreciate you, Jay, always.
All right, Boise State coming back.
All right, there he is. Dylan Andrews. It's kind of hard to hear what he was saying there, to be honest. But Boise State, unbelievable win in overtime. Somebody said it's not an all-timer because they almost blew a 20-point lead. I think that adds to it being an all-time. Not an all-time, just an all-time game in general.
Yeah.
All right, you mentioned the Dylan Andrews 3. It was a tie game. I don't even know how much time was left on the clock. But, not much going offensively. Okay, there's 47.9, 5 seconds on the shot clock. They didn't have much going offensively, and as you said, just a massive shot here.
Yeah, that instantly becomes one of the all-time shots, at least of this season. I mean, we don't have to be hyperbolic and say of all time, but I mean, for that possession, the way momentum was going, we're back and forth, tie game at 85. The offense looks like it's about to have one last kind of dead possession, and Dylan Andrews, who it's been a rough season for him. It has not been the senior season I'm sure he was hoping to have, but he had an incredible performance tonight, and that's why he's getting the interview with Jay Tuss there on the Mountain West Network. 25 points, and that was the biggest one of them. Just what a shot and what a moment for this team. I mean, it is the kind of win that I think that you can really build some serious momentum on going forward to the rest of the season. And, we're not talking at large. The odds that you get into the top 4 are low, but to get and build some momentum for this team heading down into Vegas, heading into the Mountain West tournament. And I think that was that's just the end of the game there. But Dylan Andrews, what a shot. Just absolutely what a shot. And that was the game. That shot right there is what sealed it for Boise State. Nevada comes down and gets an easy bucket to make it a 1-point game, but Boise State able to close it out with some stops and some free throws.
And then a well-deserved celebration here post-game. The players coming through. I don't remember them doing this during normal wins.
Yeah.
Going down to thank the student section, coming through and slapping 5, kind of a la the football team after they win a game here, coming down to thank the fans. And just a big-time win for Boise State, and one that was needed. And, we've talked about the negative momentum that came, Nathan, from the loss to San Diego State, the negative momentum that followed. Maybe this is the positive momentum they need heading to a place like the Pit on Saturday.
Yeah, and I think especially how the game played out, it's a confidence-building performance for guys who felt like needed a confidence boost, right? Like R.J. Keene with one of his best games of the season and one of his best finishes of the season. Dylan Andrews, who it's funny, I was debating on, okay, which story do I preview this game with? Talk about Boise State's defensive struggles or talking about Dylan Andrews? And Dylan Andrews is having statistically his worst season as a collegiate athlete. His 3 years at UCLA all had better Evan Maya BPRs. But Dylan Andrews came to play tonight, probably I would say his best game of the season. I know he had a big one, had 26, I think, against NC State and Maui. But to be able to pull out a win and for Dylan Andrews to play so well, like if you get this version of Dylan Andrews, this radically changes the way this team can look going forwards. And but maybe we'll see, right? This has been a little bit of a Jekyll and Hyde team all season. It's been a Jekyll and Hyde team this game. We saw it the tale of two halves tonight. But at the very least for tonight an incredible win and one that you absolutely hope that this team can build some momentum on going forward.
And good for Dylan Andrews, man. This guy's had some criticism at times.
Yep.
Missed the first shot against Hawaii Pacific in the opener. Has had some other games where he didn't particularly play great and was getting some criticism. Folks were wondering, should he come out of the starting lineup? We were talking about some of the negative stats and things. Has played better lately, which I think it has coincided at times with them winning. And I know you were working on a story and maybe have some numbers. But when he plays well, this team typically plays pretty well. And for him to have a moment like that, didn't have the San Diego State one, missed that shot at the buzzer, could have won it against San Diego State. To have that moment for him, I thought was just a really cool, deserved moment, because he'll be back out here probably shooting.
Yep.
He comes out and takes post-game shots and stuff. I mean, he deserves this moment, and I thought it was a really cool moment for him. I'm going to let you continue. I'm going to head back to post-game. Nathan's the best in the business. We appreciate you, man. I'm going to go get some interviews. We'll bring those back out. We'll get your comments in, get your thoughts in. Nathan will take all those, and he's going to take over. We got 50-plus comments in there, and I'll probably be back in 20, 25 minutes and take over, and we'll hear from Leon and hear from some players. But what a win for Boise State. This is the Jacksons Postgame Show. I saw some Sun Cruiser mentions in there. Yeah. Be chugging the Sun Cruisers tonight if you want. I mean, what a game, what a moment, and appreciate Lithia, Ford of Boise, and Sun Cruiser, our studio sponsor, our title sponsor. And I'm going to go do some interviews, Nathan, and be back soon. But what a win for Boise State. This is the Jacksons Postgame Show. Nathan Carroll taking over, and you can mute mic number 1 over there.
Perfect, yeah. And how about our friends at the Nick Layson family over at Taco Bell? Boise State scoring 83 points tonight, which means the tacos are free. I believe that's tomorrow. One taco with your ticket stub for free. So definitely go check out Taco Bell anywhere here in the Treasure Valley. Thank you again to our friends, the Nicolason family. Here on the Jacksons Postgame Show, stick around. We are going to have Abe Jackson. We'll have BJ come back. We'll have interviews from players, coaches, and interviews should be fun tonight, right? Like sometimes they get fun after a loss, or they get interesting after a loss, but after a big win like that, guarantee you that you're going to get some fired up players. You're going to get fired up Leon Rice, and we're going to get to some comments, because I'm sure that you guys in the ICCU YouTube chat are fired up about this one. Back and forth game that all the emotions, just one of those games where truly you felt everything, in a game that you felt you should have won, and then you found a way to almost lose and ultimately find a way to win, and in the unlikeliest way with Dylan Andrews. Again, just highlight his performance: 25 points, 6 rebounds, 9 of 10 from the free throw line for a team that had some free throw issues tonight. He was excellent. Only had 2 turnovers, and even one of those, I saw they counted it as a Dylan Andrews turnover that looked to me live like it was a Dominic Parolin turnover, one of those ones that's pretty 50-50. And this team does look very different when Dylan Andrews is playing like he did tonight, especially on the offensive end. As a team, they shoot 51%, or 52% if you round up, just 32% from three-point range. It wasn't like they got otherworldly hot from 3, but they did a good job hitting free throws, attacking the basket, getting good looks. I thought for most of the game, there were moments of the offense stagnating, but for most of the game, I thought the offense did a really nice job emphasizing ball movement. Things felt more intentional, and they were getting good looks. A lot of the threes tonight were getting a good touch inside and then being able to kick it out to an open shooter who, sometimes shots just aren't falling for guys. And it has to be shouted out, Javen Buchanan as well. 23 points, 9 of 9 from the free throw line, 6 of 11 from the field. He also added 5 rebounds and 2 assists. And I thought Javen Buchanan was excellent defensively tonight. I thought today was his best defensive performance this season. Did a really good job on his man. I thought was strong and tough against some of the stronger players he had to guard for Nevada, and did a nice job with his with his foot movement, staying in front of when he had some of the tougher options on Nevada. For Nevada, they get 35 from Corey Camper Jr., 24 from Tayshawn Comer, 17 from Elijah Prince. My mental math is right here. Those guys combined for 76 of their 87 points. 76 coming from just 3 players. The rest of the team, just 11 points, 8 of them coming from Weems, from Vaughn Weems. Just bench points, just 3 bench points for Nevada tonight, and that's where this game going to overtime, you feel maybe help Boise State a bit. All of a sudden, late in that game, you see Corey Camper, you see Tayshawn Comer starting to miss some of those shots they weren't missing early in the game. 42 minutes for Camper, just 32 for Comer, 42 for Price. I mean, those guys played through the whole game, and I think that's the ability for Boise State to rely on their depth. Their guys were fresher later into the game, which I think probably helped them out in overtime, being able to finish this one out. But let's get to some comments, guys. Get to some of you in the ICCU chat. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for joining us. Still have a couple of hundred of you here in the chat. We've had over 2,000 people check into the stream today, so thank you guys for doing that. Camper was unconscious. Yeah, 35 is, I believe, the second most in the Leon Rice era by an individual player at Extra Mile Arena. I think Nick Clifford had 36 last year, if I'm not mistaken. But Corey Camper was unreal. And coincidentally, it was 2 open looks that he had that could have ended the game that were the ones that did not fall for him. He finished the game 14 of 22 from the field. Hey, sorry about that, guys. I'm not sure what happened. The StreamYard rebooted on me. Maybe you hit the 3.5 hour mark, and I guess the StreamYard wants a little reset. But we're back. We should be good. Let me know if you guys can all see me and hear me. So yeah, hopefully it's all good. Yeah, but maybe StreamYard having some issues after going live for 3.5 hours there. But yeah, Boise State takes care of business. That's one way to put it. 91-87 gets the win. Let's get to some more of your comments. One on the boards, absolutely. Boise State finished plus 10 rebounding margin, and we know that's one of the things that Leon Rice emphasizes with his teams. You got to be able to rebound, and absolutely dominated the boards, particularly in the first half tonight. We're plus 10 in the first half. DA, Dom, Javen, RJ, brilliant. Yeah, Dylan Andrews and Javen, obviously, on the scoring side of things. Dominic Parolin, really efficient performance, finished the game with 11 points, 5 of 5 from the field, grabbed 9 rebounds, did have 3 turnovers, and like I said, one that probably could have been a fourth on him, but I thought for the most part, Dominic Parolin was solid, had a couple of really nice defensive plays in overtime. The defense, talked about it in the pregame. In the first half, it looked pretty good, but in the second half, I thought Nevada did a really nice job of responding and starting to run some offense that created open looks for their guys. Did a really nice job late in the game cutting. That was, RJ had a brilliant night, but RJ got caught on a couple of Corey Camper back cuts or late in the game that gave them some easy looks. I thought they did a really nice job scheming up their offense tonight. But the defense is something that definitely moving forward is going to have to improve for this team, and was part of the reason that Nevada was able to make the comeback. Nevada ends up shooting 42% from 3, 49% from the field, only 8 turnovers. That's a hallmark of these Steve Alford teams, is they do not turn the ball over. And we're starting to get our first players leaking back out to get some shots up post game. Got looks like Andrew Meadow, the first one, getting some shots up. Just underneath the basket now. One thing that I think a lot of fans don't realize, because by now, the stadium's emptied out, but a lot of guys come out and get some shots up post-game and, continue to work on their game, work on their craft. So glad we finished this off. Great hustle play by Keene. Not only is it the hustle play from RJ Keene there, but the hustle play combined with the IQ to keep your foot on the ground, inbound, call the timeout, and you can see it on the video. As soon as he grabs that ball, he is turning and looking in the ref, screaming timeout, timeout, timeout. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I've watched a ton of basketball in my life. I don't think I've ever seen a guy diving out of bounds, grab a ball, and get a timeout call like that in that moment. And it's the most RJ Keene play. Only RJ Keene would make that play. Because if there's two things that you want to say RJ Keene is one of the best on this team about, it's his IQ, it's his hustle, and that is an all-time hustle play and all-time IQ play for RJ Keene. RJ, his final stat line in the most RJ way possible, just 3 points, but has 6 rebounds. Did get the technical foul on the 1 3-pointer that he hit. turned and talked to the Nevada bench. We'll have to talk to our guy RJ and ask what he said to the UNR's bench and it was right away too. Hits the three, turns around, says something to the bench, and immediately the UNR bench stands up, and immediately the ref gives him a text. We'll have to see what that call was, but one assist, which was a beautiful pass from the corner on an entry pass to Dominic Parolin for an easy bucket. But yeah, RJ Keene, big time moment there, shouting it out. Javen Buchanan, 9 of 9 from the free throw line. DA 9 of 10 from the free throw line. And I mean, really almost the entire team shot well from the free throw line. Keene went 0 for 1. Meadow went 4 of 9. But Drew Fielder hit both of his free throws. Spencer Aarons goes 2 of 3 from the free throw line. And how about a nice little performance from Spencer Aarons? Just 12 minutes, didn't get a ton of run. Had a couple of defensive lapses and had a couple turnovers. But 7 points, hits a 3. Gets to the free throw line. Even those 12 minutes, you compare it to what Nevada got out of their bench. Just getting 12 good minutes out of Spencer Aarons, one of those things that I think made the difference tonight for Boise State. Elsewhere, A.G. Nato, 0 points tonight, but I thought was really good defensively. I mean, every time it felt like they brought him into the game, whether it was putting him on Tayshawn Comer or putting him on Corey Camper, that guy would get slowed down for a while. Not obviously a big offensive game, 0 of 2 from 3, just 1 assist, but no turnovers from A.J. Nato. I thought he played his role tonight and did well in that facet. And then elsewhere, I thought the team did a nice job of understanding their roles tonight. There weren't a lot of guys chucking up shots when other guys were hot. Felt like the team did a nice job of settling in and making sure they were getting their best players look. In terms of the most shots taken, Dylan Andrews took 12, Javen Buchanan took 11, Andrew Meadow took 9. I think most games, that's how you want to see that go, right? If Dylan Andrews is hot, you want him taking a bunch. You always want Javen Buchanan and Andrew Meadow being 2 of your top 3 guys getting shots up. And a great offensive game. They didn't hit threes at the rate you'd maybe like, but all things considered, a really, really strong offensive game. And it ends in a win, and a win that to spin this forward now, you move to 6-6 in Mountain West play. You do grab a win over a Nevada team that, if you're contending for one of those top 5 spots, that's probably a team that you're going to be in contention with. So being able to have that split is important so that Nevada doesn't have the full tiebreak over you. Looking to it now, that Nevada drops to 8-4, which puts them 5th in the conference. So you're sitting now, what is that, 2.5 games back of Grand Canyon, who's currently in 4th. So realistically, you're 3.5 back of Grand Canyon since they got the series sweep on you and would win a tiebreaker. It'll be an uphill battle for sure to try to get one of those top 4 seeds, which is so important this year because that gets you the bye. It's not the top 5 anymore with Grand Canyon added to the conference. Top 4 get a bye. But at the very least, I think if you can get to 5th, that pretty much guarantees you're getting Air Force in that first round game, who is very not good this season. Very, very not good. One of the worst offenses in all of college basketball. If you can get the 5 seed, you get Air Force, you probably get a gimme on night 1, and then you go into night 2 getting whoever that 4 seed ends up being. And it's a huge momentum win for this team to try to continue stack wins going forward for the rest of the season. And look, after a loss like that Grand Canyon one, where I think there were probably some questions about, what is this team? Is this a team who just beats up on the bad teams in the conference? How good is this team really? That's 2 ugly losses to Grand Canyon, no less. This is a win that I think you feel pretty good about. And it is a win that a win's a win. It solidifies that you're at the very least in the middle of the pack, one of these competitive teams in the conference. And you saw enough early in the game, particularly on offense, that if you can try to get something like that for most of a game, I think there's a good chance that this team can start to get hot going forwards. Some more comments here. 20 of 29 from 2-point range. Absolutely. And that's the part to me that's very sustainable, is they did a great job of getting the ball inside and getting good looks. Like, it wasn't like they were taking a bunch of, I think Dylan Andrews had 1 mid-range jumper that went in, but for the most part, they were attacking the baskets and getting really good looks at the rim. Those are the things that are going to be sustainable in the long run. Nevada is our best chance for that. I think the UNLV game might come back to haunt us for 5th. I agree with BJ. 5th seed might be better than the 4th. it may come down to Nevada for that 5th spot. They're currently sitting in 5th, and now you've got a split series with them. And Nevada hasn't played the toughest schedule in conference yet. Boise State sitting at 4th in conference strength of schedule, according to Ken Palm. So in theory, you're still going to have some easier games down the line, right? They'll have Fresno still, got another game with San Jose on the docket, another opportunity against Wyoming, and have to go to Colorado State, but some winnable games down the stretch that it may come down to Nevada. Surprised no Bon Buom tonight. Yeah, it was interesting that Bon Buom had kind of become a real member of the rotation for Boise State over the last few games, and I thought had done some really nice things. The metrics on him were kind of absurd, right? They'd played some bad teams, and he had played really well in those games. But, played just 7 minutes against Grand Canyon, had 3 fouls and a turnover. And I guess Leon Rice just felt like this wasn't the Bon Buom game, wasn't the Bon Buom moment. So, it was a little interesting after seeing him really fully break into the rotation against Air Force and San Jose. I mean, those games were blowouts, but Leon played him early in both of those games, and not a part of the rotation tonight. Still an immensely talented kid. He's got a bright future ahead of him, but I would say a little surprised no Bon Buom tonight. Not shocked, but a little surprised. Buchanan, a beast on both sides. Yeah, absolutely. Great game on both ends of the floor. Unselfish, I think, is a great word to describe this game. This team's called their offense selfish at times, but it's particularly in that first half, and I think for large stretches of this game, really unselfish offense. Guys making the second pass, guys doing the little dirty work stuff to try to set up easy buckets. Buchanan wide open inside an OT with a mismatch. Also saw Fielder with mismatches. We didn't take advantage in those situations. It would be nice to switch that next game. I think there were some moments where I noticed as well that there were some mismatches that Boise State maybe didn't do a good enough job of attacking. I think all things considered, the offense had a great game. And really the point of emphasis going forward for me is the defense. Got to figure out ways to stop guards like Comer and Camper who can get their own shot off at will. Need to find somebody who can be more of a defensive stopper than what they've gotten so far. Time for a Sun Cruiser. Yeah, absolutely. If ever there's a a game to unwind with a cold beverage, I think this might be the one. Could have won in regulation. Yeah, we talked about it right before overtime. Boise State ended up not scoring on a possession in which, with about 12 seconds left, Javen Buchanan had a really good position inside. Point guard Dylan Andrews opted to pull the ball back out and run some more clock. Ended up not getting a good shot off. It ended up being an RJ Keene, I think, rolling three-pointer in the corner. And that's a spot there where probably would like to see them get the good look as opposed to just trying to maximize running clock. Their double screen flare was lethal. I'm not sure if you're talking about Nevada or if you're talking about Boise State. I know Nevada had a couple of sets that they ran with some double screen actions, whether it was just a more traditional double screen on the perimeter or on one shot at the end of possession. I think it was the one that Nevada had that at the time would tie the game with about a minute left, where they ran what looked like an elevator screen, and RJ Keene got caught up with it. I thought Alford did a nice job with some of his sets. Yeah, Nevada. Okay, so we are on the same page there. Yeah. I thought Alford did a really nice job with some of his offensive sets, and he's a smart coach. He's won a ton of games in this conference, so it's not surprising to see that. But I thought they did a really nice job, and credit to Boise State for responding and continuing to hit shots and get stops. Wonder if Parolin is keeping receipts on BJ. Yeah, Parolin had a nice bounce back game, man. Wasn't all perfect for him, no doubt, but strong game. Obviously, when you're 5 of 5 from the floor and grab 9 rebounds, I don't know if he's keeping receipts on BJ. I don't know if BJ said too much negative about him, but was Fielder banged up, wasn't moving like usual, even in warm-ups. We haven't heard anything if that is the case. Drew Fielder, 22 minutes, a little bit quieter game, just 9 points, 2 rebounds. It had 3 fouls. But it was a game where it felt like the team didn't need Drew Fielder with the way Andrews and Buchanan were scoring. And I think they just opted to go with a little bit more Dominic Parolin, who got 23 minutes, go with a little bit more Dom, who this season has given you a little bit better rebounding and a little bit better defense. So Buchanan was open so many points, was so on point. Everyone needs to be unselfish. Yeah, absolutely. Keep those receipts, Dom. the Sun Cruisers weren't cutting it. Yeah, I have to head over and get one of the Horseshoe Collective liquors that they've got over there instead for this one. What else do you guys have to say? Did BJ said he didn't think he brought anything to the team. Oh, well, I missed that. So maybe Don Parolin maybe Don Parolin's got some receipts. He certainly earned it after a game like tonight. Parolin with Fielder high-low, still think it should be a staple. Yeah, it's this team's run pretty well with some of their two big sets. Now, I did notice tonight part of when in that first half when Nevada went on a run was when they went to that Parolin Fielder double big lineup, and then they went again to a Parolin Aaron's double big lineup, and neither of those worked too well. So it might just be a matchup thing. But, yeah, the double big lineup has been something that's traditionally worked pretty well for Boise State this season. Rice did a good job with his timeouts and controlling the team's momentum. Yeah, absolutely. Would absolutely agree with that, Preston. I thought Leon Rice did a really nice job tonight in a few different facets. You talked about the timeouts, which agreed, totally on point with it. Thought he did a nice job there. The game management from a coaching perspective, I thought was really solid. But I thought he did a nice job with the rotations, continuing to mix things up. And look, when you've got guys like Tayshawn Comer and Corey Camper, who are as hot as those guys are, I mean, they combined for 59 points. I thought he did a nice job of throughout most of the game, continuing to switch up matchups and just try different guys. It's, Leon's a tinkerer. It's kind of the thing with Leon. He's going to tinker with lineups. He's going to tinker with starting rotations. And tonight he gave a lot of different guys opportunities on them. And look, they got the stops on Comer and Camper when they needed them. In overtime, Corey Camper went 2 of 3. Tayshawn Comer went 1 of 3, right? Like they shoot 50%, and that sounds not great, but you got the stops when you finally needed to get stops on those guys because they both shot over 50% on the game. So for them to have those percentages, started to get some good stops in overtime. This game was stressful. Go Wyoming and go Fresno State. Yeah, we could take a quick scoreboard look at what's going on in the rest of the league. Obviously, if you're a Boise State fan, all that matters right now is standing. You're not concerned about at-large resume. So instead of rooting for those top teams to continue to win and build resume, you're now looking for, we want these top teams to lose so that Boise State can try to move up the standings a little bit. Grand Canyon took care of business, 81-57 against Air Force. Air Force just 18 points in the first half. Man, that team is so bad. That offense is so bad. I don't think I've seen a worse offense since I've been watching Mountain West basketball. That's a rough situation. Wyoming up 19-17 at Vieja against San Diego State. Oh, and San Diego State hit a 3. So 19-20, San Diego State takes back the lead. And then Fresno State, this was one to watch. Fresno State up by 1 against UNLV. UNLV has been a very streaky team this year. I mean, we've called Boise State a Jekyll and Hyde team this season, but I think UNLV, is kind of the Jekyll and Hyde team in the conference. Obviously, at home, they get the win against Boise State, which is a really nice win. They go into Utah State and beat the Aggies by 10, but then they also have losses to Wyoming by 32 points. They lost to Tennessee State in non-conference play. Like, UNLV has been a little bit all over the map this season, and Fresno State has been a little bit friskier this season than normal. Vance Wahlberg's done a nice job after a really down year last year, getting this team to rally. They're playing really tough defense and forcing turnovers. They play a unique brand of basketball that could give UNLV some fits. And actually, I didn't even realize this. Ken Palm actually has Fresno State favored by 3 in that game over UNLV tonight, which I think on the surface is kind of surprising. But UNLV up 1 with about 4 minutes left. Yeah, at Fresno will be a tough out. That's a game that I'll put it this way, that Fresno game is going to be what at San Jose State has been in past seasons, where it's not a game that you can sleepwalk through. It's a strange environment to play in. A lot of times don't have a ton of fans, and you've got to go in there and take care of business against a team that is they're playing a unique brand of basketball. And if you get turnover heavy against that team, they can kill you. They can crush you for it. So why did RJ get the T? Curious to see. We'll have to talk to our guy RJ and ask what he said, but essentially he hits the 3, immediately turns around to Nevada's bench and says something. So he got a tech for something that he said. No clue what he said, but we'll have to ask our guy RJ next time we see him what it was that he said. Yeah, Fresno, no gimme. but yes, Air Force so bad. Yeah, Nevada needs some bench heat. Alford relying on 2 guys to win the game. Yeah, and Elijah Price had a really good first half for them as well. But yeah, when you have 3 guys combining for, was it 76 points? I want to say it was. That's it's not always a recipe for success, but I mean, it nearly worked for him. Nearly worked out for him. They nearly pulled off the comeback win, but Boise State did a great job. A great job of pulling this one out. Did RJ pull a requel in? Yeah, that's it seems like that's pretty much what happened. So yeah, got a big one for our Seahawks on Sunday. Obviously a big one. It's the Super Bowl. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. Big football game that we do here in America. Love what Josh says here. Boise State up to 59 in Ken Palm. Continuing to just climb the ranks there. Again, this team not really in at-large contention. I mean, if they won out, I've heard the bubble is weak this year. If they absolutely win out, maybe there's a chance. But realistically, this team isn't really contending for at-large bids. So that stuff not as plugged in, not as important as it's been in past years, as this team continued to compete late into the season for an at-large bid. But it is worth noting, up to 59 there in Ken Palm, being able to pull off the win tonight with some of those Ken Palm numbers in. Boise State 1.22 points per possession, gave up 1.17 points per possession, and did an excellent job in the offensive glass tonight. Grabbed 8 offensive rebounds, 31% of all rebounds on that end of the floor. It's something that I thought that this offense could tap into a little bit deeper, because it's, despite being a truly elite defensive rebounding team, after this game they're up to they're sitting at 4th in the nation at 23.5% defensive rebounding rate. Offensively, they've just been okay. They're sitting pretty much national average at offensive rebounding rate. They've got the guys. They've got the desire to do it. It was something I'd wonder if they'd try to tap into more. Saw a little bit of it tonight, but not quite where I'd still like them to be. Some Super Bowl comments. I think a lot of Boise State fans are going to be cheering for the Seahawks because of our guys George Holani and DeMarcus Lawrence. There you go, from a Raider rooting for the Seahawks. Plus, I mean, who wants the Patriots to win? I'm a Seahawks fan. I'm a homer. That's who I'm going with. But we'll have plenty of time to talk about the Seahawks and talk about the Super Bowl on the morning shows. For tonight, it's all about Boise State taking care of business, 91-87 against the Nevada Wolfpack. And like I said, it's an all-time game here at Extra Mile Arena. If you're a Boise State fan, certainly frustrating moments, no doubt about it. But if you're a neutral fan who tuned into this one, this is it's an all-timer for Nevada to pull off the comeback back and forth the last 10 minutes of this game. Nevada hits the buzzer beater to send it to overtime, just for Boise State to finally come out and win the game, finish it off with the Dylan Andrews 3 and with the RJ Keene play on the sideline. I mean, really a special game, one of those ones that you'll definitely remember 5-10 years from now. Oh yeah, that Nevada game at Extra Mile Arena, definitely one of those ones. RJ makes you want to pull your hair out and then makes you want to hug him. Yeah, it sounds like a good. I think sometimes that's probably how Leon Rice feels about RJ Keene too. Not me, Niners fan. Okay, not all cheering for the Seahawks then, I guess, despite being the having the Boise State guys on there. You have any opinion on the Mountain West peeps making the case it's a better media deal than the Pac? Yeah, we talked a little bit about it, and I guess we can take a moment while we're waiting for Abe Jackson to come over. I don't think you can make any case that the Mountain West deal is better than the Pac-12 deal. Pac-12 is getting more games on Prime Network TV, CBS/Fox. They're getting more coverage for football, every single game on linear TV. Not the case for Mountain West. You're getting almost double the games on linear TV for basketball. I don't know how you can make the case that it's better. If you want to make the case it's close, fine. I wouldn't be the one to make that case, but fine. But I don't think you can make a case that it's better. But we're going to get a quick ad. We've got Abe Jackson coming over to break down one of the all-time games here at Extra Mile Arena. Just going to have a quick 30-second word from our sponsors, and then we will be back with Abe Jackson here on the Jacksons Postgame Show. We will see you guys in a minute.
And final blade of grass. Done. And done. Who knew it'd take 2,007 man-hours to paint 47,962,053 blades of grass? Smells like game day. Whoa, it's not dry yet.
Eat Lux your way with the Lux Cravings boxes from Taco Bell. There's the classic $5 box, the indulgent $7 box, and a whole new obsession in the $9 box, the Flamin' Hot Grilled Cheese Burrito. Try the Lux Cravings boxes at Taco Bell today.
Hey Bronco Nation, this is Kenzie with Boise State Soccer. When I moved to Boise, I thought I was ready for anything. Training, no problem. Your teammates, bring it on. But driving on snow and ice, yeah, that was a whole new challenge. Here in Boise, winters mean real weather. That's why I'm so grateful for my Ford all-wheel drive. If you're new to Boise or just ready for a safer winter, head to Lithia Ford of Boise. Come check out the full lineup of all-wheel drive vehicles at Lithia Ford of Boise. And when you buy here, you're supporting Boise State athletics. Come see us at Lithia Ford of Boise, where Ford begins in Idaho.
All right, we are back on the postgame show. BJ Rains with you. Thank you to Nathan Carroll. Tremendous job. Appreciate Nathan for his help and support tonight. What a night. And Nathan did a tremendous job. He earned every second of his pay tonight. So we appreciate Nathan for his support. Now we bring in Abe Jackson. Abe went from what looked like it was going to be a very happy postgame to a very not sure what was going to happen. And then we end up with a positive finish tonight, blowing a 20-point lead, missing free throws, winning, going to overtime, winning in overtime. That was an all-timer tonight.
I'll take it however you can get it. I mean, it did look like it was going to go the direction that some other games did. But a 20-point lead in the first half, it's not like a 20-point lead with 10 minutes left. I mean, you saw the type of scores that Nevada has, knocking down challenging shot after challenging shot. So credit them for getting back into the game. But then we also talked about the Broncos in the pregame about they really haven't been able to make that singular play that needs to be made to close out a game. And they were able to do that. They had the chance to do it in regulation and didn't quite get it done. But then in overtime, just huge shot by Dylan Andrews and then a huge play by R.J. Keene to keep the ball with the Broncos on the sideline.
Exactly 4 hours since we first went on, Abe. We're back to wrap it up here. It's been quite the broadcast here with the pregame, the game, the postgame, and finding a way to get it done. Just so many different elements to this game. And
someone just said they met my mom tonight.
Oh, there you go.
That's cool. All right.
She was at the game tonight?
Jeanette and George. Yeah, they were at the game tonight.
All right. There you go. Awesome. So many different areas to talk about on this one. But I wanted to show one clip if I can find it here. 10:02. Let's show this real quick. While we were coming out of the interviews, and you probably saw this happening, Andrew Meadow came back out here to shoot some free throws, and I know that was a tough moment for him. And he's only 63% from the line this year, which is a little surprising for how good of a shooter he is. But Andrew Meadow, we've seen Dylan Andrews. He's not typically a guy that comes back out after the games that I can remember. But he obviously that stuck with him, missing those 2 free throws. And at that point in the game, that was obviously a tough one. But first possession of overtime,
and one.
He missed the free throw again, but he did score on
the opportunity for an and one.
Score. He does score right, and I always feel like in overtime, whoever gets that first bucket, that's so key to get the momentum. And for him to on the first possession, they run a play for him, and he scores that bucket. I thought that was big. But obviously, we talked a lot about it. You need Andrew Meadow, and his teammates picked him up tonight.
Sure, they definitely did, and he gave him some good minutes as well out there, and he's also a really good defender. So having him on the court is a must. I mean, you're not going to take him off the court, but it's all mental right now from the free throw line for Andrew Meadow. He's up over 10% shooting from the floor from last year. He's up over 10% shooting from 3 that he was from last year, and he's at 20% down from the free throw line. So it really just doesn't make any sense. And so for him to get out and get some extra shots, I like to see it. Coach Rice saw him out there shooting shots when he was interviewing with Bob and I. And he said he doesn't need to be shooting. He needs to just get off the court and just kind of get away and get his head going because he's a much better free throw shooter than what he's showing. But what a big shot by Dylan Andrews. I mean, just a huge step back with 1 second on the shot clock and drills a 3.
Yeah, please tell me you have the replay of RJ saving. I actually do. We'll play that in a second. But first, let's play that sequence where he misses the second free throw and then take us through the buzzer beater here.
By Nevada. Yep. I mean, it was just a good shot by Comer. It's a tough one. He's a couple steps inside the three-point line in a running floater. I mean, that's a tough shot to hit. But the way that Comer and Camper were hitting shots in this game. I mean, everything that was challenged was going in. I think Camper hit 2 threes with under 1 second on the shot clock off inbounds plays. And so those are two of the biggest scorers in the conference that can put up numbers. And I mean, it was a good shot. He had a runner floater in the paint as time expired. Not an easy shot to hit, but he did.
He's Abe Jackson. You just heard him get off with Bob Beeler on the Bronco Radio Network. Learfield, KBOI 670 is part of the official game broadcast, and he's nice enough to join us here on the postgame show for a couple minutes. And Abe, we mentioned Dylan Andrews. You mentioned that shot. I'm going to play it here in a second, but obviously been an up and down year for him. We've talked a lot about him. He had a stretch there where wasn't playing very well, wasn't shooting the ball very well. I mean, it got to a point where people are wondering if he should still be in the starting lineup, frankly, and obviously pushed through and has played much better. And I think his better play has coincided with, this 5-1 stretch here of late. But obviously for it to culminate, we all remember some of the earlier shots, the San Diego State shot, he had to win it, the shot in the Hawaii Pacific game to win it hadn't gone his way. But when there wasn't much going offensively on that possession, for him to continue to build what he's done the last couple weeks and hit the shot, just massive stuff.
Yeah, it's a huge shot clock winding down to 4, little jab step back, hand in his face, and it goes in, and the shot is crazy. And Coach Rice, you can watch him. He gets in the low defensive stance, clapping his hands. There he is, getting down in a stance after that shot. But I think that's a shot that you love to see someone hit. But those are the type of shots that I feel like people were expecting him to make coming into this season. And so Coach Rice talking to us again, he said that there was a couple weeks ago that we had a breakthrough in practice. He didn't elaborate on it. Dylan Andrews didn't elaborate on it. But he said that since then, they've both had an understanding kind of about each other and what's expected of him for this team. And I feel like Dylan Andrews has bought in. Take out that second half against Grand Canyon. He's played well in the 4-game winning streak. This is his best game as a Bronco, 25 points, 7 of 12 shooting, 6 assists, only 2 turnovers. So I think that he's really coming along, and no other tougher place in the conference to test it, how you're playing well, then go into the pit.
And I felt like down the stretch, they really didn't have a lot going offensively. They were kind of dribbling around and got bailed out by that shot. The shot that Javen Buchanan hit, another huge 3 that he hit. Javen Buchanan quietly, it feels like 23 points, 9 of 9, hit some huge free throws. But the 3-pointer that he hit, they were up 1 at that point in the game with about a minute to go. That was in regulation, and I guess in the end, when they tie it, it's not as big of a shot. But to only be up 1 at that point, and for him to hit that 3-pointer that put him up 4, I don't have the video of it, but that was another massive shot at that point in the game.
Yeah, it was. It was a big shot. There was a lot of big shots in this game. You can look at the free throw line from Andrews and Buchanan, only missing 1 between them. And big shots and in a big win, too, against a team that's going to be right there around you come the end of the season. And right now, too, at least last I looked, Fresno was ahead of UNLV, who's also going to be a team that is right around Boise State, I think, when it's all said and done. So with a win over Nevada, and if UNLV loses, you could look at, jumping up a little bit into the in the standings.
All right, now somebody wanted us to wait 10 minutes to play the Keene play because they're still driving and they weren't home, so they can put in the chat not to play it, but they can't look down to watch it. So I guess pull over or go back and watch this later because I'm going to play it. But the baseball or basketball savvy of RJ Keene to know that you had to have a foot on the ground. They changed that rule where you can't be falling out of bounds. We had a perfect view here, but that was an unbelievable play. With 9 seconds left, you're only up by 2. If you don't get that ball there, or you don't get the timeout and you fall out of bounds, and Nevada gets the ball, it's just an unbelievable play.
Well, and he called timeout early, I think, with his foot on the ground. Like you said, we've seen so many people jump and then call it, but he does have 1 foot on the ground as he's going out of bounds. Just a great RJ Keene play, right? If you could encapsulate what does he do for the team, diving for a ball, making a smart play, and then falling into the stands. That's RJ Keene.
And Mike Reed right there watching the foot, hearing him call timeout. There's the freeze frame right there. He's calling timeout with the ball, still has a foot. To know to call timeout and he's not even looking at the ball, but to not fumble that ball out of bounds, to hang on to the ball there. There is a lot going on right there.
It is, and it's just a great play. There's a lot of them that you could really point your finger on and say those were great plays. How about 11 points and 9 rebounds from Dom Parolin off the bench, who we just saw in the background there, but huge play from RJ Keene, keeping the Broncos the ball.
And he had hit that huge 3 in the corner. I don't know if you knew or heard anything. He got teed up there. He turned and said something earlier in the game.
And what I will say is that all of the coaching staff stood up and pointed when he said it. So I don't know what he said, but it was something that got all of their attention at the same time.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, you mentioned this win, though, Abe. We said on the pregame show, the metrics don't matter. The Ken Palm doesn't matter. The style points don't matter. You just got to keep working your way up the standings with wins. And so, sure, when you're up 20, 30-10, would you have liked to have coasted to a 20, 25-point win? I'm saying you would have, you would have loved it. But in the end,
doesn't matter.
Whether it was 1, whether it was 30, you just needed the win. They sure made it exciting. But we've talked on the other side, the negative, that a close loss like San Diego State did that carried over to the next game. Can a win like this carry over going into a hostile environment Saturday at New Mexico?
Yeah, it really can. We saw what a close losses have done to this team where it has carried over, like you said. But this is really the first time that the Broncos have battled through and got a close win like this. You could say that the St. Mary's game was a close win, but I think that they had a 12-point lead with like 3 minutes left against St. Mary's, and then ended up closing it out by 1 or 2 points. So this is one recently that has gone the Broncos' way, and they made the plays to get it done, because we've been on the other side of this a few times.
Is this the 4th overtime game of the year? It's at least the third, right? It is the third. They lost Sean Goodwin, Idaho Statesman. They had obviously the San Diego State and UNLV. And does that creep back in if you're a player? I mean, when you're up that big of a lead, and the place is silent when that shot goes in at the buzzer, and all of a sudden you're I mean, I don't know if we can properly put into context what it means for them to go back to that huddle and regroup. And I know I asked you about it earlier. They got Meadow got the bucket, but just in that situation and how some of the games had gone this year, it would have been very easy for them to go, here we go again, and let it kind of cave in.
There's certain things that are unique to sports, and I think that if you haven't been in a situation like that playing sports, and it can be a lot of other different sports, but when a shot like that goes in for Nevada and you have to regroup and you have to come out and you have to have your mind in the right space to come out for that overtime when all the momentum is going to Nevada because of that shot, that's a tough thing to do. And there's not a lot of other things other than sports that really get you to have that mental toughness in that type of situation. And the Broncos, they did a great job. They came out, and I love that they went right back to Meadow on a great curl, and he got the momentum going to his right hand and got a bucket.
And I can't get the I can't get the picture to load, so I'm just going to do great journalism here and show you my phone. But they presented Dylan Andrews with a ball for his 1,000 career points, and he didn't even know until he got into the locker room that he got that. I know you touched on it there, Abe, earlier, but for him to get 1,000 points and to have that moment in the locker room, and he didn't even know about it, that was another kind of cool thing for him, and a night that he'll never forget.
Well, 1,000 points, that's a huge milestone. That says that you've been doing something well offensively for a long time in college basketball. And so to get to that 1,000-point mark, that's a big deal, and I'm glad that the Broncos celebrated it for him.
Okay, so this game, it didn't have the same pattern as some of these other games. They didn't go to the bench as much. What did you make of? I mean, we didn't see much of Aarons in the second half. I don't think Bunn played at all. In a game like this, he kind of tightened things up a little bit.
Yeah, he did. And, but Coach Rice, again, on our postgame on the radio, talked about not getting Bunn in there because he just he thought he was just going to be a target for all those screens and not being able to get through them as well as some of the other guys. So I think that's one reason that Bunn Boom didn't play. RJ Keene did a nice job getting through those screens. But, the bench was not as big as it has been in other games, but still they outscored the bench for Nevada 23-3. And so when you take a look at that, you're like, that was a fantastic game from the bench. You got all double digits in minutes for everybody who stepped onto the court. 12 minutes was the least for Spencer Aarons, and you got 23 points from your bench.
What did you see in the first 20 minutes or the first 13 minutes that got them that 20-point lead? Because, I mean, I was thinking it, and then Leon said it in the postgame, but he said that was the best extended stretch he thinks they've played all season.
Sure.
What was, I mean, obviously they were hitting shots, but it seemed like both ends of the floor. What from that 12 minutes, what do they want to try to take and continue for longer stretches here? Because when they were playing like that, Abe, there's not a team in the conference I don't know that could beat them.
Well, the ball movement was fantastic. I mean, it was moving around. It was going inside, outside, and moving around that three-point line. But then the defense as well. I mean, in that first, 13 minutes, because I think with 7 minutes and 50 seconds left, so about 12 minutes into the game, it was a 20-point lead. The Broncos were shooting 60%. Nevada was shooting 29%. I felt like Nevada didn't get a shot off until it was under 5 seconds for most of the possessions that they had. They just could not get any looks at all. The defense was all the way up in them, and then the offense was moving around great too. And then in the second half, when they made their comeback, it was those two players that went off. Comer had 2 points in the first half, and what did he end up with? 22.
Yeah,
I think
24.
24. So we had 22 points in the second half. So
hey man, him and Camper, when they're shooting like that, there's not a lot of teams.
Well, Camper missed a 3, which is the most wide open 3 that he had. He was just hitting challenge shot after challenge shot all game long.
Yeah, they only got 8, 10, 11 points outside of their big 3 in that game. Boise State was certainly much more balanced scoring. But final thing for you, Abe, Saturday night to the Pit, final scheduled meeting at the Pit. Now, they have to play a tough game 9 o'clock tomorrow night against Utah State, a huge kind of first place battle. Boise State gets to kind of relax and put the feet up tomorrow night and watch that game. They get the extra night and have the confidence and the win. And obviously that's a big game we'll be watching tomorrow. But a big challenge coming up Saturday at the Pit, but certainly the Broncos heading in with some momentum.
I still have some questions about New Mexico. And I know that they're battling for first place, but when they were here, it was probably their worst offensive game of the conference for them in their first loss. They shot under 25% in the first half. They didn't make a 3 in the first half, and it was just a struggle offensively. So I know that they have found something, but it will be interesting to see what Utah State come into town, how they play against Utah State. And then, like you said, the extra day of rest for the Broncos, and these will be probably the 2 back-to-back toughest games for New Mexico all year.
You better answer this the right way if you want the paycheck to keep coming. But Jason says, are you enjoying coming over to BNA?
Of course I do. Don't we have good rapport here?
Yes,
of course. I see BJ all the time on the road, all the time here, before the games, after the games.
If some of those dinners could be a live broadcast, that would be the conversation.
We don't want that. We don't want
conversations that happen there. But no, you don't want to go home to your family. You want to keep staying here and talking. No, we'll let you go. Appreciate you, Abe. And yes, it'll be fun. Which actually your favorite spot is BJ's down in Albuquerque, right?
You start to get to know these places that you can walk to from the hotel. And Wyoming has the best restaurants you can walk to, but I think that Albuquerque, they have a good one right across the street.
All right, so maybe a cold one on me in Albuquerque.
I like
so appreciate you, man. Thanks for coming on. Heck of a win for BSU, and we'll see if they can keep it rolling.
All right, man.
There he is, Abe Jackson. Appreciate him for jumping on. Again, Boise State finds a way to win this one. And final, as you see on the screen there, 91-87. We're going to hear from Dylan Andrews and Javen Buchanan in just a second. We'll play and hear from them. But I want to thank Lithia Ford of Boise, our title sponsor. Lithia Ford of Boise, online at lithiafordboise.com. You're looking for a new or pre-owned vehicle. Never a better time to visit Lithia Ford Boise. Hope you're enjoying some Sun Cruisers tonight. Real iced tea, real vodka, the iced tea lemonades, the vodka lemonades, some great options from Sun Cruiser. We'll be having some for the Super Bowl at the Rains house. So appreciate Sun Cruiser. Pick one up at your local Jacksons or Ridley's Family Markets, gas station, grocery store. ICCU, Idaho Central Credit Union. There's a branch on every corner, but the easiest, that mobile e-branch online banking right there in your smartphone. It's so easy to move money, and we were doing that the other day, having to pay some folks and move money around, and from the savings to the checking and business to personal, just so easy. Idaho Central Credit Union. Make the switch today, ICCU.com. Hey, couple deals to tell you about. Jackson's Broncos got over 75. So on Thursday, you're going to get that 75-cent fountain drink from Jackson's. That'll be on Thursday. 75-cent fountain drink from Jackson's with your Let's Go Rewards at, since the Broncos scored 75 points. Visit a Treasure Valley Jackson's location today, and we appreciate their support on the Jacksons Postgame Show here. And Taco Bell, if you're at the game tonight and you have a ticket stub, since the Broncos scored 83 points, you get a free taco tomorrow from Treasure Valley Taco Bell locations. Taco Bell, we appreciate the S1 Management Group and the Nicolason family. I saw Stan Nicolason and the family there tonight, so hey, if you want to go to Taco Bell tomorrow and you're at the game tonight, you get a free taco if you show them your ticket stub, thanks to the Broncos scoring 83 points. Going to hear from Javen Buchanan and Dylan Andrews in just a second. Want to thank the Blue and Orange Store online, theblueandorangestore.com. You can check them out, whether it's Boise State gear. They got the jerseys. The Allen Noble Hall of Fame location can customize those jerseys for you. The Blue and Orange Store online at theblueandorangestore.com. They got the location there at the Boise Town Square Mall. And, of course, you can order anywhere in the world at theblueandorangestore.com. The best selection, the best prices, the official in-venue provider of Boise State merchandise is the Blue and Orange Store online at theblueandorangestore.com. All right, let's hear from Javen Buchanan and Dylan Andrews meeting with the media after Boise State's win.
Talk about the swings of that game, man. Not being able to close it out in regulation and then finding a way to win in overtime.
Yeah, I was proud of how we responded. we were up a lot, and then they came back. Like, there was just a lot of runs, so I'm just proud that we didn't fold and put our heads down and we just gutted this one out.
What do you guys learn about yourselves in a game like this when you have to dig deep like that?
You learn who, that's your character in games like that. When you're up big and things look ugly, they start coming back. How you respond shows what kind of team you are. I'm just glad that we responded.
Basketball's a game of runs, man. Adversity's gonna hit at the end of the day, and I feel like we did a good job of just being able to come out on top of this game.
Where's that shot rank for you in your career in terms of being able to win a game like that?
That's just another shot that I make. I'm not gonna lie to you, BJ. It just feels good to actually see it go in the basket this time.
1,000 career points. What's that mean to you?
And I didn't even know I hit the 1,000 career points tonight, man. It felt amazing, and especially just how my teammates congratulated me. Like, I love these guys right here. So me having 1,000 points, that's God right there.
Did they wait till after the game to tell you that? Or?
Yeah. I had no idea.
What just after the way you guys were up 20 and you kind of let it get away, and then they hit that buzzer beater and the crowd was like silent. What does that, building off what he said, but what does that say about what you guys were able to kind of come right back and get the lead and kind of take momentum back and find a way to win this game?
Yeah, it sucks, of course, that they were able to come down and get that to make us go to overtime. But I looked at that like the game against SDSU and how we weren't able to come out on top after we fall back for 20. So I feel like the team felt the same way, and we knew for a fact we couldn't lose this game regardless of what happened. Like I said, the game of basketball is a game of runs. So they went on that run, but at the end of the day, we came out on top.
Javen, when you hit that 3 in regulation, you guys were up by 4 at the time, and the place are up. So I saw you kind of the calm motion. How tough is it to stay calm in that moment?
It's tough. There's a lot of fans are going crazy. You are going crazy on the inside, but you just got to stay poised, and that's what wins games. There's going to be so many games we're in that the last 5 minutes determine everything. So just staying poised, staying under control is just huge.
DA, for you, obviously, I think when you were going through that cold spell, you always kind of felt that you could come out of it. But when you think about making that shot tonight and compare it to where you were 3-4 weeks ago, just what does it say about kind of your own mental fortitude to come out of your funk and make a shot like that?
The one thing I always say is a storm never lasts forever. So at the end of the day, yeah, we know for a fact that I wasn't shooting to my capability, but at the end of the day, I'm going to keep shooting because I know for a fact I can make it. And my teammates trust me to do that. They see it every day in practice. And it's just good to see it actually falling in the game now.
How much did you guys deserve one of these to go your way? You've had some really close games at times this year, and you mentioned the SDSU game, but just the way the season's gone, to be able to pull this one out and kind of keep this momentum going here the last couple of weeks, how much did you deserve this one?
I feel like we really did deserve this one. At the end of the day, you don't want to be your best right now, bro. You want to be your best coming in March. And I feel like we're peaking just at the right time.
What lessons did you guys take from those first 2 overtime games, both against SDSU and UNLV?
For me, the game's never over on either side. So just staying poised and just staying even-keeled through the ups and downs because there's so much emotion throughout these games. But yeah, you also learn to just keep playing. Bad calls, whatever it is, the adversity that hits, you just got to keep playing and just find a way.
Do you guys feel like there's a team in this conference that you can't beat? When you're playing, you're clicking, and everything's working. You guys feel like there's a chance you can still win a lot of games here moving forward?
For sure. 100%. We wouldn't be here if we didn't think that.
What are you seeing right now, I guess, and what you see tonight and this last, with the winning streak and stuff that gives you the confidence and everything's clicking that you guys can go on a run here?
You saw a confident Boise State team. We took pride on the defensive end, and I feel like that helped us click on offense.
Just RJ got played right at the end. He's diving out of bounds and calling a timeout in midair. When was the last time you guys have seen a play just got savvy and got intelligence?
He does it all the time. That timeout thing, he's done it so many times in practice. And sometimes I'm like, I don't know if that'll work, but it works. Right. And so that was a huge moment. That's what he does. He just does winning plays.
Is he just throwing himself out of bounds and calling timeouts in practice?
No, I think the ball is going out, so you just try to get possession. But I guess the rule is if you have the ball and you're going out of bounds, as long as your feet obviously aren't touching, you can call timeout. So
what were those few seconds like? Between the time when he got the ball and the ref signaled, he did get the timeout.
It was a huge energy play. The crowd got into it. Like I said, it's just a winning play, man.
It's a winning play.
I haven't seen you guys do that down there where you shake hands with all the students down there after the game. What would that mean to you? Why did you guys decide to do that?
I mean, it's cool. I mean, they show up for us. I mean, it's the least we could do is go acknowledge them, and I think we got to do it a lot more. We don't got a lot of home games left, sadly, so just appreciate the students and all the fans, that show up. So
Going into Saturday, a tough road game, but I mean, how can a game like this give you guys the momentum and confidence now, like I said, to where you feel like you can play with anybody and play anywhere?
you just gotta be us. Take it day by day, get better each day, and when we get out on the course, just let everything go, just compete. So.
Good. Good. Appreciate it.
All right, there you go, Javen Buchanan and Dylan Andrews speaking with the media after this one. Again, Boise State 91, Nevada 87, the final score in overtime, one of the biggest wins of the season for the Broncos. And again, it's not about Ken Palm. It's not about numbers. It's not about Boise State trying to impress the voters or anything. It's about Boise State, just getting wins and moving up the standings right now. It's all really matters right now is Boise State moving up the standings, getting wins, and that's all that really matters. And Nevada was ahead of them in the standings. They get a massive win, and now you see how things start to shake out in some of these other games. And next thing you know, Boise State's in fourth or fifth place if they can continue to win here. So massive game coming up Saturday. We'll talk about that here in a minute. Again, shout out to Thad Oldridge, one of the top youth baseball coaches in the area. His son, Benny, a left-handed pitcher, Coach McDonald, the whole crew, Meridian Select 11U, my son's baseball team. They're trying to fill the final couple squares for their Super Bowl square fundraiser. If you're interested, $25 if you just want to have some fun and try to have a little skin in the game. You can help one of the top 11U teams. They went to the World Series last year in Indiana, hoping to go again. And so if you're able to help us out and buy a square for my son, you can email me, rains@BroncoNationNews.com. We can hook you up with the Venmo and everything, Rains@Bronco Nation. Nathan and the crew are bringing hot dogs by. I wish I could show you right now. We appreciate it, Nathan. Oh, my kids are going to love you even more, man. Look at that. That's unbelievable. Thank you to Nathan and the crew here at the arena. Tremendous customer service, bringing us hot dogs here for my family. I'll throw this on here. There you go. So my kids, they call them Bronco dogs. I mean, they are Bronco dogs, but they don't say it's a hot dog. They say it's a Bronco dog. Did you bring us a Bronco dog, Dad? And we did there. So anyway, if you want a Super Bowl square to help my son's baseball team, and you want to have a little something fun extra to watch after during the Super Bowl, email me, rains@BroncoNationNews.com. We'll hook you up. I'm proud of my son. He's working really hard and trying to get ready for the season here. And, when you have a son on a team and you host your own show, you can give a shameless plug for Super Bowl squares. So they're getting ready for a fun season, and we're trying to sell some Super Bowl squares. So if you're interested, reach out. And, again, appreciate all of you guys for that. All right, we're going to hear from Leon Rice momentarily. Signature Roofing, covering our community for more than 2 decades. Speakpipe.com/BNN. You can leave us a voicemail. Signature Roofing, whether it's a re-roof, a repair, an estimate, or an inspection, all your roofing needs. Make sure you hit up Signature Roofing. Again, we'll check the Signature Roofing scoreboard. UNLV's up 5 on Fresno State early in the second half. San Diego State's up 14 on Wyoming, 38-24 early in the second half. You did have Grand Canyon get a big win over Air Force as well. So we'll keep an eye on that UNLV and Fresno State game. If UNLV were to lose this at Fresno, that would move Boise State up a spot in the standings. Fresno, obviously, you want to have them lose to drop down as well. They're at 6 losses right now in the conference, but that's a 5-point game. That's on FS1, UNLV and Fresno State. Again, a check of our Signature Roofing scoreboard update. Hey, Ridley's Family Markets, shopridleys.com. Shopridleys.com is the website for Ridley's Family Markets. They got 13 locations in the state of Idaho, surrounding states. If you just want that hometown grocer, don't go to the corporate, big, huge grocery stores that don't care about you folks. Ridley's Family Markets cares about each and every customer, and they're ready to help you out. And you can download that Skip app, get savings up to 40% off at the checkout line. Roepaint.com, ROEpaint.com. Roepaint.com is the website for them. 20% off your winter painting projects, whether it's a interior, exterior painting, whether it's those concrete coatings, all your painting needs, 20% off at rowpaint.com. Going to hear from Leon Rice in just a second, but want to thank Transportation Compliance Service, transcompservice.com. Transportation Compliance Service. You can get into the trucking industry at Transportation Compliance Service. They're a local company helping out folks all over the world. Sign up and get into the trucking industry, whether it's those DOT, overweight, all the permits and things like that. Transportation Compliance Service online at transcompservice.com. So a lot of great comments coming in the chat. 5 seed is impossible unless Grand Canyon and Nevada implode. Well, I think Grand Canyon can get the 4 seed, and then I think Boise State can get the 5 seed over Nevada. Is that not attainable? Am I looking at that wrong? I think that if you look at the standings, and we'll see if they're updated here. But right now, Boise State is 6-6 in conference, and that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 6th place. So the 5 seed is. I mean, you're now 2 games behind Nevada. I could see that. I mean, that's 2 games. I wouldn't say that's imploding, but you're only 2 games behind them at this point. So I think that's certainly possible here to get to the 5 seed. The 6 seed isn't terrible either. You play the 11 in the first game. That should be a winnable game against San Jose in the first game. Then you would get the 3 seed. So 5 or 6, I don't think they make a huge amount of difference, but 5 certainly would be nice if you could get there. At this point in the season. Is Parolin keeping receipts on you? I think I only said it like one time, and I think I have already apologized and bowed down to Dom Parolin a couple times when he's played better. So early in the season, yeah, I didn't think he was playing great. I don't think that was anything crazy to say. He didn't have some great games. I thought he was not having productive minutes out there. And he continues to come back and play well. And so I thought he had some huge minutes, 5 for 5 from the field, 11 points, 9 rebounds in 23 minutes off the bench. And when he gets the ball underneath the basket, he can score pretty easily. They had a couple really nice plays. R.J. Keene had a great pass to find him on one of those. And Parolin off the bench is a cheat code. He played really well tonight, and he was huge there in the second part of the game and had some big-time buckets tonight for Boise State. All right, the head coach, Leon Rice. Let's hear from a victorious head coach, Leon Rice. Broncos have won 5 of their last 6. They're surging up the conference standings here. They were 1-5. Now they're sitting at 6-6. Here's the victorious head coach, Leon Rice, meeting with the media after the game.
Really proud of our guys tonight, the way that it took a lot of resiliency to overcome that kind of circumstance in it. And to beat a team like that, they've been playing great. I mean, you saw those guards. Holy cow, and I mean, not just the guards, their whole team, the way they're playing. They're coming off a week where they're hotter than a $2 pistol. They win that game at Grand Canyon, or at home against Grand Canyon, snatched victory or out of the jaws of defeat, and then they blow out their rival by 20, led from start to finish, and they've been doing a lot of great things, and they're so well coached, and they're so smart of a team that they're not going to beat themselves. And a first half lead is doesn't matter against a team with that good of players and that good a plan. So we knew we were going to have to keep competing. I thought our first 13 or 14 minutes were, some of the best we played all year. And then I think we got a little tired, a little stagnant, and stood a little too much. And, they responded and cut the lead down. And but we kept responding all night. And, the 2 you had in here, man, they were pretty awesome. And DA, so proud of him because, I felt like he really had a breakthrough the other day at practice. And to see it translate to him being the player that, that we're working towards, and just really proud of him because, it's a great moment for him. It's a great moment for the coaches because you feel like you really helped him. You feel like you broke through with some stuff because when accountability, we hold our guys really accountable. And when it results in growth instead of resistance in any way, it's so rewarding. And it's so rewarding for the teacher and the pupil. And that's when it's really special because, we looked the way we looked in those first 14 minutes because of our point guard play. And, they're all doing a great job at that at practice and all getting better. but it starts with that, you know, the way he got the ball moving, the way he was snapping it to shooters, the way he got us good shots, you know, and he's so reliable at the free throw line, all those things. So really proud of those guys. And JB was a man. So great team win. Great team win.
With the way a couple of the other overtime games have gone this year, I mean, to have that happen where you miss both free throws and they hit that shot and the arena is just silent. I mean, what does that say about the way you regrouped and got the lead in overtime and didn't give it back up?
Yeah, that takes a great culture, a great toughness by our guys, and a great, you know, we kind of came back to the huddle, and yeah, you know, if it was a video game, the numbers on everyone said 0. So we had to get them back to who we were. So we kind of let them just gather their thoughts, and, you know, we talked about, like, listen, guys, we love Meadow. Meadow, we love you. We're going to go win this for you. And then we got him a shot that first possession, kind of got him going again. And, you know, he's just in a little bit of a mental struggle at the free throw line that we're going to fix, and he's going to fix. He's one of the best shooters in the history of this program. And so it's going to be, we're going to get him through that.
You kind of mentioned it before, Leo. You know, you're up by 20, it's in the first half. I guess, again, do you even care like that 20-point lead is gone? Or?
You know, it's in the old days, you get a lead like that, and they were relatively safe. And nowadays, basketball is so different. It's almost fool's gold, you know? So, but you can't decline taking the lead, you know? You can't like, oh, we're not gonna, but credit them, like I said, I knew they weren't gonna roll over. I knew they weren't, you know, they've been playing great basketball. And I knew we were gonna have to beat them. And I knew we were gonna have to execute down the stretch. And, you know, I thought we did a pretty good job of a lot of that. But again, it's not all that. The players gotta make plays. And, you know, DA's big three, his free throws, Javen's free throws, all the players made plays. They made defensive plays and offensive plays. And our rebounding was you know, we won boards by 10. That was a big difference.
What is it, just with players making plays, RJ Keene calling a timeout, flying out.
Huge. What a great play. Heady play. And then, you know, we got the ball in. We executed that in-game stuff better, you know, which we're getting all those things. But like I said, it all goes back to what I've been harping on. These guys are showing up in practice, and we've had amazing practices, and it's paying off for them, because that you know, that could have been the devastating, you know, you make so much progress, you're playing such a great game, and you don't find a way to get it done. There'd have been that's a lot of Humpty Dumpty putting the pieces back together again if you don't get that done. So it's a huge win for our guys, and like I said, and it wasn't just, I mean, we beat a really good team, a team that, man, you look at what they've done in the last 2 months, they haven't lost very many games, and they've been right there in every one of them. So credit to our guys.
What have you seen from DA the last month? Obviously, you go back to the beginning of January, and he was obviously struggling, but then to come out of it all the way to tonight where he hits that big shot, just how did he kind of get from point A to point B there?
Well, it's like what I said, the way he's been practicing and the way he is not resisting some of the things we're trying to do, you know, and that's natural. That happens a lot. You know, you tell guys stuff and you work on stuff, and they're like, yeah, kind of, I might do that, but he got all in, and because of that, he's seen the growth, and I've seen a lot of our guys do that. But you know, that like I said, that's rewarding when you make that much progress with a guy and it works for him, you know.
I'm guessing you're going to say, you know, the composure didn't surprise you, but is that something that builds throughout the season where, you know, later in the season you're better prepared to withstand a comeback like that?
Yeah, if you're still going that way, because we've been in some tough ones and lost buzzer beaters. You know, it's sometimes the years happen like that. A lot of times when you're in that situation, you know, and like what you said, and you've lost some heartbreaking ones that you remember that pain, and you can get into, oh, here we go again. Well, oh no, you know, instead of flipping the switch and scratching that record and fixing it. And so for them to do what they did after some of the, I mean, it shows a lot about their character, a lot about their toughness, a lot about their togetherness, a lot about how they care about each other, and they did. They wanted to win it for Andrew.
Was that, you kind of touched on that first 12 minutes. I mean,
That was about as good as this team's played all season for that long a stretch. I mean, that was that was a pretty special 12 minutes. And that, you got to keep living there. And we played a lot of, in the last, we won 5 out of the last 6. We played a lot of great minutes that, that maybe, we've talked about and we've, but people maybe discount it because the teams we were playing didn't have the greatest record like these. So to play it against, a team that's really playing well is special.
When the San Diego State game goes against you, and we saw kind of how that carried over. To have a win like this, how can that confidence-wise, momentum-wise, and what you've done the last couple of weeks here can continue to carry over?
Yeah, it definitely affects you, but it can't affect the way we show up every day, and it can't affect the edge we practice with, and because I didn't mass sub as much as I have, but we got to have those guys. It's just the situation was, a little different tonight for assignments. We're real specific about getting through screens, and, Bun didn't get any run tonight because those screens they set, man, it's hard to get. It's like a pulling guard, and Bun hasn't had that experience, and those guards were cooking, and so we kind of had to roll with that a little bit.
And the rule is Keene had to have a foot in bounds when he called the timeout, or what's the rule? Because I know they got rid of that where you could fall.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
And he knew that. I mean, he just.
Yeah, we work on it. We actually work on it, practice, do a drill on that, and that was a great play by him.
What does that drill look like? He just throwing the ball out, and is he diving for it?
We actually kick it up in the bleachers, and Keene has to jump like you do with your dog. Go get it, Keene. Yeah, no. But we have a save the ball drill because if you can't do it, those guys are running to him to give him somewhere to throw it. But we do talk about that well, your other option is this if there's nowhere to, because the worst thing you can do is jump out of bounds, save it, they hit a 3 off of it. I've seen that. And so those situations we work on, and Keene's a heady player. That's why I have him out there.
DA said he wasn't aware of 1,000 points until after the game.
Yeah.
How special of a moment was that?
That couldn't have been better, I got to award him that ball that you saw, and I don't think he knew. And I think he got injured in the dog pile by his teammates, so that was pretty cool.
Was it on that 3 or?
I don't know.
All right, Leon Rice speaking with the media after the game. Appreciate Coach Rice for his time post-game. Javen Buchanan and Dylan Andrews also talking. If you missed any of that, we're putting up, as we speak, the post-game press conferences with Coach Rice and the post-game players as well. I'll have a full story. Nathan Carroll's going to have a full story. And if you want to rewatch the game, you can do it right here on Bronco Nation News on this feed. We're at 4 hours and 41 minutes. We had the pregame show. We had the full game broadcast right into the post-game show here. One big feed tonight, courtesy of Creator Sports Network and the Mountain West Conference and Boise State, and the agreement and I guess deal, partnership, whatever you call it, to allow us to stream the game tonight. So it was a lot of fun streaming the game tonight and being able to come in on the timeouts and chat and talk to you guys, and was pretty cool there. We do need to give away a couple players of the game. The Matt Bauscher player of the game, number 1 ranked realtor in the Treasure Valley, Matt Bauscher and Bauscher Real Estate, 252-9877. Again, the number 1 real estate team in the Northwest. If you're looking to buy or sell a home, Matt Bauscher and Bauscher Real Estate. We got to give it to Dylan Andrews tonight. 25 points, 7 of 12 from the field, 9 of 10 from the free throw line, 6 assists, only 2 turnovers in 35 minutes, and Dylan Andrews hit that huge shot to give Boise State the lead there in overtime. Dylan Andrews, congratulations. You're our Bauscher Real Estate player of the game. It is Dylan Andrews, again, the player of the game. All right, let me know who you want for the defensive player of the game. Brought to you by Element Fencing. ElementFencing.com. Who's your defense
player of the game tonight. Decks, pergolas, fences, you name it. Element Fencing has you covered, whether it's cedar, wrought iron, vinyl. They can do it all. 25-plus years, Brady and Company ready to serve you. Element Fencing. We're going to give away our defensive player of the game in 30 seconds. Who's your defensive player of the game?
It's time for the Element Fencing Defensive Player of the Game. Brought to you by Element Fencing, a family-run fencing company with more than 40 years of hands-on experience. Let our owner, Brady, work with you to build your project from the ground up with the perfect design and materials to meet your fencing needs. Check out elementfencing.com today. Who's today's Element Fencing Defensive Player of the Game? Let's find out on Bronco Nation News.
All right, again, Element Fencing, our defensive player of the game. Really tough call tonight. Dominic Parolin had 9 rebounds. He had 5 defensive rebounds, played pretty good on the interior, also had a block in 23 minutes. Keene played 32 minutes tonight, was plus 10. He had 5 defensive rebounds tonight and 2 steals. It's a very tough call. I know they put Keene on. He had a tough defensive matchup. They put him on Camper there in the second half for a little bit, and Camper finished with 35 points. I hate doing this because I feel like I do this a lot where we give different guys, 2 guys. We got Dom. Let's see. Somebody called Keene. Keene also had the stupid technical foul. Well, we're talking defensive player of the game. That didn't have much to do with it. And honestly, that was a defensive play when Keene called the timeout. They were trying to get a rebound. They were on defense, and Keene grabs that ball and calls timeout. I think you can make a case for either guy. But, I hate being a cop-out and giving it to 2 different guys, Keene or Dom. Dom, we got Parolin, Dom probably. But again, Keene is another vote for Keene in here. I do think that the play that Keene made there to call the timeout certainly was a huge play. We're going to give it to me. There you go. Appreciate that. I'll take it. I do owe Dom for early in the season. We're going to give it to Dom Parolin. I think RJ Keene is a very close second, and if you want to go 1A, 1B, that's fine. We'll kind of give it to both of them, but a slight edge to Dom Parolin. 5 defensive rebounds tonight. Had a block, played pretty good on the interior, and but again, he was only +2 when he was out there. I thought Keene was +10, had 5 defensive rebounds, 2 steals, and made that play on the out of bounds there. I'm going to say it's a 50.1 to 49.9, slight edge to Dom Parolin, but RJ Keene deserves a mention as well because he was right there. So appreciate Spencer Danielson for coming on. If you guys missed that, you can go back and watch that. Our halftime interview, Spencer Danielson came on at halftime. Appreciate him. Some really good stuff there. And little birdie told me that Rayshawn Jones, keep an eye on him. He might be a player this year for Boise State right away. But it sounds like they're ready to go for spring camp, which, by the way, Spencer Danielson said won't start till March 26th. That worries me a little bit because I had a kids' baseball tournament April 24th, and that might mess me up for the spring game because that might be the same weekend. But they're not going to start spring ball till March 26th. That is what the plan is here as they decide to push it back till after spring break. So great stuff with Spencer. You can go watch that interview from halftime. We had the full pregame show, the full game broadcast, the full postgame show. We're at 4 hours and 47 minutes on the stream. I really appreciate all you guys that tuned in today. Still 100 of you plus watching on live on YouTube. 2,000 plus views overall, I think, live. And so really appreciate all you guys for your support. And it was a fun night getting to chat during the game. Some of you have been watching this stream for all 4 hours and 47 minutes. So really appreciate all of you guys for your support of Bronco Nation News. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Yes, Spencer said a lot of interesting stuff. I just said, he told us, I asked about the play calling, and he did say that Nate Potter is going to continue to be the play caller. There's a lot of other nuggets in there. So go back and watch the halftime interview with Spencer Danielson. Actually, it was right at the start of the second half. He stayed on with us through the first media timeout on the second half. So, he said plenty of interesting stuff, and we appreciate him for coming on. Appreciate Chris. Nathan Carroll, tremendous job tonight. He was on with me for most of the 4 hours. Tremendous stuff from Nathan Carroll.
And I know he's working on a post-game story. I'm working on a post-game story. So, hey, go subscribe if you want to support our efforts. BroncoNationNews.com, $6 a month right now. You can take advantage of our 50% off deal on the annual subscription. So appreciate all of you that already are paying subscribers. If you're not, hopefully a win like tonight, you're in a good mood, and you can go subscribe at BroncoNationNews.com. But Chris Van Sickle is killing it on the recruiting coverage. 2 more commits today for the football team. Chris has coverage of that. Nathan, Prater, myself, all kinds of written content, exclusive shows as well. So appreciate all you guys for your support. Go subscribe. Support the sponsors as well, like Jacksons. You can get that 75-cent fountain drink in 2 days since the Broncos scored 75 points. You can do that from our friends at Jacksons using your Let's Go Rewards app. 75 points means a 75-cent fountain drink on Thursday, courtesy of our friends at Jacksons. Of course, Taco Bell got to the 83 points, so you can take your ticket stub tomorrow and get a free taco from Taco Bell. That's courtesy of the Treasure Valley Taco Bell locations. We appreciate Taco Bell as well. Of course, Sun Cruiser. Hope you guys are enjoying some Sun Cruisers tonight and celebrating a Boise State win. Sun Cruiser, whether it's the vodka iced teas, the vodka lemonades, all kinds of great options from Sun Cruiser. And, of course, our title sponsor, Lithia Ford of Boise, online, lithiafordboise.com. Perfect time to go buy that new or pre-owned Ford vehicle. And Rain's family is going to be needing another Ford vehicle here pretty soon. Our van is on its last leg, and so we know we'll be going back to Jim Sturk and Lithia Ford of Boise. So appreciate you guys. 4 hours, 49 minutes. We're going to call it a night. Appreciate you guys for your support. If you missed any of the show, if you want to rewatch the game, just rewind this broadcast, rewatch the game, and you can do that. But it was fun. Pregame. During the game, we came in on commercials and talked about it, Nathan and I and Johnny, and it was a fun night at Extra Mile Arena. Exciting game. I'm going to get to work writing the story on it. We'll have that posted here shortly. You can read Sean Goodwin, John Woostrow's stories as well, and a lot of post-game coverage coming from this one as Boise State wins it in overtime. Blew a 20-point lead, comes back, wins it in overtime. Big win for the Broncos. They're now 6-6 in the Mountain West, and they're making their way up the standings as they try to get as high as they can and position themselves for the conference tournament. So another night in the Mountain West with Tom Moser's coming up shortly. When those games end here in a little bit, and there's only 10 minutes left in that UNLV-Fresno game, and then we'll see what else. The Wyoming-San Diego State game has about 10 minutes as well. Wyoming's cut that to 11, so UNLV's up 10. So when those games go final, Tom Moser will be live with another night in the Mountain West. And you can watch that on this channel. You can watch it on our other YouTube channel, which we hope you subscribe to. That's just youtube.com/@Mountain West BNN. Go subscribe over there. But if you guys, he'll be going live tonight. And so whenever this next game ends, another show will start. Tom will give his thoughts on this game. So if you want to stay up, keep talking Boise State basketball, celebrate the win, Tom Moser will have another night in the Mountain West for you here in a little bit. And if not, you can rewatch that show tomorrow. It'll be archived as well. So appreciate it, guys. Have a great rest of your evening. Check our post-game coverage at BroncoNationNews.com when you wake up. And appreciate you guys. Fun night. Boise State wins it in overtime. Again, the final score 91-87. Full coverage from Bronco Nation News and online at BroncoNationNews.com. Our title sponsor, Lithia Ford of Boise, from the Sun Cruiser Studios here at Extra Mile Arena. My name is BJ Rains, and this has been the Jacksons Postgame Show. Bronco Nation News, online at BroncoNationNews.com. Nice win for Boise State. Take care, everybody.